Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And oh boy, oh boy, how's it going? I am exhausted. I don't know about you guys, but I am exhausted. So I apologize for the lateness. I apologize for that. We're getting the getting everything set up right now. Let's see. Whew. Oh my goodness. Man, am I tired. It has been it's been a thing. It has been a thing. And by a thing I mean it has been a couple days, a week, an impeachment. It has been all of these things. And let's see, what was I going to say? My brain is fried. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, the schedule. The schedule may be changing. The schedule may actually be changing. Yesterday I said we would be done by 5 today. That is no longer a guarantee. The rule that they had passed to allow for the observance of the Jewish Sabbath has been rescinded. That rule has been rescinded and is no longer valid. That means the defense is aiming to go ahead and just finish rather than drag this out. What the heck? Let's see, there we go. So there's a high possibility that we actually finish the impeachment today, which was not necessarily going to happen. But pretty cool. Would be great to go ahead and finish up. Well, I shouldn't say finish the impeachment. Finish the debate today. But that means there may actually be a show tomorrow. There may be an impeachment show tomorrow as opposed to having Saturday off. Oh, does it say 2/11? Shoot. Thank you. We're getting the I'm getting the impeachment set up to actually display right now. But we will be here, as always, for the duration. Here, how's this look? That could be a little bit different place. I hope you guys have actually been enjoying this impeachment series. As despite the fact that I am absolutely beat. Despite that fact, I have been enjoying it. It is tough to sit and watch because it's got problems and there's no way to do anything about what you see. You can't object. The Republicans largely can't object. You can't tell them what's wrong. You can't like scream in their face, "Hey, you morons. You missed this. You're doing bad." But that's the way it goes when you're watching trial. In general, it just doesn't there's just nothing you can do about it. And I think that's part of the spice. Let's see. All right. There are some super chats that came in early. Let's go ahead and grab those before we get fully started. And then we'll be ready for the show, which starts in 5 minutes-ish. Remember, Congress is always late. Congress is always gayer than you. Wolfgang Deo says, lol, you actually believed a lawyer saying that they scrapped their strategy. Their strategy is likely to be exactly the same. Lawyers are liars. Aw. No, in this one, I do believe them. I do believe them. Mainly because he said it in his speech, and his speech was so rambling. There's no way he planned to say we scrapped our strategy and the defense was good, and then went on and praised his client's enemies. That just doesn't mesh. It doesn't mesh at all. Wolfgang Deo says, I think my defense would be start with reading the Declaration of Independence, relate the words of the past to recent, and say the riot was free speech. I don't think they want to say the riot was free speech because going into the Capitol building is not free speech. Not under any current legal interpretations. Obi-Wanton says later and gayer than Congress. Sad. Ryan English says, go take a nap and come back in an hour if you need it, brother. No, I'm good. I'm good. I got like 6 hours of sleep last night. This is amazing. Lavos IG says, men's fashion is gay, but since you were incidentally gay today, I get to ask, what brand of shirt is that? I'd love to get something myself. I think this is Hawker Rye. Is that what it is? Yeah, Hawker Rye. Shirts. I don't know where you buy them. But yeah. That's that. So summary of yesterday. I really want to, depending on when this thing gets done, I want to do a recap video. I think people need to see it. Summary of yesterday was more of the same. It was an emotional plea by the House impeachment panel, and that emotional plea was Trump made everybody feel bad, and that's not okay. Which is an acceptable impeachment strategy. It's not a winning legal argument, but as I've said, and Joe, who was with me for a good chunk of yesterday, he and I might disagree on this, but ultimately I fall down on the side of the impeachment isn't a legal proceeding. It is a political proceeding. There is no reviewability, and there aren't really any limits. If Congress wants to say the president poops in the bathroom and doesn't turn on the fan and it stinks, we want him out, I think they can actually do that. I think they actually can do that. I don't see what stops them. The Supreme Court doesn't really step in and do it. If they have the political will to remove the president, they have the ability to do so. So I don't think when I'm talking about the legal arguments here, this doesn't meet incitement. I'm not saying that they have a get out of jail free card, that they can just end the impeachment. Obviously, if they could do that, it would already be done because this impeachment isn't likely constitutional in the first place. But what's to stop Congress from doing something unconstitutional? Unless the Supreme Court actually steps in and stops it, there's nothing. Nothing at all. And so that is the problem. Oh, I had it nice and I killed it. There we go. So without that buffer, there's just the fact that it's unconstitutional, the fact that it doesn't meet the legal requirements doesn't ultimately matter. Except it does, because you're arguing to a bunch of lawyers, lots of lawyers, I should say, and you want to give anybody who's going to vote a particular way a reason to do so. The Democrats did this by saying the legal standards don't matter. Like, the First Amendment doesn't preclude us from impeaching the president. Well, that's true. That's true. The First Amendment isn't an absolute bar, but at the same time, you want to go ahead and remind people that the First Amendment matters and that the First Amendment would prevent a criminal prosecution on this, and that maybe the principle behind the First Amendment is a good reason that you should vote not to impeach. And I think that's the distinction people are missing. And I know that's the distinction people are missing because on Twitter, some guy called me the worst lawyer ever because I was talking about the constitutional right to free speech and saying that it does matter here. And he's like, this is impeachment. It doesn't matter. And I pointed out that you have 44 Republicans who have told you this is unconstitutional. And if you have resume shortly. Wait, what the? Oh, okay. Sorry, they just have it titled weird. You have 44 Republicans who have told you that that the Constitution is informing their decision. And so why wouldn't you make every constitutional argument that you could? These 44 Republicans voted that the entire proceeding was unconstitutional. If you can make an argument that it also, is offensive to the First Amendment, you should definitely do so. Oh, it's muted.
Mighty God, unsurpassed in both power and understanding, we worship you. Lord, when there is nowhere else to turn, we lift our eyes to you. As again, this Senate chamber becomes a court, and our senators become jurors. Guide these lawmakers with your wisdom, mercy, and grace. Lord, infuse them with a spirit of nonpartisan patriotism. Unite them in their efforts to do what is best for America. As they depend on your providence and power, may they make choices that will be for your greater glory. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Man, it was hard not to laugh when he said nonpartisanship. Whew. Okay. That was tough. There's demonstrably only one side that has been nonpartisan in any of this, and it's Republicans. That's it. Not a single Democrat has voted against a single issue
Senators, will
on
you
impeachment.
please be seated? And if there is no objection, the journal of proceedings of the trial are approved to date. It asks the Sergeant at Arms to make the proclamation.
Just say Sergeant.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
Mr. President,
The majority leader is recognized.
for the information of all senators, we'll plan to take short breaks approximately every 2 hours and a longer dinner break around 5 p.m.
Now, pursuant to the
man.
provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the counsel for the former president have 16 hours to make the presentation of their case, and the Senate will hear the counsel now.
Pat Leahy is not drunk, guys. He's just old. He's just old. All right, we're starting with Castor. His chance to redeem himself.
Begin the presentation of the case for the former president.
You better be better today, you weirdo. I buttoned his suit. He's
Good
ready.
afternoon, Senators. Mr. President.
Stop doing that.
The article of impeachment now before the Senate is an unjust and blatantly unconstitutional act of political vengeance. This appalling abuse of the Constitution only further divides our nation when we should be trying to come together around shared priorities. Like every other politically motivated witch hunt the left has engaged in over the past 4 years, this impeachment is completely divorced from the facts, the evidence, and the interests of the American people. The Senate should promptly and decisively vote to reject it. No thinking person could seriously believe that the President's January 6th speech on the ellipse was in any way an incitement to violence or insurrection.
I hate how he's wearing
The
his glasses.
suggestion is patently absurd on its face. Nothing in the text could ever be construed as encouraging, condoning, or enticing unlawful activity of any kind. Far from promoting insurrection against the United States, the President's remarks explicitly encouraged those in attendance to exercise their rights peacefully and patriotically. Peaceful and patriotic protest is the very antithesis of a violent assault on the nation's capital. The House impeachment article slanderously alleges that the President intended for the crowd at the ellipse to, quote, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty to certify the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is manifestly disproven.
Notice the difference
by
in
the plain
Castor
text of the
today
remarks.
versus the other day.
The President devoted nearly his entire speech to an extended discussion of how legislators should vote on the question at
He's
hand.
focused, he's rehearsed, he's got
Instead
his
of
paper.
expressing a desire that the joint session be prevented from conducting its business, the entire premise of his remarks was that the democratic process would and should play out according to the letter of the law, including both the Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. In the conclusion of his remarks, he then laid out a series of legislative steps that should be taken to improve democratic accountability going forward, such as passing universal voter ID legislation, banning ballot harvesting, requiring proof of citizenship to vote, and turning out strong in the next primaries. Not only these are not the words of someone inciting a violent insurrection. Not only President Trump's speech on January 6th, but indeed his entire challenge to the election results was squarely focused on how the proper civic process could address any concerns through the established legal and constitutional system. The President brought his case before state and federal courts, the U.S. Supreme Court, the state legislatures, the Electoral College, and ultimately the U.S. Congress. In the past, numerous other candidates for president
they're
have
downplaying
used
it a
many
little
of the
bit.
same processes to pursue their own election challenges. As recently as 2016, the Clinton campaign brought multiple post-election court cases, demanded recounts, and ridiculously declared the election stolen by Russia. Many Democrats even attempted to persuade the Electoral College delegates to overturn the 2016 results. House Manager Raskin objected
Uh,
to the certification of President Trump's victory 4 years ago, along with many of his colleagues.
Oh,
You'll
there was
remember it was Joe Biden who had to
that.
gavel them down.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
I object to the votes from the state of Wisconsin, which should not be legally certified.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not.
There's no debate.
And I object to the certificate from the state of North Carolina.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. The objection cannot be entertained. Debate is not in order.
Even with the
There is
malfunction,
no
87
debate in
voting
order. Is
machines
it
that
signed by a
predominate
senator?
African-American
There is no
Rights Act
debate.
and
There is no
confirmed hacking
debate
by
in
the
the
Russian
joint
government.
session. There is
In
no
the
debate.
early
There is no
voting
debate.
16
There
to
is no
1,
debate.
and the mass
Please come to order. The
my
objection
signature on it
cannot be
seeking a senator,
received.
but the Russian
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code prohibits debate in the joint session.
I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter?
There is no debate. There is no debate.
One.
The gentlewoman will suspend.
Woman was generous. That was a banger of a
2000,
clip,
the
guys.
dispute over the outcome was taken all the way to the Supreme Court, which ultimately rendered a decision. To litigate questions of election integrity within this system is not incitement to resurrection. It is the democratic system working as the founders and lawmakers have designed. To claim that the president in any way wished, desired, or encouraged lawless or violent behavior is a preposterous and monstrous lie. In fact, the first two messages the president sent via Twitter once the incursion of the Capitol began were, "Stay peaceful and no violence, because we are the party of law and order." The gathering on January 6th was supposed to be a peaceful event. Make no mistake about that. And the overwhelming majority of those in attendance remained peaceful. As everyone knows, the president had spoken at hundreds of large rallies across the country over the past 5 years. There had never been any mob-like or riotous behaviors, and in fact, a significant portion of each event was devoted to celebrating the rule of law, protecting our Constitution, and honoring the men and women of law enforcement.
This guy
Contrast
isn't
the president's
nervous. This is
repeated
intentional.
condemnations of violence.
You
with
don't
the
want to
rhetoric
open the
from
day
his
with
opponents.
screaming. This is,
I am your president.
he's doing
of
very,
law
very
and
well.
order,
Remember who's in the room with
and
him.
an ally of all peaceful protesters.
The vast majority of the protesters.
Uh-oh.
Republicans stand for law and order.
Sorry.
And we stand for justice.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
We will never defund our police. Together we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
We were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities.
The music
We
is killing
believe
me.
in law and order.
These are great. These are great. This is promising,
Tragically,
at least.
as we know now. On January 6th, a small group who came to engage in violent and menacing behavior hijacked the event for their own purposes. According to publicly available reporting, it is apparent that extremists of various different stripes and political persuasions pre-planned and premeditated an attack on the Capitol. One of the first people arrested was the leader of Antifa. Sadly, he was also among the first to be released. From the beginning, the president has been clear.
Damn. See,
the criminals
that
who
was good.
infiltrated the Capitol must be
Remember,
punished
he's
to the
talking
fullest
to
extent of the law.
Republicans.
They should be
He's
in
not
prison
talking
for as
to the
long
Democrats.
as the law allows. The fact that the attacks were apparently premeditated, as alleged by the House managers, demonstrates the ludicrousness of the incitement allegation against the president. You can't incite what was already going to happen. Law enforcement officers at the scene conducted themselves heroically and courageously, and our country owes them an eternal debt. But there must be a discussion of the decision by political leadership regarding force posture and security in advance of the event.
Yep.
As many will recall, last summer, the White House was faced with violent rioters night after night. They repeatedly attacked Secret Service officers and at one point pierced a security wall, culminating in the clearing of Lafayette Square. Since that time, there has been a sustained negative narrative in the media regarding the necessity of those security measures on that night, even though they certainly prevented many calamities from occurring. In the wake of the Capitol attack, it must be investigated whether the proper force posture was not initiated due to the political pressure stemming from the events at Lafayette Square. Consider this. On January 5th, the mayor of the District of Columbia explicitly discouraged the National Guard and federal authorities from doing more to protect the Capitol, saying, and I quote, "The District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment."
Oh, whoops.
This sham impeachment also poses a serious threat to freedom of speech for political leaders of both parties at every level of government. The Senate should be extremely careful about the precedent this case will set. Consider the language that the House impeachment article alleges to constitute incitement. If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. This is ordinary political rhetoric that is virtually indistinguishable from the language that has been used by people across the political spectrum for hundreds of years. Countless politicians have spoken of fighting for our principles. Joe Biden's campaign slogan was "Battle for the Soul of America." No human being seriously believes that the use of such metaphorical terminology is incitement to political violence.
Correct.
While the president did not engage in any language of incitement, there are numerous officials in Washington who have indeed used profoundly reckless, dangerous, and inflammatory rhetoric in recent years. The entire Democratic Party.
Why does this say Michael Vanderveen?
Spent
Bruce
the last
Castor.
4 years repeating, without any evidence, that the 2016
Or is this
election had
Vanderveen?
been hacked, and falsely
This isn't
and
Castor?
absurdly claimed the President of the United States was a Russian spy.
Is that why his
Speaker
guy's so much
Pelosi
better?
herself said that the 2016 election was hijacked and that Congress has a duty to protect our democracy. She also called the
this is a
president
completely
an
different guy.
imposter and a traitor. and recently referred to her colleagues in the House as the enemy within. Moreover, many Democrat politicians endorsed and encouraged the riots that destroyed vast swaths of American cities last summer, when violent left-wing anarchists conducted a sustained assault on a federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon.
I figured Castor would be opening.
Speaker Pelosi
Didn't even think
did
about
not
it.
call it an insurrection. Instead, she called the federal law enforcement officers protecting the building stormtroopers. When violent mobs destroyed public property, she said, people will do what they do.
Damn.
The Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts stated, yes, America is burning, but that's how forests grow. Representative Anya Presley declared, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long
All white
as
people
there
look
is
alike.
unrest
Smack my
in
damn
our
head.
lives. The current Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, urged supporters to donate to a fund that bailed out violent rioters and arsonists out of jail. One of those was released and went out and committed another crime, assault. He beat the bejesus out of somebody.
He beat the bejesus out of somebody?
She said of the violent demonstrations, everyone beware. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're not going to stop after Election Day. They're not going to let up, and they should not. Such rhetoric continued even as hundreds of police officers across the nation were subjected to violent assaults at the hands of angry mobs. A man claiming to be inspired by the junior senator from Vermont came down here to Washington, D.C. to watch a softball game and kill as many senators and congressmen as he could. It cannot be forgotten that President Trump did not blame the junior senator. The senior senator from Maine has had her house surrounded by angry mobs of protesters. When that happened and unnerved her, one of the house managers, I forget which one, tweeted, "Buy me a river."
Oh my goodness.
Under the standards of the House impeachment article, each of these individuals should be retroactively censored, expelled, punished, or impeached for inciting violence by their supporters. Unlike the left, President Trump has been entirely consistent in his opposition to mob violence. He opposes it in all forms, in all places. Just as he's been consistent that the National Guard should be deployed to protect American communities wherever protection is needed.
Oh,
For
not just at our
Democrats,
capital.
They have clearly demonstrated that their opposition to mobs and their view of using
This
the National Guard
nails it.
depends upon the mob's political views. Not only is this impeachment case preposterously wrong on the facts, no matter how much heat and emotion is injected by the political opposition, it is also plainly unconstitutional. In effect, Congress would be claiming that the right to disqualify a private citizen, no longer a government official, from running for public office. This would transform the solemn impeachment process into a mechanism for asserting congressional control over which private citizens are and are not allowed to run for president.
He should have just said office.
This
personally.
unprecedented effort is not about Democrats opposing political violence. It is about Democrats trying to disqualify their political opposition.
Danielle says, why didn't they use him from the start? Where were they keeping
it is
him?
Constitutional cancel
Chained
culture.
down under tranquilizers, hoping he
History
doesn't get up and
will
eat
record
everyone in the
this
room?
shameful effort as a deliberate attempt by the Democrat Party to smear, censor, and cancel not just President Trump, but the 75 million Americans who voted for him. Now is not the time for such a campaign of retribution. It is the time for unity and healing and focusing on the interests of the nation as a whole. We should all be seeking to cool temperatures, calm passions, rise above partisan lines. The Senate should reject this divisive and unconstitutional effort and allow the nation to move forward. Over the course of the next 3 hours or so, you will hear next from Mr. Schoen, who's going to talk about due process and a couple other points you'll be interested to hear. I'll return with an analysis of why the First Amendment must be properly applied here. And then Mr. Castor will discuss the law as it applies to the speech of January 6th. And then we'll be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you.
Focused, professional, eviscerating. That's the kind of scalpel lawyering you want. It wasn't a plea to emotion. It wasn't entirely heavy on law. That's fine. It's an opening statement. It was just really, really well executed. Tempered and measured, but biting. The clips were 100% on point. Calling out that one of the House managers themselves had tweeted something inflammatory about the Republicans. Remember, their audience is the Republicans. The Democrats are going to vote against Trump. They literally don't matter. This is just in the first 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, they've done a very good job.
Senators?
Bad Vibe says he needs to dial down a bit. He is too animated. I feel any second now he's going to yell squirrel and run off.
The simple fact that President Trump did not incite the horrific, terrible riots of January 6th. We'll demonstrate that, to the contrary, the violence and looting goes against the law and order message he conveyed to every citizen of the United States throughout his presidency, including on January 6th. First, though, we would like to discuss the hatred, the vitriol, the political opportunism that has brought us here today. The hatred that the House managers and others on the left have for President Trump has driven them to skip the basic elements of due process and fairness and to rush an impeachment through the House claiming, quote, urgency, close quotes. But the House waited to deliver the articles to the Senate for almost 2 weeks, only after Democrats had secured control over the Senate. In fact, contrary to their claim that the only reason they held it was because Senator McConnell wouldn't accept the article, Representative Clyburn made clear that they had considered holding the articles for over 100 days.
Yep.
To provide President Biden with a clear pathway to implement his agenda. Our Constitution and any basic sense of fairness require that every legal process with significant
Schoen must always
for
look
a person's
angry.
life, including impeachment, requires due process under the law, which includes fact-finding and the establishment of a legitimate evidentiary record with an appropriate foundation. Even last year's impeachment followed committee hearings and months of examination and investigation by the House. Here, President Trump and his counsel were given no opportunity to review evidence or question its propriety. The rush to judgment for a snap impeachment in this case was just one example of the denial of due process. Another, perhaps even more vitally significant example was the denial of any opportunity ever to test the integrity of the evidence offered against Donald J. Trump in a proceeding seeking to bar him from ever holding public office again, and that seeks to disenfranchise some 75 million voters, American voters. On Wednesday this week, countless news outlets repeated the Democrat talking point about the power of never before seen footage. Let me ask you this. Why was this footage never seen before? Shouldn't the subject of an impeachment trial, this impeachment trial, President Trump, have the right to see the so-called new evidence against him?
That's good.
More importantly,
That's
the
real
riot
good.
and the attack on this very building was a major event that shocked and impacted all Americans. Shouldn't the American people have seen this footage as soon as it was available? For what possible reason did the House managers withhold it from the American people and President Trump's lawyers? For political gain? How did they get it? How were they the ones releasing it? It is evidence in hundreds of pending criminal cases against the rioters. Why was it not released through law enforcement or the Department of Justice? Is it the result of a rushed snap impeachment for political gain without due process?
Yes.
House Manager Raskin told us all yesterday
Well,
that
in
your job
gamesmanship.
as jurors in this case is a fact-intensive job. But of course, as several of the House managers have told you, we still don't have the facts. Speaker Pelosi herself on February 2nd called for a 9/11-style commission to investigate the events of January 6th. Speaker Pelosi says that the commission is needed to determine the causes of the events. She says it herself. If an inquiry of that magnitude is needed to determine the causes of the riot, and it may very well be, then how can these same Democrats have the certainty needed to bring articles of impeachment and blame the riots on President Trump? They don't. The House
Blaine 20
managers,
says that
facing
clip
significant
deserves a
lack of
super
evidence,
chat.
turned often to press reports and rumors during these proceedings. Claims that would never meet the evidentiary standards of any court. In fact, they even relied on the words of Andrew Feinberg, a reporter who recently worked for Sputnik, the Russian propaganda outlet. You saw it posted. By the way, the report they cited was completely refuted. The frequency with which House managers relied on unproven media reports shocked me as I sat in this chamber and listened to this.
And there's a lot that we don't know yet about what happened that day.
According to those around him at the time, reportedly responded.
Trump reportedly reports across all
Ooh,
major media outlets.
that's a good clip, too.
Major news networks, including Fox News, reportedly summoned. Reportedly not accidental. According to reports, President Trump was reportedly spoke to the guard.
And was widely reported.
Media reports?
According to reports, reported.
Again, remember, their audience is Republicans. Republicans
As any
don't get
trial
favorable
lawyer will tell
media.
you, reportedly is a euphemism for, I have no real evidence.
Oh, damn.
Reportedly is not the standard in any American setting in which any semblance of due process is afforded an accused. Reportedly isn't even, here is some circumstantial evidence. It is exactly as reliable as, I Googled this for you.
Oh.
And if you're worried you might ever be tried based on this type of evidence, don't be. You get more due process than this when you fight a parking ticket.
Yep,
One reason
nailed
due
it.
process is so important with respect to evidence offered against an accused is that it requires an opportunity to test the integrity, the credibility, the reliability of the evidence. Here, of course, former President Trump was completely denied any such opportunity. And it turns out there is significant reason to doubt the evidence the House managers have put before us. Let me say this clearly. We have reason to believe the House managers manipulated evidence and selectively edited footage. If they did, and this were a court of law, they would face sanctions from the judge.
Good.
I don't raise this issue lightly.
Oh,
Rather,
good.
It is a product of what we have found in just the limited time we have had since we first saw the evidence here.
Why wouldn't you want them to review evidence earlier? This is why.
We have reason to believe that the House managers created false representations of tweets, and the lack of due process means there was no opportunity to review or verify the accuracy. Consider these facts. The House managers, proud of their work on this snap impeachment, staged numerous photo shoots.
Lazy Man Tech says, enjoy the show.
One of those, Manager Raskin is seen here at his desk reviewing 2 tweets side by side. The image on his screen claims to show that President Trump had retweeted one of those
He's sucking
tweets.
in for that picture.
Now, members of the Senate, let's look closely at this screen, because obviously Manager Raskin considered it important enough that he invited the New York Times to watch him watching it.
Uh-oh.
Now, what's wrong with this image? Actually, there are 3 things very wrong with it. Look at the date on the very bottom of the screen.
It's also not how
Manager
retweets
Raskin's
look.
computer screen when we zoom into the picture. The date that appears is January 3rd, 2020, not 2021. Why is that date wrong? Because this is not a real screenshot that he's working with. This is a recreation of a tweet, and you got the date wrong when you manufactured this graphic.
Oh my God!
You did not disclose that this is a manufactured graphic and not a real screenshot of a tweet. Now, to be fair, the House managers caught this error before showing the image on the Senate floor, so you never saw it when it was presented to you. But that's not all. They didn't fix this one. Look at the blue check mark next to the Twitter username of the account retweeted by the president. It indicates that this is a verified account, given the blue check by Twitter to indicate it is run by a public figure. The problem? The user's real account is not verified and has no blue check mark, as you can see. Were you trying to make her account seem more significant, or were you just sloppy? If we had due process of law in this case, we would know the truth. But that's not all that's wrong with this one tweet.
Oh my gosh.
House Manager Swalwell showed you this tweet this week, and he emphasized that this tweet reflected a call to arms. He told you repeatedly that this was a promise to call in the cavalry for January 6th. He expressly led you to believe that President Trump's supporter believed that the president wanted armed supporters at the January 6th speech, paramilitary groups, the cavalry, ready for physical combat. The problem is, the actual text is exactly the opposite. The tweeter promised to bring the Calvary, a public display of Christ's crucifixion, a central symbol of her Christian faith, with her to the president's speech, a symbol of faith, love, and peace. They just never want to seem to read the text and believe what the text means. You'll see this
I didn't
reported in
even
the
read
media
it.
last evening.
That's amazing. That's hilarious. I bet the
Words
person
matter.
just
They
misspelled
told
it
you.
personally, but
they selectively edited the president's words over and over again. They manipulated video, time-shifting clips, and made it appear the president's words were playing to a crowd when they weren't. Let's take a look.
After this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down.
oh shit.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol. But I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated.
You can't
I know that everyone here will soon
incite
be marching
legal
over to the
activity.
Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Up. There it is.
And
Why
we
didn't
are
they ever
going to
include
walk
that?
down to the Capitol. They showed you that part. Why are we walking to the Capitol? Well, they cut that off. To cheer on some members of Congress, and not others, peacefully and patriotically. The Supreme Court ruled in Brandenburg that there's a very clear standard for incitement.
Hotshot 37 says,
paraphrase,
stream, eat,
whether
sleep,
the speech
repeat.
was
Thanks, Nick,
intended
for
to
streaming
provoke
this
imminent
circus.
lawless action,
My pleasure.
and was it likely to do so? Go to the Capitol and cheer on some members of Congress, but not others. They know it doesn't meet the standard for incitement, so they edited it down. We heard a lot this week about fight like hell, but they cut off the video before they showed you the president's optimistic, patriotic words that followed immediately after.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
There's that famous quote, like one of the House managers said, a lie will travel halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its shoes on. Well, this lie traveled around the world a few times, made its way into the Biden campaign talking points, and ended up on the Senate floor. The Charlottesville lie.
He should end with,
very fine people on both sides, except that isn't all he said. And they knew it then, and they know
I
it
thought
now.
he was going to say, and now
Watch
we're
this.
tying our shoes.
But you also
Would've
had
been good.
people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had
what?
people in that group.
Why won't
other
Trump
than
condemn white
neo-Nazis
nationalism?
and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry. I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No.
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this. There are two sides to a story.
This might be the first
I thought
time
what took place
mainstream
was a
America has
horrible
actually ever seen
country.
this
A
part of
horrible
his
moment.
speech, by the way.
But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure. What makes you think?
This might be today the first time the news networks played those full remarks in their context.
That's what I just said. Good
And
job,
how many
Sheldon.
times have you heard that President Trump has never denounced white supremacists? Now you in America
No, he
know the
didn't.
truth.
He denounced white nationalists. It's
Here's another
different.
example. One of the House managers made much of the president's supposedly ominous words of, "You have to get your people to fight." But you knew what the president really meant. He meant that the crowd should demand action from members of Congress and support primary challenges to those who don't do what he considered to be right. Support primary challenges, not violent action. I know what he meant because I watched the full video, and so did the House managers, but they manipulated his words. You will see where they stopped it, and to give it a very different meaning from the meaning it has in full context. Let's watch.
Bad Vibe says, I'll bet $10 that the
get
Time Magazine article
your
gets a
people
solid mention.
to fight.
We'll see.
He told them.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight.
Well.
Primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly.
The people who need to fight are members of Congress. Why did we have to skip the necessary due diligence and due process of law and that any legal proceeding should have? It couldn't have been the urgency to get President Trump out of office. House Democrats held the articles until he was no longer president, mooting their case. Hatred, animosity, division, political gain, and let's face it, for House Democrats, President Trump is the best enemy to attack.
I want to say this for Donald Trump, who I may well be voting to impeach.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately...
They played this the first day.
I don't respect this president, and I will
Bad Vibe says, here, let me Google that for you.
until he is impeached.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
Oh, that guy's
I continue
annoying.
to say, impeach him! Impeach 45!
Impeach 45!
Impeach 45!
Impeach
So we're
45!
calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
On the impeachment, Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes.
I would vote to impeach.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the mother.
But the fact is, I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
The representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him. Bring impeachment charges.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach the...
Well, we can impeach him every day of the week for anything he does.
Ooh, that's a good clip to end
That
on.
same hatred and anger has led House managers to ignore their own words and actions and set a dangerous double standard. The House managers spoke about rhetoric, about a constant drumbeat of heated language. Well, as I'm sure everyone watching expected, we need to show you some of their own words.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the streets.
They already showed this clip.
Unrest in our lives.
You got to be ready to throw a punch.
Oh, no, this is a new one.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
Feel like punching him.
I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish we were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Take him out now.
When was
Holy
the last
shit.
time an actor assassinated a president?
They're
Whoa.
still gonna have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Please, get up in the face of some Congress people.
People will do what they do.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the...
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be stuck in an elevator with either President Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be?
Does one of us have to come out alive?
And there's more.
I promise to fight every single day. One, I'm a fighter and I'm...
Oh, good.
I'm a fighter and I'm relentless. A fighter and I'm relentless. I will fight like hell.
But the way I see it now is that we pick ourselves up.
How do
and
they
we
have
fight.
time to do
That's
this?
what I think it's all about. We stand up and we fight back. We do not back down. We do not compromise, not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You can either lie down, you can whimper, you can
Stop
pull up
crying.
the ball, you can decide to move to Canada, or you can stand your ground and fight back. And that's what it's about. We do fight back, but we are going to fight back. We are not turning this country over to what Donald Trump has sold. We are just not. Look, people are upset, and they're right to be upset. Now, we can whimper, we can whine, or we can fight back. Me, I'm here to fight back. I'm here to fight back because we will not forget. We do not want to forget. We will use that vision to make sure that we fight harder, we fight tougher, and we fight more passionately than ever. We still have a fight on our
Oh
hands.
man, they're just
Fight hard.
hammering Elizabeth
Changes
Warren here.
Americans are demanding. Get in the fight, to winning the fight, fighting. He's fighting. We'll use every tool possible to fight for this change. We'll fight to fighting hard. Serious about fighting and fight. We got to get on our front foot and fight back. Problems, we call them out and we fight back.
She is insufferable to listen to.
I am fighting. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. Get in this fight. And fighting, we all need to be in the fight. We all need to stay in the fight. We stay in this fight. We fought back. We fought back. I am not afraid of a fight. I am in this fight all the way. You don't get what you don't fight for.
Oh,
our fight,
goodness.
Our fight. We are in this fight for our lives. This is the fight of our lives.
But we are going to make sure
It's going to be like an hour-long clip.
This is a fight for our lives, the lives of our friends and family members and neighbors.
Ace Brain 2003 says, I would gladly watch 16 hours of this.
To make sure continues. It's a fight. It is a fight. It is a fight, and that's what this fight is for.
Well, I'm wired to fight anyone who isn't doing their job for us. I'm John Tester, and you damn right I approve this message.
And I'll have lots of fights ahead of us, and I'm ready to stand up.
This could go on for days.
We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We need to fight, and we need to fight. We're going to fight. We got a few more fights. We're going to take the privilege of a few more fights, and we have the biggest fight of all. I will never stop fighting. I will fight like hell to fight back against anyone.
We need to say loud and clear that we are ready to fight.
It's a bare-knuckles fight.
Now they're going to have to actually fight back against people.
The fight has to be conducted.
It's so important that we need to fight.
Fight that fight.
We have been fighting.
This should just keep going.
Time is of the essence.
Keep it going forever.
I think we should be fighting.
Well, I really believe we need to fight.
We're simply not going to take this line down. We're going to keep fighting.
So I'm telling all my colleagues, this is the fight of our life.
Whose side are you on? Who are you fighting for?
They're fighting, or I'm fighting. We're both fighting.
We will fight back. We're not going to just take this line down.
I'm just going to keep the fight up.
What we have to do right now is fight as hard as we can.
We have to rise up and fight back.
And so we're going to fight, and we're going to continue to fight.
I am going to be fighting like hell.
Keep fighting, or we kept fighting, and we did. So we're going to keep fighting.
We have to be fighting every single day.
We have to fight back, and we have no choice but to do that. I think we're doing the right thing to do that.
It's going to just go on forever.
Our job right now is to fight.
It's really important. I'm going to keep fighting.
I'm asking for the support of people across the country to fight back.
And you got to be fierce in fighting. Keep fighting.
Brown have been fighting.
I've told President Biden I will
Leaky lady.
I'll tell you what. Now, more than ever, we have to fight like hell.
We have these battles on the floor of the Senate. I'm going to go down and battle, and I'm going to be down there on the floor fighting.
Right. But we Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Democrats are fighting as hard as we can. Credit it in any way, but we're fighting back.
What we've got to do is fight in
Just
Congress,
play this
fight
for
in the
16
courts,
hours
fight in
straight.
the streets, fight online, fight at the ballot box.
Fighting and pushing around the clock, fighting. Continue to be brave and be strong and keep fighting. We're getting people engaged in the fight. We're fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused. Continue to fight.
Fight. This is going to be a fight.
We'll also fight him.
This
and
had to
challenge him in
cost
every way that we can.
unlimited
In the
amounts of
Congress,
money
in the courts,
to
and
go
in the
through this
streets.
video.
Continue fighting.
We each have an important role to play.
And then edit it together.
In this fight, like so many before it, it has been a fight. The American people are going to have to fight. And about the importance of fighting, I will always fight. Fighting. But we always must fight. Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight and to fight. And about the importance of fighting, we always must fight, to fight, to fight, and to fight. As our willingness to fight.
These guys got hired like 2 weeks
As Joe
ago.
Biden says, to fight. It's about fighting for what we're fighting for. We will tell them about what we did to fight. Really about a fight. But truly, I do believe that we're in a fight. I believe that we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. I believe we are in a fight. So there's a fight in front of us. A fight for all of these things. And so we're prepared to fight for that. We know how to fight. Our ongoing fight of fight. We know how to fight. We like a good fight. We were born out of a fight. This is what is our fight right now.
There's the fight, there's the fight, there's the fight, and then there's the fight to defend. Exactly in the fight.
Our mission is to fight. That is the guiding purpose of House Democrats, fighting. He has never forgotten who he is fighting for. Marched and fought.
And we just have to fight. But this is a fight for our country.
Fighting the health crisis of COVID.
I led the fight.
You'll only, like, if they outsource this to 4chan or whatever, you'll only know if there's a bunch of dicks in one of the frames somewhere.
Fighting for it. It means not only fighting a leader who fought for progressive change, as a lawyer who fought for people his whole life, as well as other fights. And I'm proud that to have Tim in this fight with me. And above all,
Just remember, some attorney had to make sure there's not a bunch of, like, nudes slipped in here.
Fight.
We will fight when we must fight.
What kind of America are we fighting for? We've been fighting, so we need to fight.
Yeah, press F to fight in chat.
I am going to wake up every day and fight hard. I have been fighting. We're gonna fight. We are gonna fight. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. And I will fight.
We're in the fight of our lives right now.
We fight like hell
To fight.
To fight.
Fight against the Trump administration. Democrats are standing up to fight.
The chat is killing me.
Fight in a serious way.
It's your fight.
We're eager to take on this fight. Get in this fight and we'll fight it out. I have taken on the fight.
As representatives for the people, as legislators here in the halls of Congress, our job is to fight.
Who has led us in this fight.
Is to fight for this fight.
And every day I'm in the United States Senate. I will fight.
And one of the things we do is fight, should fight.
Because my constituents send me here each and every day to fight.
We have been fighting this fight, and we need to be side by side so we can succeed. And so I hope that you will all join
The
us.
chat is going a billion F's an hour.
And as the next governor of Georgia, I will never stop fighting. We can show the old guard something new, and we can fight.
My fight, those fights, to fight an administration requiring us to fight and fight, we will. Their fight, and their fight, and their fight. The fight is a fight, and so when we fight the fight that we are in, when we are fighting this fight, we fight this fight. The strength of who we are is we will
It's amazing
fight,
that they're not
and
just
we will
repeating
fight,
the
we will
fights.
fight
These
the
are all
fight,
individual
we will fight.
fights.
We are in a fight. The fight. It is a fight, and it is a fight born out of
Whoever edited this is a turbo asshole, and I love them.
Fight on.
I'm here to say one more time in publicly, this is not a fight I wanted to take on, but this is the fight in front of us now.
Every single one of you.
They finally
and
stopped.
every one of you. That's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. It's a word people use.
Every single one of you and one of you
And did
nailed
you tone
it.
down the rhetoric last summer when all of this was happening? Did you condemn the rioters? Or did you stand with Nancy Pelosi, who said, people are going to do what they're going to do?
This is a movement, I'm telling you.
Oh, again? They're
and everyone beware.
they're dying.
Because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop before Election Day in November, and they're
Ooh.
not going to stop after.
And please, show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Oh, shit.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
It was a violent night in St. Louis. They shot and killed David in cold blood.
Destroying property which can be replaced is not violent.
This is an apartment complex on fire.
And it just collapsed. The building just collapsed.
I have nowhere to go now. These people did this for no reason.
This is just a snapshot of some of the damage that people will be waking up to.
Going up, but police clearly.
I'm proud of New York, and I'm proud of the protests.
There is damage everywhere you look. Honestly, it looks like a war zone.
Heartwarming to see so many people turn out peacefully.
They keep doing it day after day after day. In fact, our country is a nation of protests. The Patriots were protesters.
St. John's Church is on fire.
This is...
That's a myth.
I hope someone burns down your whole precinct with all y'all inside. It is not, generally speaking, unruly.
And you push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I don't even know what to say.
And they should not.
It's like they went, okay, you want to fuck around? Fuck around and find out.
Of election results.
Pardon my English.
You, along with your allies in the media, attempted to cancel and censor members of this chamber who voiced concerns and objected to certification. Manager Raskin, you'd been in Congress only 3 days when you objected in 2017. It's one of the first things you did when you got here.
I have an objection because 10 of the 29 electoral votes cast by Florida were cast by electors not lawfully certified.
Is the objection in writing and signed not only by the member of the House of Representatives, but also by a senator?
It is in writing, Mr. President.
Is it signed by a senator?
Not as of yet, Mr. President.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained.
Mr. President, I object to the certificate from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the electoral votes were not...
Debate. There's no debate.
I object to the certificate.
T. Cool says, gotta love how they subtitle guy slipped and transcribed it as peacefully and idiotically instead of peacefully and patriotically.
I object because people are horrified by the overwhelming evidence.
Section 18, Title 3 of the United States Code.
Richard Gruber says, first time super chat to you. Source, dude, trust me.
Counting of the electoral votes of the state of Ohio.
I object to the certificate from the state of Alabama. The electors were not lawfully certified.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina because of the...
Notice how many states they objected to, by the way? Republicans objected to...
No debate. There's no debate. There's no debate.
And the massive voting suppression that occurred to
The gentleman will suspend.
I have an objection to the electoral votes.
The objection is in writing, and I don't care that it is not signed by a member of the Senate. I do not wish to debate. I wish to ask, is there one United States senator who will join me in this letter
There's
of
no
objection?
debate.
The objection is signed by a member of the House, but not yet by a member of the Senate.
Well, it is over.
And when the House managers realized that the president's actual words could not have incited the riot, as you alleged in your article of impeachment, you attempted to pivot.
Whoa.
You said that raising the issue of election security and casting doubt on the propriety of our elections was dangerous. One of the House managers, Mr. Cicilline,
just burying
told
them with
you
their
that this
own
is
words.
not about the words Mr. Trump used in isolation. Rather, it is about the big lie, the claim that the election was stolen. The House managers told you that it's the big lie that incited the riot, and that the big lie was President Trump's claim that the election was not a fair election, or that the election was stolen. Claiming an election was stolen, you were told, are words that are insightful to a candidate's followers.
Oh
and cause
no!
people to respond
Oh
violently.
no! This video is going to
Claiming
be an
an
hour
election
long
was stolen
too.
Or not legitimate is something that a candidate should never do.
This
because
setup.
he or she knows or should know that such a claim and such words can actually incite violent insurrection, you were told. Well, it seems that the House manager's position must be actually a bit narrower than that.
Oh no.
The House manager's position really is that when Republican candidates for office claim an election is stolen or that the winner is illegitimate, it constitutes inciting an insurrection, and the candidate should know it.
If you don't know what video's coming.
Democratic Party candidates for public elective office are perfectly entitled to claim the election was stolen or that the winner is illegitimate or to make any other outrageous claim they can. It is their absolute right to do so. and it is their absolute right to do so, irrespective of whether there's any evidence to support the claim. Democratic candidates can claim that an election was stolen because of Russian collusion
Please
or
play
without
the
any
video.
explanation at all, and that is perfectly okay and is in no way incitement to an insurrection. And somehow, when Democratic candidates publicly decry an election as stolen or illegitimate, it's never a big lie. You've been doing it for years.
But can you imagine telling your supporters that the only way you could possibly lose
Oh, God.
is if an American election
Oh, no.
was rigged and stolen from you? And ask yourself whether you've ever seen anyone at any level of government make the same claim about their own election.
If Stacey Abrams doesn't win in Georgia, they stole it. It's clear. It's clear. And I say that publicly, it's clear.
You can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
He knows he's an illegitimate president. He knows that there were a bunch of different reasons why the election turned out the way it did.
Votes remain to be counted. There are voices that were waiting to be heard.
And I will not concede. And I respect where you're coming from, and I respect the issues that you're raising. You're not answering the question. Do you think it was... You're not using the word legitimate.
There are still legitimate concerns over the integrity of our elections and of ensuring the principle of one person, one vote.
I agree with tens of millions of Americans who are very worried that when they cast the ballot on an electronic voting machine, that there is no paper trail to record that vote.
But constantly shifting vote tallies in Ohio and malfunctioning electronic machines which may not have paper receipts have led to additional loss of confidence by the public. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and it is appropriate to do so.
Ooh.
House Manager Castro.
Oh, I
no longer
figured they
has
would
to
do
try to
way more
imagine
than
it,
that.
Thanks to the distinguished senator and others. It didn't have to be this way. The Democrats promised unity. They promised to deliver the very COVID relief in the form of $2,000 stimulus checks that President Trump called for. They should have listened to their own words of the past. I leave you with the wise words of Congressman Jerry Nadler.
The effect of impeachment is to overturn the popular will of the voters. We must not overturn an election and remove a president from office, except to defend our system of government or our constitutional liberties.
That man's had a few hero sandwiches.
And we must not do so without an overwhelming consensus of the American people. There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment supported by one of our major political parties and opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will produce the divisiveness and bitterness in our politics for years to come and will call into question the very legitimacy of our political institutions. The American people have heard the allegations against the president, and they overwhelmingly oppose impeaching him. They elected President Clinton. They still support him. We have no right to overturn the considered judgment of the American people. Mr. Speaker, the case against the president has not been made. There is far from sufficient evidence to support the allegations.
That's a wide
and
boy.
The allegations,
right there.
even if proven true, do not rise to the level of impeachable offenses. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a partisan railroad job. The same people who today tell us we must impeach the president for lying under oath almost to a person voted last year
Yeah,
to
where's
re-elect
Jerry
the Speaker
Nadler's
who had
mask?
just admitted lying to Congress in an official proceeding. The American people are watching, and they will not forget. You may have the votes, you may have the muscle, but you do not have the legitimacy of a national consensus or of a constitutional imperative. This partisan coup d'etat will go down in infamy in the history of this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Wow. William Hazing says The Crimson Spark, first book in a heart-wrenching dark fantasy saga, is now available on Audible. Performed by anime superstar and all-around wonderful guy Vic Mignogna. Please consider checking it out. The Crimson Spark for the fans. Let's see what Castor does today. Bad Vibe says, can we get a wellness check on Pocahontas and Monica? Jeez. Morty J says, this is the best remix track ever. K's 215 says, Fight Club. Bad Vibe says, fight me, bro. Amenthi says, 4chan would use the exploding van clip and it would be incredible.
Senators. President. There are two fundamental questions for purposes of this free speech analysis.
Not Castor yet.
First, does the First Amendment to the Constitution apply in this chamber to these impeachment proceedings? Second, if it does, do the words spoken by Mr. Trump at the Ellipse on January 6th meet the definition of constitutional incitement so as to void the protections afforded by the First Amendment? I will explain why the answers to both of these questions must be a resounding yes. The Constitution and the First Amendment must certainly apply to these impeachment proceedings, and Mr. Trump's speech deserves full protection under the First Amendment.
I would hire Vanderveen in a heartbeat right now.
But before getting into the legal analysis, some preliminary observations about the House manager's case should be made. First, this case, unfortunately, is about political hatred. It has become very clear
if they
that the
end
House
this on a
Democrats
poem, I'm going to go beat them to
Donald
death
Trump.
myself in Minecraft.
This type of political hatred has no place in our political institutions and certainly no place in the law. This hatred has led the House managers to manipulate and selectively edit Mr. Trump's speech to make it falsely appear that he sought to incite the crowd to violently attack the Capitol. He didn't, and we will show you why.
Think they're going to just wrap this up in like 4 hours?
The House managers to make some astounding
2
legal
hours?
arguments. They astoundingly urge you to disregard your oath by ignoring the First Amendment of the Constitution.
That is amazing.
They also ignore landmark binding United States Supreme Court cases, precedents, Wood and Bond, both of which unequivocally hold that elected officials have core First Amendment rights to engage in the exact type of political speech which Mr. Trump engaged in. I was shocked the House managers not only spent a mere 3 pages on the First Amendment analysis in their trial memo, but yesterday they spent a mere 10 minutes at the end of their case as a throwaway. What we have read and what we have heard is devoid of any constitutional analysis for less than what I would expect from a first-year law student. They left out landmark cases, total intellectual dishonesty. And finally, hatred is at the heart of the House managers' frivolous attempts to blame Donald Trump for the criminal acts of the rioters based on double hearsay statements of fringe right-wing groups based on no real evidence other than rank speculation. Hatred is a dangerous thing. We all have to work to overcome it. Hatred should have no place in this chamber, in these proceedings.
By the way, some guy told me yesterday I was the worst lawyer ever for talking about the First Amendment protections.
The Senate is presented with an extraordinary task.
I guess Vanderveen is too. What a dumbass.
Of a former president's words in a speech that he gave at a political event. The House managers accused Mr. Trump of using his words to incite the horrific events at the Capitol on January 6th. But yesterday, they gave you a new and novel standard of incitement with an element of foreseeability, a negligence concept. They cite 0 case law. They made it up. This task of applying a completely made-up legal standard of incitement to an impeachment proceeding is truly an unprecedented task for the Senate. And that is something the Senate must seriously consider when deciding the issue. Do you want to create a precedent where the Senate will be tasked with sitting in judgment as to the meaning and implied intent of a president's words or words of any elected official? Will that allow and maybe encourage a majority party to weaponize the awesome power of impeachment against the minority to suppress a point of view? Will the Senate then have to deal with constant articles of impeachment by a majority party accusing minority presidents or other elected officials of so-called insightful or false speeches? You can see where this would lead. Sadly, we have all seen the political rhetoric get ratcheted up over the last few years. We've all been witnesses to many incendiary words by our officials at political events, broadcast over the media internet.
The media
In each
internet.
of those instances, will there now be Senate impeachment hearings? One last observation.
One last observation.
We agree with the
Okay.
House managers, context does indeed matter. The inflammatory rhetoric from our elected officials must be considered as part of the larger context of Mr. Trump's speech at the Ellipse on January 6th. The inflammatory language from both sides of the aisle has been alarming, frankly. But this political discourse must be considered as part of these proceedings to contextualize Mr. Trump's words. We have some video to play that highlights some of what I'm talking about.
Do you?
I preface this video
Do
by
you have
noting
some video?
I am not showing you this video as some excuse for Mr. Trump's speech. This is not whataboutism. I am showing you this to make the point that all political speech must be protected.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
There needs to be unrest in the
Showing
streets
it
for
again.
as long as
Okay.
there's unrest
This
in our
is
lives.
this is annoying,
Punch. You have to be ready to throw a punch.
but they've got to hammer this home.
Punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
Feel like punching him. I'd like to take him behind the gym if I were in high school. If we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
No, I wish you were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
We've already watched this, so C4 Owns says, just think, Nick, if they just let him leave office, the Democrats would look so much better right now. I bet they're going to make them look stupid and petty that they are. Yes.
Where it says that protests are supposed to be
Blaine
polite
20 says
and
one of
peaceful.
Wimpy's burgers tried to escape. That was Nadler's cough.
I have thought an awful lot.
Cashew Matthew says, stop, they're already dead. Also, shout out to my buddy, the son of Daw.
In the face of some
Bad Vibe says, bludgeon the left with their own words for 8 hours.
I want to tell you, Lord
I think
Judge,
they'll end early.
I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
We're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the...
This is just a warning to you Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
If you had to be
Make
stuck in
them
an
pay.
elevator with either
It's
President
fine.
Trump, Mike Pence, or Jeff Sessions, who would it be?
Does one of us have to come out alive?
Again, I did not show you their robust speech to excuse or balance out the speech of my client, for I need not. I showed you the video because in this political forum, all robust speech should be protected, and it should be protected evenly for all of us. As a brief aside, we should all reflect and acknowledge the rhetoric has gotten to be too much and over the top. It is grating on the collective well-being of the body politic, the citizens. Most would like it to stop. But the point is, when you see speech such as this, you have to apply the First Amendment evenly, blindly, She is blind, Lady Justice. Question 1. Does the First Amendment apply to this chamber in these proceedings? The House manager's position, as stated in their trial brief, is, and I quote, "The First Amendment does not apply at all to an impeachment proceeding." That's their position. This is plainly wrong. The text of the First Amendment expressly restricts Congress from regulating speech. It says, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." To ignore the Constitution would be contrary to the oath of office of a United States Senator. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Well, you all know the rest. No, the Senate cannot ignore the First Amendment. The Constitution itself limits the ability of the House to impeach to limited items, such as high crimes and misdemeanors. The position advanced by the House managers is essentially an unlimited impeachment standard without constitutional guardrails, unmoored to any specific legal test other than the unbridled discretion of Congress.
Oh, gosh.
This is distinctly not the intent of the framers.
Why was the first day? Was the first day so bad as like
that would make the president the mere creature of the legislature?
I know someone said
quote,
they're only trying to be
from the
stupid
framers while
to lull them into false
the
security.
Impeachment process on the floor of the Constitutional Convention of 1787. The framers were fearful that any impeachment process that gave Congress full discretion on the standard for impeachment would constitute nothing less than a violation, quote, a violation of the fundamental principle of good government. One founding father, James Wilson, wrote extensively on the impeachment process.
I just dropped a spicy retweet.
Mr. Wilson was a renowned legal scholar.
If you're following along on Twitter.
A law professor at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. He was a major force in drafting and adopting the Constitution in 1787. He served as one of the first six Supreme Court justices, 1789 to 1798. He was appointed by President George Washington. In fact, Wilson taught the first course on the new Constitution
I hate that my Twitter's shadow banned.
to President Washington and his cabinet. The first in the nation's history, in Philadelphia, at the University of Pennsylvania in 1789.
I'm also on Minds and Gab, but I was
Wilson, in
retweeting
his
someone
law
on Twitter. I
lectures,
can't retweet
the first
them
of
on
their
the other
kind
platforms.
Under the Constitution plainly states that the Senate may not ignore the Constitution in impeachment proceedings. He states that lawful and constitutional conduct may not be used as an impeachable offense. Let me say that again. He states that lawful and constitutional conduct may not be used as an impeachable offense. Read along with me. The doctrine of impeachment
Why don't they have
is
video
of
of James
high
Wilson?
import in the constitutions of
Lazy.
free states. On one hand, the most powerful magistrate should be amenable to the law. On the other hand, Elevated characters should not be sacrificed merely on account of their elevation. No one should be secure while he violates the Constitution and the laws. Everyone should be secure while he observes them. To be clear, James Wilson is saying that the Constitution does indeed apply when judging whether to convict an official by impeachment. If the complaint of conduct is constitutional, it cannot be impeachable. Are we to ignore the words and teachings of James Wilson? The House managers surely want you to. The House managers have made several references to this letter, signed by 140 partisan law professors, calling Mr. Trump's First Amendment defense legally frivolous. This is really an outrageous attempt to intimidate Mr. Trump's lawyers. Whenever a lawyer advances a truly frivolous argument, they may violate professional ethical rules and could be subject to discipline. This letter is a direct threat to my law license, my career, and my family's financial well-being.
I don't like this argument that much.
Law professors should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the House managers. How dare you? Do you really hate Donald Trump so much that you're willing to destroy good, hard-working people's lives, people that are only doing their jobs, and frankly, as counsel for an accused fulfilling a constitutional role?
It's a cancel culture argument,
really.
kind of, but it seems whiny, and I don't like it that much.
I'm a citizen, not a politician. I know these First Amendment arguments are not anywhere close to frivolous. They are completely meritorious. Interestingly, the law professor's letter was issued on February 5th, 3 days before we even filed
He should just focus on how they're shaming the First Amendment and devaluing it for their political aims.
Bedrock Supreme Court cases directly addressing this issue. In our brief, we have a direct quote from James Wilson, the founding father, supporting our position. The direct quote was documented in the founding fathers' original legal papers. Do I have those with me? On the subject. He was the primary draftsman of the Constitution who taught the new Constitution to President Washington. He says so long as acts of elected officials like Mr. Trump are constitutionally protected, he should not be impeached. We have landmark U.S. Supreme Court decisions, Wood and Bonds, which I'll explain in detail, supporting our position. All of this the House managers and the partisan law professors completely and misleadingly ignore. Frivolous? Hardly. The letter is a bully tactic, and I think evidence is the House managers know.
Yeah, this is not the worst thing.
With
it's
the First Amendment defense
the other stuff has been
on the merits.
fire. This is a little.
So
this is
they're
like a
resorting
match.
to such tactics. The House manager's suggestion that the First Amendment does not apply to this impeachment process is completely untenable. Ignoring the First Amendment would conflict with the senator's oath of office. It would also conflict with well-settled Supreme Court precedent and ignore the intent of the framers of the Constitution, such as James Wilson. Above all else, ignoring the Constitution would adopt the new Raskin common sense doctrine we heard yesterday, eroding hundreds of years of First Amendment protections. We are here under the Constitution. It is illogical what the House managers say. The Constitution does apply to this constitutional impeachment process. It's double talk, nonsense, illogical. If the House managers had their way, they would ignore all of the Constitution. Does that include the Sixth Amendment?
Just let me be clear. It's
The right
just
to counsel?
you're attacking me personally
They would have Mr. Trump sitting
sentences
here
that
without
I don't
lawyers.
like. That's it.
And who would be next? It could be anyone. One of you. Or one of you.
You're coming after my license. That part seemed whiny. The rest is fine.
You must reject this invitation to ignore the First Amendment. It is anti-American and would set dangerous precedent forever. The law has developed over the years to clearly establish elected officials have the right to engage in protected speech. Mr. Trump is not just a guy on the street or a guy at a bar or a fire chief or a police officer. There were a few of them in there. All analogies given by the House managers. These sideways analogies are wrong. Mr. Trump was an elected official, and there is an entire body of law, Supreme Court landmark cases supporting the conclusion that Mr. Trump actually has enhanced free speech rights because he is an elected official.
Correct.
These cases are ignored by the House managers and the law professors. And that, too, is total intellectual dishonesty. The Supreme Court has long held that the First Amendment's right to freedom of speech protects elected officials. Two important on-point decisions from the Supreme Court, Wood versus Georgia and Bond versus Floyd, expressly contradict the House managers' position. The House managers do not even cite those cases in their brief. They barely acknowledged them in their reply, and they were mum on them yesterday. In Wood versus Georgia, the Supreme Court addressed a case involving a sitting sheriff whose reelection was being investigated by a grand jury impaneled by a judge based on allegations of irregular Negro bloc voting. It was in the 60s. The sheriff spoke publicly in multiple press releases calling the grand jury investigations racist, illegitimate, and an attempt to intimidate voters. He even urged the grand jurors on how to decide the issues and not let its high office be a party to any political attempt to intimidate voters. The sheriff viewed the grand jury as challenging the legitimacy of his election. The sheriff even sent a letter to the grand jurors with these allegations, which is an extraordinary step since laws in most states, including Georgia, prohibit attempts to influence or intimidate jurors. The sheriff was charged and convicted of contempt of court and obstruction of the grand jury. But the Supreme Court, in a decision written by Justice Brennan, reversed. The court held that the First Amendment protected an elected public official's speech because the voting controversy directly affected the sheriff's political career. G29. The petitioner was an elected official and had, read with me, please.
I know
everybody.
Read along with me.
The petitioner was an elected official and had the right to enter the field of political controversy, particularly where his political life was at stake. The role that elected officials play in our society makes it all the more imperative that they be allowed freely to express themselves on matters of current public importance.
I know people are thinking this guy's a little slow and boring,
stands for the proposition
but you need to cool
that
down.
A difference of political opinion expressed in the speech on an issue of voting irregularity cannot be punishable where all that was done was to encourage investigation and peaceful political speech. Just like Mr. Trump has done here. The legal scholars call that directly on point. A second case, Bond versus Floyd, involved a state legislature punishing an elected official for protected political speech. Bond is particularly instructive here, too. In Bond, the Supreme Court squarely addressed the question of an elected official's punishment
Oh, he's great,
by
yeah.
a legislature for statements alleged to have incited public violation of the law, the burning of draft cards. The court unequivocally rejected the idea, advanced here by the House managers, that an elected official is entitled to no protection under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court held that the Georgia House of Representatives was, in fact, forbidden by the First Amendment from punishing Bond, by not seating him, for advocating against the policy of the United States. There are three fundamental holdings in Bond. One, the manifest function of the First Amendment in a representative government requires that legislators be given the widest latitude to express their views on issues of policy. Two, just as erroneous statements must be protected to give freedom of expression the breathing space it needs to survive, so statements criticizing public policy and the implementation of it must be similarly protected. Third holding, legislators have an obligation to take positions on controversial political questions so that their constituents can be fully informed by them and be better able to assess their qualifications. Please read along with me. Their qualifications for office. Also, so they may be represented in governmental debates by the person they have elected to represent them. Mr. Trump enjoys this same First Amendment protection from Congress. The First Amendment's protections guarantee free speech addressing the electoral integrity issues essential to his career that Mr. Trump has consistently advocated. The House managers argue that the First Amendment, and I quote, does not shield public officials who occupy sensitive policy-making positions from adverse actions when their speech undermines important governmental interests. That is flat wrong. They are, in essence, attempting to treat Mr. Trump as their employee. This is not the law under Wood and Bond. Mr. Trump was elected by the people. He is an elected official. The Supreme Court says elected officials must have the right to freely engage in public speech. Indeed, the Supreme Court expressly rejected the House managers' argument in Wood versus Georgia, holding that the sheriff was not a civil servant, but an elected official who had core First Amendment rights which could not be restricted. That's Wood v. Georgia, page 395, footnote 21. The House managers do not mention Wood or Bond in the trial brief or anywhere else. Why? Why not? Because it does not fit their narrative or their story. They want to punish Mr. Trump for engaging in constitutionally protected free speech, and they do not want you to consider the issue.
Yep.
But you must.
He's crushing it.
Question two.
This is devastating legal
argument. Does Mr. Trump's speech deserve protection under the First Amendment? There is no doubt Mr. Trump engaged in constitutionally protected political speech that the House has improperly characterized as incitement of insurrection. The fatal flaw of the House's argument is that it seeks to mete out governmental punishment, impeachment, based on First Amendment political speech. Speech for political purposes is the kind of activity to which the First Amendment offers its strongest protection. These are bedrock principles recognized by our Supreme Court for decades. The court has stated in no uncertain terms the importance of these principles to our democratic principles. The general proposition that freedom of expression upon public questions is secured by the First Amendment has long been settled by our decisions. The constitutional safeguard, we have said, was fashioned to assure unfettered interchange of ideas for the bringing about of political and social changes desired by the people. New York Times v. Sullivan.
It's a good question as to why New York Times versus Sullivan isn't in their brief, too.
Hierarchy in the constitutional protection of speech. Core political speeches occupy the highest, most protected position. Even political speech that may incite unlawful conduct is protected from the reach of government punishment. The court has said every idea is an incitement, and if speech may be suppressed when it might inspire someone to act unlawfully, then there is no limit to the state's censorial power. The government may not prohibit speech because it increases the chances of an unlawful act will be committed at some indefinite time in the future. The House managers showed you a series of tweets going all the way back to 2015 in an effort to prove incitement. All of that evidence is totally irrelevant under the constitutional definition of incitement.
You got to remind me to tell you a story from my con law professor.
The issue of incitement speech. Half of the case was mentioned yesterday.
It applies directly to Jamie Raskin.
In the Brandenburg v. Ohio case, another landmark, the court held the government may only suppress speech for advocating the use of force or a violation of law if such advocacy is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. The Brandenburg holding has been interpreted as having three basic prongs to determine if speech meet the definition of incitement. The Brandenburg test precludes speech from being sanctioned as incitement to a riot unless the speech explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action. 2, the speaker intends that his speech will result in use of violence or lawless action. And 3, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is the likely result of the speech. The House managers cannot get past the first prong of the Brandenburg test. They have not and cannot prove Mr. Trump explicitly or implicitly encouraged use of violence or lawless action, period. Brandenburg requires a close examination of the words
Ryan Ferrier
themselves.
says, David Packman, they're making a compilation of clips of Democrats that are mostly clearly rhetorical.
The House
but what Trump says isn't rhetorical, but is real incitement to violence. The left's cognitive dissonance is impressive.
Why not? Because on the face of it, Mr. Trump's words are no different than the figurative speech used by every one of the senators assembled here today. If it is not about the words, but about the big lie of a stolen election, then why isn't House Manager Raskin guilty since he tried to overturn the 2016 election?
Whoops.
The more the House managers speak, the more hypocrisy gets revealed.
That's a good line.
Even though they say it's not about the words, the law under Brandenburg requires a close analysis of the words to determine incitement. So we need to look at those words. Mr. Trump did the opposite of advocating for lawless action. The opposite. He expressly advocated for peaceful action at the Save America rally. He explicitly stated, these are the words, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard." To peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That is how this president has spoken for years when he condemns violence, lawlessness, and rioters. The House managers have played manipulated, selectively edited parts of Mr. Trump's speech.
This guy only has 35 Twitter followers.
Fight.
36
now.
The
president used the word fight 20 times in his speech. They picked only 2. Why? Why not the other 18? Because they don't tell the story the way they want to tell it. Here are all of them. Listen to the context.
And Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts, unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party. He's got guts. He fights. He fights. And I'll tell you, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. There's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting. But it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. Get rid of, how do you say I want to get rid of America first? Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, right? Unbelievable what we have to go through. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly. Republicans are constantly fighting.
Bad Vibe
like
says,
a boxer
for country,
with his
integrity,
hands tied
good government, honor,
behind
and
his
trust.
back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. And the accountability says, if we see somebody in there that doesn't treat our vets well, or they steal, they rob, they do things badly, we say, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Before you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that before. So we've taken care of things. We've done things like nobody's ever thought possible. And that's part of the reason that many people don't like us, because we've done too much. But we've done it quickly, and we were going to sit home and watch a big victory, and everybody had us down for a victory. It was going to be great. And now we're out here fighting. I said to somebody I was going to take a few days and relax after our big electoral victory. 10 o'clock, it was over. The American people do not believe the corrupt fake news anymore. They have ruined their reputation. But you know, it used to be that they'd argue with me, I'd fight. So I'd fight, they'd fight, I'd fight, they'd fight, bop, bop. You'd believe me, you'd believe them. Somebody comes out, you know, they had their point of view, I had my point of view. But you'd have an argument. Now what they do is they go silent. It's called suppression. And that's what happens in a communist country. That's what they do. They suppress. You don't fight with them anymore, unless it's a bad story. If they have a little bad story about me, they make it 10 times worse, and it's a major headline. But Hunter Biden, they don't talk about him. What happened to Hunter?
What happened? Where's Hunter? Where is he?
With your help over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news. And they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
A boxer fighting with his hand tied behind his back, members of Congress fighting, Rudy being Rudy. These are the metaphorical, rhetorical uses of the word fight. We all know that, right? Suddenly, the word fight is off limits. Spare us the hypocrisy and false indignation. It's a term used over and over and over again by politicians on both sides of the aisle. And of course, the Democrat House managers know that the word fight has been used figuratively in political speech forever. But don't take it from me. It's best to listen to them.
Our mission is to fight.
Our job is to fight.
We are in a fight.
Oh, you're not going to play this fight video again.
Democrats are fighting as hard
Oh,
as
it's like
we
30
can.
minutes. Let me read some of these chats.
We
Sword versus Scale says, I don't care how good their legal arguments are. If the last Trump lawyer doesn't literally drop the mic, then they ain't worth shiz.
I will fight like hell.
We're going to fight like hell.
I'm going to fight like hell.
Fight like hell.
I will fight like hell.
We have to fight like hell.
I, and I know many other senators and members of the House, will fight like hell.
We are going to
Is this one different?
We're going to fight like hell.
This is a different one.
And we just have to fight.
This is a different video.
We are gonna fight. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight.
Because you'll fight.
To fight.
Political revolution. That means that millions.
This is a different video. They have another one.
Stand up and fight.
And fight and fight. Stand up and fight back.
To fight.
And continue to fight. Once again, fight back in the fight.
We're fighting back.
My fight. To fight an administration.
You don't get what you don't fight for.
We'll also fight him and challenge him in every way that we can.
Fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets.
In the Congress.
In the streets.
And in the streets.
And in the sheets.
There's the fight, and then there's the fight to defend.
We're eager to take on this fight.
The American people are going to have to fight.
Get in this fight.
Get in this fight.
Around the clock fighting. We've got to keep fighting and keep focused.
We will fight when we must fight.
We've been fighting, and we need to fight, but we also need to fight.
It's always going to be an uphill fight.
This is going to be a fight.
We always must fight.
We're in the fight of our lives.
And we're going to be in for the fight of our lives.
This is the fight of our life.
The fight of their lives.
We are in this fight for our lives.
We cannot ever give up.
What are they? This is brutal.
Hypocrisy. The reality is, Mr. Trump was not in any way, shape, or form instructing these people to fight or to use physical violence. What he was instructing them to do was to challenge their opponents in primary elections, to push for sweeping election reforms, to hold big tech responsible, all customary and legal ways to petition your government for redress of grievances, which of course is also protected constitutional speech. But the House managers don't want you to focus on those things because, again, it does not fit their story. In the end, I leave you with this quote from Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, come on.
Freedom of speech is a principal pillar of a free government. When this support is taken away, the Constitution of a free society is dissolved, and tyranny is erected on its ruins.
Ben Franklin incited my erection. Nailed it. Oh, that was great. That guy was devastating. Op12 says, new viewer found you here from Jeremy's stream last night. Love the coverage you're providing. Thank you. Hey, thanks, buddy.
Mr.
Welcome.
President,
The majority leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate recess for a 15-minute break.
Zuma99 says, I'd like to elect Nick as the speaker for the House of Whiskey Representatives. Okay, guys, my camera's going to go away for just a minute. I'm going to get uncivil law on. Give us just a second. Sorry that it's going to be quiet and my camera's going to disappear, but I am getting we'll get uncivil law on, and this will be good stuff, okay? Bear with me. Take your breaks, go to the bathroom. They say 15 minutes. You probably have like an hour. I'm kidding about that hour thing. I'm still here. Sorry about that. Getting everything set up. Oh my gosh. I mean, they have been destroying the House impeachment managers today. It's not even close. Now, ultimately, this is ending up being a political argument, so it's not like they could just win. If this were a court, I said long ago, this would have been dismissed. But this has been just absolutely brutal. The video has been killing it. I think what they likely did is solicited out, send us video up to 5 minutes in length of every time you can find a Democrat using the word fight. And if you put together a good one, we'll give you $25 or whatever. Post that on 4chan. And then they just had to review them. There's no way they had time to go through individually and do this stuff. It would cost way too much. Let's see. Zuma99 says, I'd like to elect Nick as the speaker for the House of Whiskey Representatives. Ooh, I'll take it. All right. Let me, you ready to Okay, hold on. Let me, we've got uncivil law here. Let me transition. There we go. Oh, we're on screen now.
Ooh.
Oh,
Fancy.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, it's like, where was this on day one?
They were, I mean, they were, Castor was terrible on day one and Schoen wasn't great.
No.
Today, I mean, Vanderveen is killing it.
He is pretty much killing it, yeah. It's top notch. This is what you'd expect. I think what they probably did is they got a whole bunch of paralegals in a room and they didn't sleep for several days, putting together clips and finding clips and putting together this stuff so they'd have it for the montages. You know, you want the montage for all the times they've called for fighting or violence. You want the montage dealing with the rioting. I didn't really see the juxtaposition for Charlottesville, but that was a nice touch. I wouldn't have thought of that one, but I liked it. And then the constitutional analysis was just devastating. Here are some cases. Please read along.
Yeah.
Please read the screen as I'm reading the case law to you to show you that public officials do in fact have a First Amendment. The House managers say no First Amendment for the president. And it's like, well, here's some cases that seem to say the exact opposite of those things. And most of you in this chamber are lawyers.
Yeah.
So, you know, read along. And since you took an oath to defend the Constitution, you should be able to understand what these words mean. So how's that working out for you?
Yeah, it's
apparently there's a literal trump card though. Orange man bad.
That's true. He is awful and evil. And we can never be allowed to forget that, because that is what matters. Constitution doesn't protect awful evil people who are orange. That's that would be illegal. I wanted to tell a quick story about my con law professor, because I think it applies directly to Jamie Raskin, and that showed today. Jamie Raskin has been appealing to his authority as a con law professor throughout this entire process. I happen to teach the Constitution. Con law is what, a 1.5 L course. It's like one of the required courses you take. You might take it as a 2L. I don't remember specifically where it comes in, but
Mine was 2L, but yeah.
But this is an important thing. A con law course goes over basic constitutional principles. It doesn't mean that a con law professor is going to know every aspect of constitutional law all the time, especially when it's a topic that is not prominent, not really been that prominent until today. And so these guys do the actual work and go in and find these con law cases. My con law professor, who's a great guy, I really like him, John Radson, very, very interesting fellow. He said, "Don't ever try to learn how to litigate from us. We're professors. There are lawyers out there who would run circles around any professor in this school. That's why we're professors and why they're making tons of money litigating." I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but not much. Not much. He wasn't mincing words. Jamie Raskin just got schooled by a litigator who had to sit down, do the research, do the work, and develop an argument rather than rely on, "But I taught con law to second-year law students, bro. I obviously know more." And I just, like, it brought me right back to sitting in class going, well, yeah, I know this because I'm not crazy, but I don't know if a lot of people realize that. And I thought that was just beautiful, beautiful, because he eviscerated Raskin's argument on the First Amendment, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't even close. And if you're a con law professor, maybe occasionally you could read some cases other than the standard ones that you teach, and throw in some other stuff just to keep your memory fresh.
Yeah,
I think to yourself, maybe there's cases out there that combine the concept of First Amendment and a public official. Maybe there's some cases out there I could find that would deal with those concepts.
Yeah, maybe he should have just called Erwin Chemerinsky and said, "Erwin, you didn't put any of these in your book that I'm looking at for my syllabus. Do you know of any?"
Well, if you're looking for a book, you just go up to your law school library. They probably still have the reports in print. And you just go to the shelves and start reading, right?
But it's
or consult your LexisNexis rep. They'll help you out.
Right. Yeah. Your law librarian will be helpful. Your LexisNexis or Westlaw reps, they're there. I mean, Surely you could go back to your alma mater and borrow one for a few minutes.
Right.
Actually, you got to imagine like the rep for Lexus and Westlaw at the House and the Senate has to be like that has to be a power player, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because
They
they're
get
selling them.
they get. I mean, the wonderful thing about the Lexus and Westlaw reps is they get questions on how to research like all the things, and so they know how to research all the things. So yeah, that person would be a pretty good person to ask. Probably better than even a paralegal. Because they're faced by nothing but 1Ls all the time who don't know squat about researching things. So yeah, let's get a LexisNexis rep over here. They'll be great.
Oh my gosh. So aside from that, I mean, obviously today's going very well for them.
Yes.
What's your kind of impression of the House impeachment manager's arguments over the past 2 days? I guess outside of the context of this, and then maybe compare.
Well, I thought for the most part they've been pretty solid. I had some complaints with them being a little one-noted and not varying their approaches on things, because I think emotional appeals and appeals to incredulity can be a part of a package. But I found it. If you know, because I used to do a lot of public speaking, a lot of debate, and you got to vary vocal variety. You got to vary your appeals. You can't just stay one track.
Right.
So you got to switch things up. It's also a tactic about interrogation. If you ever read the like interrogation manuals, where it's like, you spike someone's emotions and then calm them down, spike it, calm them down. You don't want to keep it in one mode. You want to vary things. It helps with listener attention. It helps with a whole bunch of things to do all that stuff. So I found the House managers good, but one noted. And then of course on day one with the Trump reps, I was like, why can I do better off the cuff than these guys are doing with prep? Because I don't want to seem unduly arrogant, but I was thinking to myself the whole time, I'm like, I could probably impromptu better than this. And that's sad.
I don't think that was being arrogant, because that's not saying that you would have done a phenomenal job. It's just saying
better than garbage.
They did so bad on the opening day. Specifically, Castor did so bad on the opening day that was frankly terrible. There's no way around it. There's no mincing words. They were bad.
They were very bad, yeah. So I think the House managers have been overall very good and very solid. And the Trump people at least have come with their A game now. So I think the Trump people are definitely kicking ass at this point over the House managers, because the House managers appeal is very shallow.
Right.
So it's surface. There's a surface appeal to it, where the emotional resonance and sort of this horrible thing. A horrible thing has happened. Surely someone must be responsible. We must get the person who's responsible. It's a very natural human impulse to get the evil. An evil thing has occurred. We must find the source of the evil. We must balance the scales. It's primal. So there's something very primal, viscerally appealing to that. That's emotionally resonant, but it's very thin, because then you apply like higher reasoning skills, maybe not just the brainstem. You go higher up in the brain, and maybe your prefrontal cortex. The evolution spent all that time developing, and you're like, wait a second, maybe let's actually think about this for a second and apply reason. Because we got all that wonderful reason mechanisms. We don't have to go just pure primal on this thing.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, here's one of the things I really liked was the way that they teed up the video clips.
Oh,
I like the way I like the introductions even more than the follow through, because the clips in the follow through were kind of predictable, but the way they teed them up and just really spiked them and be like, I'm about to expose you for the massive hypocrites, double standards that you are. And they're like, how they've said that anytime a person says an election is invalid, it's that they're bad. Anytime, these words are never acceptable. Cue clip.
Yeah. Well, they would. I don't think you did justice, because they would drag it out a little bit longer, and they drag it out, and the impeachment manager's sitting there going, "Son of a bitch," because remember, Jamie Raskin's like, "I did stand up and object to all this. I did call this a sham. No, I know it's gonna happen. And then bam, 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 bam. Just
you knew what the end was going to be about 20 or 30 seconds into it.
Yeah.
It's like you already know where this is going. But he wouldn't get there. And he dragged it out in a way that was good, as opposed to the first day where the guy never had a point at all. And we were like begging, please get to the point. Because there's nothing. I'm like, why are we talking about Greeks and Romans and whatever? But here you could see the point coming. So you had that moment, you had that anticipation because you know where this story is going, and you're waiting for that catharsis. You know, waiting for the resolution of the story, and you're just keeping it and increasing that tension.
Mm-hmm.
So I like this mechanism here. It's like, oh, I'm just waiting for this resolution catharsis. Why won't it come? Why won't it come? And then when you finally get through, you're like, oh, sweet relief. It's like dump just the endorphins into my body. It's like, yes, rain on me with all the stuff I've been waiting for all this time.
Yeah,
it's great.
And I do want to address something. Someone in the chat asked if maybe this was their strategy, was to be bad the first day. No,
that can't be.
Law doesn't work that way. There's never a day where it's strategically good to be bad in law. Ever.
No.
It's never strategically good. You never want to like set someone up by sharking them. That works in pool when you're making wagers. You know, that works in bowling and stuff like that. It does not work in a courtroom. It does not work in an impeachment trial where the entirety of the process matters. It's just that the first day was the most acceptable day for them to fail because it was an argument that had already basically been had. It had already basically been voted on. They listened to Jonathan Turley talk about the unconstitutionality of this a couple weeks ago, and then they had a vote on it. And then so that first 4-hour day was largely unimportant, but it's not like they would still want to produce a bad performance, because a bad performance can change enough minds. They can actually say they're not taking this seriously. Remember that this is ultimately a vote. And that's the only reason that this gets to go to where it is that this is a vote in the Senate. Nothing more, nothing less. There's no one who can really stop the vote. There isn't a judge who's going to come save the day and enjoin the senators from voting. So they have to be on point as much as possible. And you don't want to piss them off.
No, I agree completely. And there's no reason to be bad, because hustling only works in like pool or anything else where you like lose games in order to fool them into betting bigger later so that you can take the big score. There's no other game here. There's only the one game.
Right.
So there's no reason to feign weakness, because they're coming with their A game in this game, and there's no other game to be had. So why would you feign weakness? There's no advantage to be gained later. And that first day was so bad with Trump managers. If you're trying to be somewhat objective and trying to look at this in a fair way, you could totally understand people voting legitimately for the impeachment and voting to convict, because the defense was so bad, and the appeal of the House managers was consistent, and it was thin, but unfortunately they didn't manage to overcome the thinness.
Right.
So the thin veneer was more than enough to get you where you needed to be at that point. So you're like, well, I've got nothing versus thin veneer, so thin veneer is looking pretty good. So at that point, if some of the Republicans, for example, were contemplating impeachment and contemplating conviction or looking for a reason to, it'd be hard to blame them.
Right.
Now at this point, you're the other way around. You're like, oh, you're thinking to yourself, oh, if you're a member of the Democrats, especially if you're a lawyer, as most of them are, and you're looking at this in a constitutional way, as theoretically you should be, because you swore an oath to that and all that good stuff, then how are you voting to convict, particularly when you have a double standards problem? Because if we're looking to Trump's guilt, his liability, it can't be based on the result, right? Incitement is incitement, whether or not the thing happens.
Yes.
If you're committing incitement, or you're committing an act of encouragement, whether or not it does ultimately result is not the standard. Even in Brandenburg, it wasn't the standard. The standard is if it's likely to result. So if you're encouraging the imminence and it wouldn't do it, but it doesn't happen for some reason, you're still guilty. So, and that's why, like, I forget who was making this point that I was listening to recently, but would Trump still be impeachable if the rioting had never happened? Presumably the answer would have to be yes, because Trump's liability or lack thereof would be the same either way. It doesn't become more libelous because the bad event occurred. That's not how law works. And so if you're going to say, okay, it would have been the same either way, then how about all these things where you said things that are as aggressive, if not more aggressive, than anything Trump said? At least he had the courtesy to say peacefully at some points along the way, where some of you guys didn't say that. So how are you coming to a standard where Trump is guilty and you're not guilty in any sort of consistent way? And then also the First Amendment on top of all that. So
Well,
if you're an intellectually honest Democrat, where do you go from here?
I think the only consistency is inconsistency.
Yeah.
No, that'll be the real trick. I think that's the barometer to watch will be how many Democrats vote against impeachment. Will any of them? Because presumably somebody would have to look at this and go, like they gave me what I needed was a lifeline to vote to convict, and they didn't give me anything other than emotion. And the Republican or the defense counsel came in and gave me some real legal reasons not to. I think it's going to be still split. I even think some of the Republicans are still going to vote to convict. I think Romney's
I think so too.
A big target. I think that's a terrible choice legally, but I mean that's
well,
just...
not according to Trump's defense counsel on day one. Lest we forget, you
Right.
should vote the way your constituents want. This is political, and you're accountable to your people, and you should definitely vote the way you want to or the way your constituents want, because that's your role.
Ben Sasse.
What is this madness?
Is the smartest man ever. Ben Sasse is right. No, stop it. Stop it, Castor. What are you doing? He was so bad.
It went too far in the way that he did it, but I didn't mind, like, as a slight rhetorical flourish, because that's common even in law to say, like, my worthy colleague or my opponent on their side, but you refer to them with a little bit of respect. And you could even imagine in like a jury scenario where you would say they made a good point as to like to try to diffuse some of it. So you're trying to like acknowledge something that's good to expose weaknesses. So you're not attacking the whole thing. There's strategic reasons to do that, but it didn't work. Whatever the strategy was. That was pretty much day one. The strategy didn't work.
My problem wasn't that they referred to them respectfully and respected their argument. My problem was them saying, we changed our entire strategy because of how good their presentation was.
No, you definitely should have said, definitely shouldn't have said that. That was bad.
And they just shouldn't have changed their strategy. You just come out and you hammer on your thing. I can't imagine what was in Castor's presentation that they thought we can scrap that and go with this instead. Like,
I'm having a hard time because there was nothing unpredictable about what they said.
Right.
That was so befuddling. Now, the only thing that was a bit unpredictable about it was that the day one was supposed to be, these arguments are almost backwards, because day one was supposed to be at the constitutional argument and later was supposed to get into the merits. And now we're kind of doing it the other way around, because we started immediately with the merits and now we're getting these constitutional arguments.
I think,
so the only thing,
I think this is deliberate on the point of the defense counsel anyway, as far as hammering the constitutional argument, because Raskin closed yesterday by saying, now, we've already foreclosed the constitutional issue, so it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. They just got to come bring the facts. They got to. That's what they have to do. I think they want to bring that back and say, no. The Constitution always matters. The constitutionality of this isn't foreclosed just because the Senate held a vote. And I think if it were me, I would actually have a line in there that says, if the Senate voting foreclosed constitutionality, the Supreme Court wouldn't have a job.
Yeah, that's right.
That's where I would go with this. It always matters. It always matters, and we always need to be on guard. The Constitution is the underpinning law of the land and always will be. And to see the other side disrespect it in this way is embarrassing. I think they should hit on that because, I've been appalled. I'm seeing people on Twitter, like even lawyers on Twitter, talking about how, well, the Constitution doesn't apply, or the First Amendment doesn't apply to impeachment proceedings. Like, the First
Amendment, the very first word? Yeah, what is the very first word of the First Amendment? I can't remember.
Congress.
Yeah. Might have some relevance.
Yeah, it's like, it always matters, and it always has to matter, because anytime, it is the one thing keeping us from tyranny. Like, that's the principle of our government, is this one document is our safeguard, bastion, and wall against tyranny. And so to say, well, but there's a door here. Like, no, there's no door. It's solid. a solid iron wall as far as you can see. You can't get through. It goes as high and deep and wide or whatever you need, whatever it is.
The thing that sort of befuddles me is even if you accept the premise that it doesn't matter, how you don't foresee how that comes back and bites you in the ass later. Because that's the thing that always, it's like, how do you not see that this struggles both ways? I mean, you don't have to be that smart to figure out how this argument goes the other way. It's like, if they can ignore the Constitution, then so can the other side. And so what defense do you have? None. So why are you willing to abandon it now? You never think you're going to lose power? Or
right.
you never think, that's the thing that always befuddles me. It's like, how do you not see this coming? Why do you not care?
Yeah, that's the thing to me. Like I know in theory what their constitutional argument is. It's that the Constitution isn't a bar to impeachment. Mm-hmm. I think they took the argument too far. That's what I think the House managers have done. I think maybe they should. I don't know. I don't know how you get around this without sounding like someone who just doesn't care about the Constitution in this instance, because your political leanings lead you to this conclusion. But it seems like there should be some way that I can't think of for them to say impeachment is not a process that has an automatic bar from the Constitution. And of course, the First Amendment is important, but we also have to understand that the president has a responsibility to not engage in inflammatory rhetoric. And even though his speech may be constitutionally protected, we have a duty to prevent him from destabilizing the country, even though his actions may be proper. Maybe protected, something like that. I don't know how to word it. I don't know how you get there, but there's got to be some way for them to more effectively do what they've done.
Yeah, well, you could try. The only other thing you could try to do, but it has a problem the other way too, is try to say that he's speaking in a purely official capacity. So strictly speaking, he doesn't have a First Amendment right because the speech isn't strictly speaking his. This comes up in government employment contexts sometimes, where you have, like a sheriff's deputy or someone who's fired, and they argue First Amendment, and you see the court say, well, in this particular situation, they were acting in an official government capacity, so they didn't have a free speech right because, strictly speaking, the speech wasn't theirs, it was the government's. So you could try that argument. You could say, okay, the reason the First Amendment doesn't apply in this context is because Trump doesn't have a First Amendment protection because he was speaking in an official capacity, and therefore the speech right belongs to the government as a whole, not to Trump. And therefore the government can censor its own speech and judge its own speech and punish its own speech, something along those lines. Now, one of the problems there is once you've done that, though, and say it's in his official capacity, then you have a problem because the president gets absolute immunity for anything he does in his official capacity on the criminal side. So if you make the argument he was acting in his official capacity, therefore he doesn't have a First Amendment, you can't then turn around and criminally prosecute him, which you also want to do, because if it's in his official capacity, he's immune.
Right.
Absolutely, for his official acts. So that's why that argument doesn't work. So you can't have it both ways at the same time.
Yeah, and that, I think you're right. I think that is kind of the only attack they could take is the speech didn't belong to him, but that's a hard thing to do when he's speaking at a Donald Trump rally as the defeated president for at this political rally that is not.
Oh, I wasn't saying it would be an easy argument. I was just saying there's an idea.
Right. Yeah. I think their entire premise is a problem. And I do think maybe they are doing it in the best way they can by just brazenly ignoring the Constitution. Maybe that's honestly the best way to go. Like, you just have to pretend the Constitution doesn't work because otherwise there's no way we can do this. Because they have not shown incitement. They just haven't done it. And that's their biggest failing in this is I cannot believe. Hey, what's up, Nate? Nate the lawyer says,
Nate, it's nice to have you here.
Trump team is killing it. And they are.
They are today. Makes me not want to crawl up and die.
Exactly.
It makes me a little bit more willing to wear that Republican badge today. I don't have to quite hide it in shame. I did on day one.
I was sitting in bed this morning and I was like, I got to get up God, they better not suck. Please just don't suck today. But no, it's I think they have to just say you have to ignore the Constitution. Oh yeah, the incitement. They haven't shown it. And I figured they would be able to drag up something Trump said somewhere that would indicate that he wanted people to literally do something wrong. Like, not that I think he would have said it. I just don't. I haven't ever seen it, and I figure if he did, we would have seen worse than what we've ever seen. But I just figured they would drag something up somewhere, selectively edited, even that would somehow lead to it, and they would say, this is the first prong of incitement. We do have to show this. Here it is. You have to understand he asked for this. And they tried to do it in the most roundabout way of, he retweeted someone who is organizing a rally at the Capitol. He sent a save the date.
That sounds a little thin to me.
That's Kate Moss thin, man.
Yeah. I also like how they pointed out that they're like going back to tweets from 2015 to prove incitement.
Right.
Which last I checked has to be imminent. So apparently 2015 is imminent relative to 2021. Who knew?
Yeah, that was of course bad. Like the idea that they had to, you could hear the playing in the background as they're like, in 2015, Donald Trump had already planned his insurrection in 2021. like you have to suspend your attachment to reality to come up with this idea that Trump was planning this well in advance of this date.
He was planning it the very moment he descended the escalator. If you go to that and you watch his eyes as he's descending, you can clearly see he's forming the intent to riot at the Capitol years later.
The smoking man is in the background of every video clip. What do we do?
That's right.
What do we do? Yeah, no, it's that they did I think a good presentation for what they were presented with. I've always thought that their overall premise of this impeachment is fundamentally weak because it is protected speech. But the strength that they had is actually having control of the Senate and having some Republicans who on a very emotional and anti-Trump bent were willing to vote along with them. That's been their strength. But I think they severely miscalculated in waiting as long as they did. And the weird thing is, I feel like this is actually helpful for Trump right now. I think this is restorative to his overall reputation, mainly because today his defense counsel is doing so well in presenting the case and showing the full Charlottesville clip. That was actually very, very brilliant. And
it was. I wouldn't have thought of it.
And yeah, I mean, because who would? Well, but here's the thing. I don't think I've ever seen that full clip. I don't think I've saw him specifically call out neo-Nazis and white nationalists.
I'm not sure I've ever seen it. I definitely read the transcript, but I'm not sure I've ever seen it. You might be right.
And it's like, okay, if I've never seen it, not that I was super tuned in at the time because I was just like, this is all nonsense in general. But if I've never seen it, I think a lot of other normal people had never seen that before. So that's why I would have never thought of it. And maybe that's why the Democrat House
and then you had that nice thing where you said the same thing about 10 seconds before the attorney did. So bonus point for you. It's like, I'm not sure no national media's ever played that. Then he said the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, well, I'm not sure they're going to see it now either because I'm not sure that particular moment is going to make the highlights of the night's news. Just guessing.
It's not, but we know that 4,000 people out there will have seen it today. And that makes me very, very happy. No, it was a really good moment because it showed that he legitimately called out the bad actors in Charlottesville. And I think people need to be reminded of that he is, for whatever your opinion of Trump on protests, he has been consistent the entire time, calling the National Guard. And like people like me are like, whoa, maybe not always calling the National Guard. He's never wavered from that. If that's a fault or a strength is going to be up to your opinion of how much, public authority you want used. But he has always said, if there's a problem, call in the Guard. Call in the
Yeah.
guard. Maintain order. Order has been one of the key hallmarks of the Trump presidency. They were able to effectively break down order in 2020. And I think that is a large part in why he lost the election, is they were able to whittle down support by breaking down order. And well, no, it was a concerted effort. Time magazine told me so. So yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Right, that's right.
Literally
now
was.
we know what. Now we know. Now it's not so much a conspiracy theory as conspiracy fact.
We finally answered the
can
question.
Can we report on it now? Is that okay, or is that still a YouTube ban thing? I don't know.
I don't. I reported on it, and it's still there. But that's always the question.
They're going to ban your chance. They're going to ban your channel 6 months from now because of that. You know it.
Yeah. Who's they? Well, according to Time magazine, they is this guy who's the advisor to the president of the AFL-CIO and a bunch of other rich people. That's who they literally is.
Oh, that they. Yeah.
Oh, they.
Right.
But oh man. They should be starting up speaking of they should be resuming in a couple minutes here. So
yeah, and I know I put on this point before, and I'm sorry to beleaguer it, but I'm just, if we even put aside all the constitutional issues, I'm still with, if we try to just put this in some logically pure vacuum of how can I have my cake and eat it too, if I'm arguing for the Democrat side, it's like, how can I make the case against Trump and not simultaneously implicate me and all my brethren for the stuff we do? So how do I make this bad and not make other things bad at the same time? Or do I just completely abandon logical cohesiveness, which apparently is the right position? Because I'm trying to make a logically cohesive position where Trump is bad and the Democrats aren't bad. I'm struggling doing it. Maybe it's not doable.
I think, I think the only way they had to do it is what they've been trying to do. And I think what's really interesting is the Democrat senators in the room could just be home all 3 days or all 4 days or whatever. You Democrat senators, thank you. We don't need you here. We're just going to be speaking to the Republicans. We don't want to bother you guys. Just go ahead, come back and impeach him when you're ready. Republicans, you have to remember how you and your staff felt on this day. If you don't remember how you and your staff felt on this day when you make your vote, then you are un-American. You have to.
Well, they're going to do that anyway.
Felt.
They're going to paint. That's what this all is about. Is paint. It's painting every Republican who votes against it as supporting neo-Nazis, the alt-right, and anything else that is bad. Right. So for every campaign ad, this is just campaign ad fodder.
Yeah, and but the thing I love about it is because they didn't go fast enough. I think even the weaselly Republicans have mellowed. Like on this, and they go, okay, we were scared that day. We were scared. How much of that is Trump's fault? Like they get to ask the question now. If they had held this on January 7th, if they could somehow, they may have actually impeached Trump on January 7th and convicted him.
The Democrats made a huge mistake by holding it over, and they even said they were going to hold it over 100 days, according to, which I didn't know that part about that quote, that they were thinking about holding it over for 100 days to help Biden get through, which goes against the urgency. So I don't know what the idea of holding it over was, but why they didn't just, as long as they're flash voting, why they just didn't send it to the Senate immediately and work on the emotional, when people are emotionally ginned up, when logic is suspended. That's the whole, what mobs do. They, so why not take advantage of that? I'm not sure what they were thinking. When they
first reported on the 100-day thing, I had covered it and I said, my suspicion is they think they can hammer Trump for 100 days. And they think they can continue to erode his support by beating on him. And then what really ended up happening, I think, is people went, this wasn't that bad though. Like, this is bad, but it wasn't that bad. And the media has, and the Democrats specifically, have not been as effective as they wanted to be in eroding that support and working on those Republicans. And what they've seen is Republicans shoring up. I mean, remember, when they first were doing this, Ted Cruz was, like, they're talking about impeaching or removing Ted Cruz and Matt Gaetz and Josh Hawley from office. Like, they're talking about getting rid of everybody, voting everybody out. Liz Cheney's like the rising star in the Democrats' eyes. And then suddenly Liz Cheney gets BTFO'd. Kevin McCarthy starts walking back his comments about Trump being bad. Marjorie Taylor Greene is supported by the Republicans when they thought that surely the Republicans would vote to strip her of all power. Wait a minute. they're not going the way we thought this would. If this goes on 100 days, they're going to put Trump back in office. Like, we have to do this now. And I think that's actually how it went. The reality diverged so greatly from their expectations that they had to cut losses and put together this impeachment.
Yeah, Trump has fodder for his future campaign ads too, because he can always cut and paste from things that were said by his attorneys in the Senate for a future campaign ad about free speech and
right,
pointing out the riots and stuff. Those riot clips, that was just great. Just run that as a campaign ad. With
yes.
You'd have to re-edit it a little for time, but just put the riots and the Democrats saying their things, and just make that a campaign ad paid by the Republican Party. So
yeah,
you got some great campaign fodder there in the future.
Yeah. So you think they actually had paralegals in a room going through the video? I think what they may have done is solicited out to some studios, some producers or whatever, that give us clips of every Democrat you can find saying the word fight. Compile it together.
Probably a little bit of both, but my working theory is, paralegals not allowed to leave a room, including to shower, for 4 days, and the stank getting very real by the end. That's my working premise.
Does Trump have his defense team's children suspended over a vat of acid? Okay, here we are. We're back. We're back. Pat Leahy is so old. He's so ancient. Mithran Emmer says, Dems,
recognition.
We understand what you are saying, and the First Amendment applies to every other politician, but never forget
Mr.
Orange
Castro
Man
is
bad,
recognized.
therefore guilty because mean words and tweets. All right, Castor, don't screw up today.
Mr. President,
Mr.
members
Castor.
of the Senate, good afternoon. It has been my great privilege over the past couple of weeks to lead this outstanding team of lawyers and dedicated professionals in the defense of the 45th President of the United States. One of the most difficult things in leading such a talented group is deciding who's responsible for what and the strategy and the order in which we will present our evidence. And you have heard from Mr. Vanderveen and Mr. Sean on the importance of the First Amendment and the importance of due process of law. And because I had the opportunity to set out the schedule, I decided that I would take the last substantive part of the case for myself.
Whoa, was that a good idea?
You can take that two ways. The first, perhaps, is the best, and that would be that it's almost over. The second is that perhaps you have to wait another hour for it to be over.
An hour. Ooh.
The reason why I chose this section, and believe me, it was a very difficult decision to make because I thought that the other arguments presented by Mr. Sean and Mr. Vanderveen were outstandingly researched, thoroughly vetted, and wonderfully and articulately presented by them.
I kind of hate how he talks.
But the critical issue in this case is the very narrow issue that is charged against the 45th president. And that issue is, did the 45th president engage in incitement of, they continue to say, insurrection? Clearly, there was no insurrection. Insurrection is a term of art defined in the law. It involves taking over a country, a shadow government, taking the TV stations over, and having some plan on what you're going to do when you finally take power. Clearly, this is not that. What our colleagues here across the aisle meant is incitement to violence, to riot. So the word incitement is the critical case and the critical issue in the case. Now, the first time that you heard from us, I told you that you would never hear from our side that what happened on January 6th was anything other than horrific. and that the 45th President of the United States and his lawyers and his entire team adamantly denounce that violence by those criminals that occurred in this very chamber, this very building. There was a reason why we started our presentation back on Tuesday in that way.
Oh, God.
Because I did not want the senators to consider that there was any challenge to that particular fact.
There is.
And yet, the House managers, knowing it was not contested at all, chose to spend 14 plus hours showing you pictures of how horrific the attack on the United States Capitol was.
Yeah.
They
That's
spent
their main
no
argument.
time at all in connecting legally the attack on the Capitol to the 45th President of the United States, which is the only question that needs to be answered, is, was Donald Trump responsible for inciting the violence that came to this building on January 6th?
I hate his speaking style. I hate it.
Yeah.
Now, by any measure, President Trump is the most pro-police.
Why is it every time I join the stream,
anti-mob
this guy's
rule
talking?
president this country
your
has
fault.
ever seen? His real supporters know this. He made it clear throughout his presidency. He made it clear during the violence this past summer. He made it clear on January 6th. But politics changes things.
You better have some video, buddy.
Politics has created and interposed an element that should not be
Who
here.
decided to let him speak
It has
again? That's what I
interposed
want
the
to know.
element of hatred.
He did.
So is he the
And
lead
political
attorney
world
here?
changes
Yes.
when
Oh
hatred
God, why?
becomes part of the dynamic. As we wrote in our answer,
Never let the senior partner
the original
play.
charging document, and I hope that this is a phrase that lives on long after we are all departed, and that I hope someday this becomes the mantra by which all of us operate.
It's going to take an hour to make a
work
10-minute
for the
point.
benefit of the public. That political hatred has no place in the American justice system, and most certainly no place in the Congress of the United States. To illustrate the contrast that I am speaking of, we have a video.
Oh, thank God.
President of law and order and an ally.
The only
of
good news
all
is that
peaceful
senators are
protesters.
used to hearing horrible
The vast
speakers.
majority of the protests have been peaceful.
Okay, so it's this video again.
Republicans stand for law and order, and we stand for justice.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
My administration will always stand against violence, mayhem, and disorder.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I stand with the heroes of law enforcement.
The transition between the two music scores is a little sharp.
I kind of like it.
We will never defund our police. Together we will ensure that America is a nation of law and order.
Okay sign up. We saw it. Trump's a racist. He did the okay sign.
Punch
Get him
in
out.
the face. Feel like punching him.
We just want law and order. Everybody wants that. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price. We want law and order. We have to have law and order.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
We believe in safe streets, secure communities, and we believe in law and order.
I don't know that this is the place for that video.
Anyone
though.
in this
It's
chamber
good in the intro.
who disagrees with the words
Any
as
video at this
spoken
point
by
is welcome.
President Trump
That's true.
on that video? Surely not.
Oh no, he's about to speak
Surely
again.
not.
Just replay video of the House managers talking.
This contrast, and in this context,
For my closing argument, I just like to
I
replay
ask
the
you
video.
to keep that in
my
mind.
co-attorneys from earlier.
My colleagues here, actually my colleague here, Mr. Raskin, hopes that you don't. They have used selective editing and manipulated visuals to paint a picture far different from this truth. Make no mistake, and I will repeat it now and anytime I'm ever asked, January 6th was a terrible day for our country. The attack on this building
If this guy talks
shocked
about the
us
Greeks and
all.
Romans again, I'm giving up.
President Trump did not incite or
Building a
cause
time
the
machine
horrific
and sending him
violence
back.
that occurred on January 6th, 2021. They know that. We know the president did not incite the riot because of his plain words that day, as Mr. Vanderveen elucidated on a few moments ago.
Can you ask him to come
We
back
know
up
the
and retell
president
the
could
story?
not have incited the riots because of the timeline of the events of that day. We heard a great deal from the House manager about their prosecutorial bona fides and their ability to analyze evidence, apply it to statutes, use timelines, and figure out what happened based on circumstantial evidence and direct evidence and testimony and forensic analysis. I can't recall any of the House managers who got up that didn't make some reference to prosecutorial bona fides. Well, I spent more than 3 decades locking up killers. And I do know a little bit about applying the facts to the law. We know that the president would never have wanted such a riot to occur because his long-standing hatred for violent protesters and his love for law and order
He was able to convict people?
is on display, worn on his sleeve every
Law
single
on
day
easy
that
mode,
he served
being a
in the White
prosecutor.
House. But if we're going to apply the facts to the statute, it has to be done systematically.
There isn't a
It has
statute
to
here,
be
though.
done
That's part of your
with
argument,
precision.
is that this isn't a statute. Do you
The
remember
way
from your
a
brief?
court would expect us to do that. Let's look at the letter of the law. Again, Mr. Vanderveen gave you an overview of the Brandenburg case and some of the related cases. You notice that when Mr. Vanderveen listed the elements that he took verbatim or close to verbatim right out of Vandenberg, they bore no reference whatsoever to the elements that were flashed up by the Democrat managers the other day repeatedly. He actually used the Supreme Court's case. He didn't make it up. Let's look at the letter of the law. The Supreme Court of the United States, over 50 years ago, laid out a clear test to determine whether speech is incitement. Under that test, the Brandenburg versus Ohio test,
Well, he's a lot better than the
there are
first day.
3 elements that must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by a preponderance of the evidence, whatever the Senate considers, I suggest, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Oh, God.
First, the speech in question must explicitly or implicitly encourage the use of violence or lawless action. But here, the president's speech called for peaceful protest. Second, the speaker must intend that his speech will result in the use of violence or lawless action. And again, as Mr. Vanderveen pointed out, the president clearly deplores rioters and political violence and did so throughout his term as president and never hesitated to express his admiration for the men and women that protect this country. Finally, the third element under the Brandenburg test is the imminent use of violence. Imminent use of violence. In other words, right then, the imminent use of violence or lawless action must be the likely result of the speech. The likely result of the speech.
I mean, to be fair, I think they did nail the third element.
Is completely eviscerated by the fact that the violence was pre-planned, as confirmed by the FBI,
Other than
Department
that,
of
I guess
Justice,
that's a good
and even
point.
the House managers.
This
Not the
guy is
result of the
performing
speech
a
at all.
miracle. He's making me not care about law. That's what's happening right now.
Several of my colleagues at the House managers
Really
got up
dry.
and spoke about the proceeding in the House being like a grand jury proceeding. Well, I've been in grand jury proceedings. I have run grand juries.
Back in my day, we
In
did
grand
grand
jury
jury.
proceedings, you call witnesses. You hear evidence. You make transcripts. You take affidavits. You develop physical evidence. You hear reports from police officers. You hear forensic analysis from scientists. In fact, you invite the target of the grand jury to come in and testify if he or she pleases to be heard by the grand jury. Which one of those things happened in the House prior to the impeachment
Play him
article?
on 1.5 speed?
I don't believe any of them happened.
We need to give him
is a-
something,
So the
give him that
suggestion
cocaine Mitch
that what
life.
happened in the House
This is a good point.
was anything at all like
Yeah, no, it's a good legal
grand
point,
jury
and he's making me not care
investigating
about
a
it, which
case
is
and
amazing.
preferring it for prosecution is complete nonsense. And if the House managers are trying to fool you about that, you must ask yourself, what else are they trying to
This
fool
is like the
you
worst
about?
of CLE. Why am I attending CLE right now? I'm not getting credit.
Let's look more closely at the president's speech.
I think I'll send in all of my impeachment coverage as
We have mentioned
evidence
this
that
live
I've done
before,
all my CLE
but it
for
is
the
so
year.
critical.
I deserve
we
double
need to
time for
talk
this,
about
man.
it again. The president asked that the attendees at his rally peacefully make their voices heard.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
You didn't have a long enough clip to take a drink of water.
The managers would have you believe that the president's supporters usually follow his every word, but in this case, imputed some imaginary meaning to them while ignoring his most clear instructions. President Trump said, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard, and the House managers took from that, go down to the Capitol and riot. So you are supposed to put yourselves in the heads of the people who hear peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard and conclude that those words do not mean what the president said. More than that, the president criticized the destruction wrought by left-wing anarchists and rioters. He told his supporters that they build, they don't destroy.
If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us. And you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation.
Is it possible, listening to those words in the proper cadence without them being edited or the sound changed so that they're indistinguishable or sounds as though the crowd is right there, but listening to it as you have here, unedited by us, is it possible that President Trump's disdain for political violence could be any clearer to the persons listening as he was speaking? Is it possible that his words could have been misunderstood?
He's playing the...
I suggest to you that is impossible.
He's playing up the beyond a reasonable doubt standard.
Now, the House
I think,
manager
right
said
now.
the president told...
Yeah.
It's a weird take, though.
The crowd...
Not bad. It's
Quote,
just strange.
you have to get out your people to fight. The House manager's claim is that the President of the United States was telling the audience to get each other to physically fight. But that is not what the President said. The people who should fight, he said,
were members of Congress. If they don't fight, what the president said is, what should the rally attendees do? If members of Congress wouldn't fight for the principles they held dear, what was it that the president specifically told his supporters at that rally he wanted them to do? He wanted them to support primary challenges. Now, nobody in this chamber is anxious to have a primary challenge. That is one truism I think I can say with some certainty. But that's the way we operate in this country. When the people of a state want to change their representatives and their senators, they use the electoral process. President Trump told his listeners that if their members of Congress won't fight for their views, then go back home and find others that will. That's what President Trump said. The people who should fight were the members of Congress.
You have to get your people to fight.
I was joking when I said to play the House impeachment managers.
You have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them. We're gonna let you know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly.
It is pretty stark contrast when you watch that video, isn't it? When you see the House manager tell you, and I don't know if we're under oath here, but when I walked into this room, I sure as heck felt I was under oath and that I was speaking not only to senators of the United States, but before the entire world and with God watching.
House impeachment managers offered tons of testimony,
got up here
not
and
under
told
oath.
you
I love it.
that the President of the United States on January the 6th, 2021, told the crowd that they had to go and fight. And the implication that they wanted you to draw was that he was sending them down to Capitol Hill to go and breach the building and trash the very sacred halls of Congress. But we now know that is not at all anything near what the president said. What the president said was, if you can't get your members of Congress to do as you would like them to do, you primary them. That's the American way. The first way that the House managers presented and wanted you to conclude, that's the criminal way. But what the president said was the American way.
Oh, that was good. It's just like he's
Again,
doing Lamaze breathing
House
to get through every
manipulated
sentence.
President Trump's
Yeah, he's
words.
getting better as he keeps talking, though.
I can't stand here
He's
and
getting
pretend to
better.
tell you that I know every time from all those videos that the House managers manipulated what the president said, put up evidence that was not with the foundation of correctness and admissibility we expect. I can't tell you that I picked up every one. I don't think Mr. Van der Veen or Mr. Schoen or any of the others that worked with us can tell you that. But what I can tell you is that there were an awful lot of times, and I know at least some of you were judges in previous lives, and if one of the lawyers was able to create the impression that one side intentionally presented false or misleading evidence, that judge would give an instruction called falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. False in one thing, false in everything.
Yes. Omnibus, not anonymous, you
In
transcribing
other words,
terrible
if
transcribing.
they're trying to fool you about one thing, not only might they be trying to fool you in something else, but under that maxim of the law, you may conclude they're trying to fool you in everything else.
That's good. Show the video of them editing it again. That was so good.
President
Schoen
Trump
nailed
was
that.
immediate in his calls for calm and respect for law enforcement. The House managers emphasized
That was good. That was good,
President
powerful.
Trump's tweet
in the 6 p.m.
I think
hour
I'm ahead of you by
where
like
he
10
told
seconds.
crowds to,
Yeah, I'm
quote,
trying to listen to the live
"Go
audio too,
home
but yeah,
in
my
love
live is
and peace
behind yours.
and remember this day." What is it that they left out? Well, the House starts their recitation of what President Trump said as far as the aftermath of when the Capitol was breached at roughly 6 p.m. What they don't tell you and didn't tell you, and which you probably don't know because I think I'm the first one to say it in this forum, is at 2:38, President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to, quote, "stay peaceful, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." And before we run the graphic, I just want to point out to you, President Trump's speech ended at 1:11 p.m. So at 2:38 p.m., by the time word reaches the president that there's a problem down here, he's out urging people to support the police.
That they omitted that
stay
is really
peaceful,
bad, in my opinion.
Support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are on the side of the country. Stay peaceful.
They already ran the graphic, Caster. They were ahead of you there, buddy.
Run it again, I guess.
But no, that was good.
It was good.
They omitted
3:13
evidence, and he
p.m.,
called him out on it.
President Trump urged protesters at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. 3:13 p.m. President Trump's words couldn't have incited the riot at the Capitol. The day's events make this clear. Let's walk through the actual timeline. At 11:15 a.m., police security camera videos show crowds forming at First Street near the Capitol reflecting pool. This is a full 45 minutes before President Trump even took the stage on January 6th. Let me repeat that. Violent criminals were assembling at the Capitol over a mile away, almost an hour before the president uttered a single word on the ellipse. You did not hear that fact during the hours and hours of the House manager's presentation, did you? When the president spoke, what did he call for? He called for rally attendees to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard, for them to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to cheer on members of Congress. President Trump went on for more than an hour, ending at 1:11. Now, why is this important? Because of all of the events that I am about to describe, they all occurred before President Trump's remarks concluded. At 12:49 p.m., the first barriers at the U.S. Capitol grounds were pushed over and the crowd entered the restricted area.
Apparently the managers did because they were talking about
At
2015.
11:05 p.m., Acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller received open source reports of demonstrator movements to the U.S. Capitol. At 1:09 p.m., U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund called the House and Senate sergeants at arms, telling them he wanted an emergency declared and he wanted the National Guard called. The point? Given the timeline of events, the criminals at the Capitol weren't there at the ellipse to even hear the president's words. They were more than a mile away, engaged in their pre-planned assault on this very building. This was a pre-planned assault, make no mistake, and that is a critical fact. Watch this.
Does anyone in this chamber honestly believe
the music,
but for the conduct of President Trump, that charged in the article of impeachment, that attack at the Capitol would have occurred? Does anybody believe that?
It was not some sort of spontaneous
decision by a bunch of, quote, protesters to go up to Capitol Hill and storm Capitol Hill. This was all planned out.
How much of it was planned? How much of this was strategized ahead of time?
They are getting indications, some evidence that they've seen that indicates that there was some level of planning.
There appears to be premeditation.
FBI internal report the day before the siege warning of a violent war at the Capitol.
The FBI issued a warning of a, quote, war at the Capitol.
The FBI warned law enforcement agencies about this specific attack.
Be ready to fight. Congress needs to hear glass breaking, doors being kicked in.
We developed some intelligence that a number of individuals were planning to travel to the D.C. area with intentions to cause violence. We immediately shared that information.
And they pushed out that information through this JTTF structure.
It was immediately disseminated through a written product and briefed through our command post operations to all levels of law enforcement.
The FBI says 2 pipe bombs discovered near the Capitol on January 6th were placed there the night before.
New video appears to show a person suspected of planting pipe bombs near the U.S. Capitol the night before.
The FBI now says the bombs were planted the night before the Capitol siege between 7:30 and 8:30 p.m.
Music is killing it.
The day before.
It's not bad.
It's the idea of premeditation and coordination among individuals.
This was a planned assault of going after a castle.
So to answer the question of the House manager, does anybody believe that this would have occurred but for the speech from Donald Trump?
That's pretty good.
I do.
Oh, that's good. Right there.
All of these facts make clear the January 6th speech did not cause the riots. The president did not cause the riots. He neither explicitly or implicitly encouraged the use of violence or lawless action, but in fact called for peaceful exercise of every American's First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble and petition their government for redress of grievances. In other words, the Brandenburg Standard is not made out. The House managers admitted many facts are unknown.
He's picking up.
Even Speaker Pelosi admitted not knowing the real cause of the violence when she called for a 9/11-style commission to examine the facts and causes that led to the violence.
You're right, his cadence is faster.
If he keeps going at this rate, by the end of the hour, he'll be like Ben Shapiro.
So he just needs some warm-up time or something, but
Speaker
he's
Pelosi's
much better
call
now.
for the 9/11 commission.
This is a long pause.
Let's touch now on the second absurd and conflated allegation in the House manager's single article. President Trump's phone call to Georgia Secretary of State Ben Roethlisberger, surreptitiously recorded, by the way, included multiple attorneys and others on the call. Let me point out the very obvious fact that the House managers ignored. The private call that was made public by others cannot really be the basis to claim that the president intended to incite a riot, because he did not publicly disclose the contents of the call. How could he have hoped to use this call to invite his followers if he had no intent to make the conversation public and indeed had nothing to do with it being secretly recorded? The House managers told you that the president demanded that the Georgia Secretary of State, quote, find just over 11,000 votes. The word find, like so many others the House managers highlighted, is taken completely out of context. And the word find did not come out of thin air. Based on an analysis of publicly available voter data that the ballot rejection rate in Georgia in 2016 was approximately 6.42%. And even though a tremendous amount of new first-time mail-in ballots were included in the 2020 count, the Georgia rejection rate in 2020 was a mere 0.4%, a drop-off from 6.42% to 0.4%.
President Trump wanted the signature verification to be done in public. How can a request for signature verifications to be done in public be a basis for a charge for inciting a riot? With that background, it is clear that President Trump's comments and the use of the word find were solely related to his concerns with the inexplicable dramatic drop in Georgia's ballot rejection rates. Let's examine how the word find was used throughout that conversation.
Okay.
Mr. Trump's first use of the word find was as follows, quote, "We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged. And we are quite sure that's going to happen." President Trump also used find as follows, quote, "Now, why aren't we doing signature, and why can't it be open to the public? And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me the reason why, because I don't understand your reasoning. But someday you'll tell me the reason why. But why don't you want to find?" President Trump echoed his previous sentiments, again in the context of pursuing a legitimate and robust investigation into the lack of signature verification for mail-in and absentee ballots. Quote, "And why can't we have professionals do it instead of rank amateurs who will never find anything and don't want to find anything? They don't want to find anything, they don't want to find anything."
Control F, find.
They don't want to find, they don't want to find anything. Someday you'll tell me why, because I don't understand your reasoning, but someday you'll tell me why. But why don't you want to find? We can go through signature verification and we'll find hundreds of thousands of signatures, and you can let us do it. And the only way you can do it, as you know, is to go to the past. But you didn't do that in Cobb County. You just looked at one page compared to another. The only way you could do a signature verification is to go from one that signed it on November whatever, recently, and compare it to 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, or even one. And you'll find that you have many different signatures. But in Fulton, where they dumped ballots, you will find that you have many that aren't even signed and that you have many forgeries." End quote.
YouTube's going to be mad that he's saying this
Mr.
stuff
Trump
on,
continued to use the word find throughout the conversation.
on their platform. How dare they?
Each and every other time in the context of his request that Mr. Raffensperger undertake a review of signature verifications.
Just put that banner right
and
under
his
the
concerns
video.
generally with ballot integrity and his reported electoral deficit, here are a few examples. Quote, "But why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad? Instead of keep saying that the numbers are right, because those numbers are so wrong." Another example, quote, "We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple 100,000 of forged signatures of people who have been forged, and we are quite sure that's going to happen." End quote.
My problem, this is not with Castor. My problem with this news story is they just put up the transcript and the hour-long phone call, and they're like, "Listen to it yourself." It's like,
that's why the Georgia Secretary
people aren't going to do that, and you know it.
A call along with members of his team, one of whom decided to record it and release it to the press. The only reason this conversation is being discussed in this chamber is because, once again, the media and their Democratic allies distorted the true conversation to mislead you and the American public. So we have
a complete lack of evidence for the article of impeachment presented by the House managers. So why are we here? Politics. Their goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute their judgment for the will of the voters.
Why bother with a Senate trial of Donald Trump? He's no longer president.
He'll be out of office anyway.
Is it to keep him from ever running again?
Make sure he can never run for office again.
Keep him from running for office again.
Donald Trump would not be able to run for office again.
Barring him from running for office again.
Disqualified from running for office.
Disqualify him from ever running from office again.
Disqualified from running for office again.
It's about focusing that he can never run again.
Remove him from ever running for office again.
Never be able to run for office again.
To ban former President Trump from running again.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
The goal is to eliminate a political opponent, to substitute
I like the dramatic
their
music.
judgment
Nice.
Yeah.
for the will of the voters.
I hate it because it copyright strikes every one of my videos.
Members of the Senate,
I'm just waiting for the.
our country needs to get back to work.
Yeah.
I know.
Like the
that you
Godzilla
know
movie.
that.
Yeah.
But instead, we are here. The majority party promised to unify and deliver more COVID relief. But instead, they did this. We will not take most of our time today, us of the defense, in the hopes that you will take back these hours and use them to get delivery of COVID relief to the American people. Let us be clear. This trial is about far more than President Trump. It is about silencing and banning the speech the majority does not agree with. It is about canceling 75 million Trump voters.
Ooh, that was
and
good.
Criminalizing political viewpoints. That is what this trial is really about. It's the only existential issue before us. It asks for constitutional cancel culture to take over in the United States Senate. Are we going to allow canceling and banning and silencing to be sanctioned in this body? To the Democrats who view this as a moment of opportunity, I urge you instead to look to the principles of free expression and free speech. I hope truly that the next time you are in the minority, you don't find yourself in this position. To the Republicans in this chamber, I ask, when you are next in the majority, please resist what will be an overwhelming temptation to do this very same thing to the opposing party. Members of the Senate, this concludes the formal defense of the 45th
Good
President
ending.
of the
That's
United
actually
States
a very good ending.
to the impeachment article filed by the House of Representatives. I understand that there is a procedure in place for questions, and we await them. Thereafter, we will close on behalf of President Trump. Mr. President, we yield the balance.
And I ask unanimous consent. We take
Well, thank God he found his groove
recess.
somewhere in there.
Objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
All right. So are they gonna go with the 4 hours of questioning today?
Well, they're going to do some of it apparently today.
Ooh, that's gonna be.
So maybe Castor just
Bruce
is one of those guys
Castor
who needs to
opened
listen
the
to Eye of the
week
Tiger
for
or
the
something
former
before he
president's
starts
legal-
speaking.
Yeah,
Because maybe it was the music or something, but yeah, it finally picked up.
They
So it
should've,
got better.
maybe they should have just sent him out in the hall and had him start talking for like 2 hours. Just bring him in already talking. Like
One of those people needs the coach. One of those people needs the coach to be like, get there and get them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah.
Castor, first, we just need you to read this script of Gone with the Wind before you get up and start making your argument.
Yeah.
This is Mithrin Emra says, Nick, I don't know why you hate his speaking style. It's not like it is completely annoying and makes it hard to track whatever point he is struggling to make. It was really bad, but he does, like, halfway through, he picks up, and it's like he just had to get. It's like when you're learning how to drive a stick shift, and you're like trying to get it in gear, and the car's lurching, and then finally, and you go. That's what Castor was like today. Better than the other day, still though.
I felt really bad when he first started because I'm like, apparently it's a me curse because every time I join the stream, he starts talking, the thing goes downhill. Maybe I should just not be here because I feel bad personally.
Yeah. It's oh man. It was rough at first, but he closed out really well, very strong. Music and Fiction says apparently they're doing very well. Per Manu Raju, Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski remarked that, quote, I think they're putting on a good defense today, and the first 2 hours I thought were well put together. Impeachment implode. I think the impeachment is I think the defense team put on about the best defense they could put up, and I think they did much better than the House managers when we get to balance of the quality of argument. Theirs was facts and law don't support impeachment, only feelings do. And that's not good enough. And the problem is, I think the Democrats would have to go, we agree. At the end of the day, yeah, we want you to convict on those feelings. Oh my goodness. So, I don't know. What do you think? Final thoughts?
Well, I
on
think my thoughts are just that they finally gave the Republicans the reason to stand to their guns. So they gave them the ammunition they need, and for any Democrat who's looking for cover, though I doubt it will affect a vote, although it really should, they gave the Democrats a reason too. So it was effective in terms of presenting a reason to do what you wanted to do or do what you needed to do. So it was competent. It was good. I liked the use of the video, and I liked the use of the clips, and I particularly liked where they were presenting the longer context for things. It's like, here's the short clip they presented, and here's what he said in longer context. I also really liked the where they're talking about finding the votes in Georgia, because I'd never heard that argument before. First to say, well, it can't be relevant because Trump never wanted to make it public anyway, so how could he be using it as part of incitement?
Right.
That's really good.
That was
and
great.
Then so that's a good observation that maybe I would have thought of. What I wouldn't have thought of was using the idea of the word find in other contexts to show that he was talking about the idea of signature verification. So I would have thought of that concept. So, they thought of something I didn't think of. So yay.
Yeah, that was really good. Now, someone asked me in the chat as that was going, is this the wrong approach? Do I think this is the wrong approach? Because I had talked about how I don't think we were going to see any of their quote unquote like evidence of voter fraud or manipulation, and they didn't do that. But they were straying kind of towards the idea of questioning the validity of the election by making Trump's assertions into assertions of what he believed to be fact. I think specifically because they used that phone call, I think it was perfectly warranted what Castor did. I don't think any Republican's going to go, oh, they were just using this as a soapbox to give Trump's flawed agenda. That's the worry of if they got up there and they tried to say everything Trump said was 100% true and correct, and that's why that would have been the wrong impeachment defense. That would have been the wrong impeachment defense, and that's what I was trying to tell people. Don't expect them to do that. That's not how they're going to approach this. Since they raised it as a relevant point, I think it was perfectly valid of them to go through that phone call and say, this is what he was actually saying. Just listen. He's not calling for violence, and he's not calling for unlawful activity. And the reason I think the Democrats tried to sneak in that it's in a weird way, I think they were trying to make the argument that he was asking Raffensperger to insurrect. Not like, I think that's actually the Democrats' argument, because if Trump were improperly asking Raffensperger to violate the law, that would literally be an incitement. Like that, not an incitement to a violent riot, but an incitement or a solicitation to do an unlawful activity. So I think that's what they were trying to parallel. And I think it blew up in their face. I don't think the phone call was something that the Democrats should have brought up. I don't see how. And they nailed this earlier in the presentation. How is any of this relevant to the actual incitement? And you brought it up too. You're going back to 2015 and trying to say how somehow this has anything to do.
That's what the defense was saying, that they had to move from the idea of incitement to the idea of this big lie, because they couldn't get there legally on incitement. They couldn't get to the imminence that's required because of the statements that Trump made. And also what was really nice was on the timeline, because as they were pointing out, by the time that some of this stuff was happening, Trump was still in his speech for some of this stuff, because they were already walking down there. So they couldn't have heard his remarks. You know, they were either on his way, they were either on the way or already there. So they couldn't have heard it anyway, based on the timeline. So they had to move from the idea of incitement because they couldn't have heard it. Even if they did, it wasn't legally incitement. And move on to this idea of the big lie. Which was the better argument, to be quite honest. And I was trying to point this out when we were talking last time. The idea of that he was stoking the fires and increasing the temperature, and because of all that he should have known that his remarks, even though not inciting, were somehow in the context of the whole thing incitement nevertheless, because of this constant raising the temperature and elevation. So that was the much better position for the Democratic managers to be in. And so they shifted there, presumably because they agreed with that analysis. But the counter was really, really good too. It's like, well, this can't be incitement, which is the right answer, because you're going back to 2015. If you look at the actual context of what he's saying, it's not incitement. If you look at this call, he was raising concerns about signature verification. How did Georgia go from 6.4 to 0.4? You know, in a completely legitimate sense. So that's what he meant by stealing the election. That's what he meant by fraud. You know, he meant that specifically, and you could even go into the court cases and point to those arguments as well, so that he was raising perfectly legitimate points, and therefore it wasn't a big lie. It was raising legitimate concerns, as some of the Democrats have raised concerns in previous elections, as we saw from the clips of them protesting various votes from various states and saying that elections were stolen and so forth and so on. So Trump wasn't fundamentally doing anything different there and just raising legitimate political concerns. It's because the media completely twisted it. So the Democrats shifted to the right argument, and the Republicans had the better end of it. So
yeah, I think so too. And to say that they shifted to the right argument, I think it's important to point out that for an incitement argument, even though it's the better argument, it's still not a good one.
No,
they're lacking the legal elements and the fact elements to make an actual plausible argument for incitement. However, since this is impeachment and not a criminal trial, they have the flexibility to actually do that. And that's something I think some people are still maybe confused about. Again, with impeachment and the overall unwillingness of the courts to review impeachment decisions, there is really no check. There isn't an appeal that you can make from an impeachment. Now, if Trump were convicted on impeachment, he could certainly petition the Supreme Court for relief from that impeachment, and he could say that it was improper or unconstitutional. The chief judge didn't sit. He can make all those claims. But up until he actually loses a right, they're not going to step in. So some people were confused. I saw earlier in the chat people saying, why isn't the court shutting down this unconstitutional impeachment? It's not really how the court works on these types of things. They can't just issue an injunction to Congress. It'd probably be a violation of the separation of powers. But
yeah, I mean, you wouldn't even see that in a criminal trial. You wouldn't see an appellate court issuing something while the trial is ongoing because of an error or some sort of problem. They wait for the appeal. They wait for the conviction. Because if there's no conviction, then the appeal court doesn't have to do anything. So they get to sit back and not have to act. So court's not going to intervene until something bad actually happens.
Correct. What I wanted to ask your opinion of an argument. Oh no,
Yeah,
and I lost it.
I think because the chat continues to misunderstand me or something, I'm just trying to put myself in the position of trying to, what are the best arguments? What is the best way to argue this position? It's not necessarily what I believe in, but trying to say, well, how do I game this out to make it better? How do I improve the argument? So
right, I think both of us are
people keep saying, oh, I'm a closet like Trump hater or TDS. I'm like, I'm none of those things. I'm just trying to use my brain to say, how do I make this argument, which sucks, better?
Yeah. The whole thing here is both of us are firmly, I believe, on the side of not only should Trump be not convicted, but I don't think he should have been impeached in the first place.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it was overwhelmingly a political play. The Democrats thought they could capitalize on it. I think for them even, it's the wrong move. And I hope they kind of suffer the wrath of whatever they get for doing that. But what we're trying to do is analyze from a legal perspective. How do you make this argument? How do you make this argument better? Where were their arguments weak? And you have to do this because you have to be able to make your own arguments against them better. If you're only arguing against a weak argument and there is a more possible strong argument, you're going to have trouble.
Yeah. Steelman your opponent. Make their argument better so that you can defeat the stronger argument.
And then hope they bring their weak game.
Yeah, and then bring their weak game too.
That's always the possibility. But no, it's oh man, I had a question, a specific one. I was like, I'm gonna hit on civil law with this. We're gonna have a great discussion about it, and now my brain is breaking on what it was.
Yeah, you can think about that. Chris Dryers is apparently on my stream. I said we should just convict it and be done with it. I think I was saying that much earlier when I was feeling very frustrated before the election. But yeah, at this point, it doesn't make any sense.
I think he should be convicted and just be done with it on your streams. You just wanted him gone. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think visceral reactions to what's going on can be interpreted as genuine opinion.
Yeah.
But there is very much on the first day, I kind of felt like the defense, Trump's defense team should lose. And it's like, if they don't get better, they should lose this just for being so bad. And
yeah, that's kind of how I was feeling too.
It's important to put yourself in the perspective of the senators in the room because they're feeling those same things. The senators in the room, especially the Republican senators in the room, are going, I want these guys, all I need them to do is to give me something to take back to my constituency to say, I made the right choice. That's all they have to do. And on the first day, Schoen did a little bit of that. Castor did none of it. And it was really, really bad. So the perspective is, please just give me anything. It's like when you're watching something, you're about to go to Thanksgiving and there's a big topic going on in the news and you're like hoping that someone will come out and say anything. You can just say, but did you hear this thing? Like, can we clear this up because this came out? Like that's what these guys are wanting. And you might not agree that is the right track for them to take because you might think they should already have made up their mind. Many of them already have made up their mind, and many of them have made up their mind for Donald Trump, but they want to be able to take back something solid. And in many ways, the Democrats are doing the same thing, although I think they may be a little more forgiving on what they're willing to take back to their constituents, because and their party affiliation helps with that in general. But that's what these guys are doing, and that is the important thing to remember about this proceeding is that it is geared towards an audience of politicians who are going to cast a vote on the public record forever. And I think personally that the defense team today did a much better job appealing to that specifically than the House impeachment team did. With with specifically, again, the Republicans in mind. Is there a way
Yeah,
that
I agree. I agree completely, because I think the point of this, if any, was for the Democrats to be able to tag all the Republicans who vote against it as treasonous, commies, whatever, and also for the point of exerting clips that they can run in Republican or run in ads against Republicans, so they can excerpt part of the impeachment vote, and Senator so and so voted to save Trump, and they play a clip, he's a traitor to our country, play a clip, vote for Democrat so and so. So the Republicans want a counter, they need counter, and they finally got some of that. They got something to play with for their own clips, to be able to play things to play that same game. So the ability to have something to hang your hat on for a political value was very critical here, because this is a political process, and providing the political value is fully legitimate as part of that. So on day one, the not so much from the Trump team, and now they came up with arguments that Republicans can use to be like, Senator Diane, Senator, whoever is completely traitorous to the Constitution. I swear to uphold the Constitution, but she won't do that when Constitution demands this. Vote for Republicans so and so.
They even gave someone like Romney. Not that I think he'll take it, but they gave someone like Romney the ability to go and say, "Now I completely condemn the actions of President Donald Trump, and I think that his speech was wholly inappropriate. However, the high-minded and calm principles of free speech and the sanctity of the Constitution supersedes my personal opinions of his actions." And they gave them everything they needed today to go back and do that. Now, again, will they? I don't think they will. I think there are some Republicans who are just going to vote against Trump, and they're not going to change their mind. But they gave them what they needed to make that decision if they want to. I think Cassidy will flip back. I think Cassidy will vote against impeachment. He was the one who flipped on the constitutional question. But I think he was just doing that to go ahead and then I think he wasn't planning on flipping on the impeachment itself.
It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see if there's any Democratic senators whose seats are up in like 2 years, maybe, who are in more Republican-leaning places, might be interested, because the Senate is in balance big time. I mean, obviously, with the 50-50 vote, be interesting to see if any Democrats want to play that line. So they give him the out if they need to.
Is Manchin a senator, or is he in the House?
I'd have to take a look at the map. I might as well take a look at the map, see what the Senate looks like in 2 years.
Joseph Manchin is senator from West Virginia, a solidly red area. Manchin is the type of guy who might vote against impeachment from the Democrat side, I think. West Virginia went heavy on Trump, if I remember right.
Yeah.
And so
that's a good candidate.
So yeah, I do think there are some people who have the possibility on the Democrat side from flipping. It just, the question is, they have always managed to maintain party unity so much better than Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's uncanny how well the Democrats have done at that over the years.
But, I agree. There is a lot of problems there. I was just taking a look at the map and see what we could get after there. So, yeah, Georgia. I mean, you got to worry about where Georgia's going. Arizona, Nevada, even. So there's a couple ones here that are possible.
What do you think? Do you think the House or the House managers, I should say, could have done something better to appeal to Romney or any of those people? Because what I got was, and let me frame this as my personal opinion on what I think their main failing is they were appealing directly to these people's sort of emotions and ideas. Like, how did you feel while the Capitol was under siege?
Yeah.
So, did you think they could have done anything differently or better?
The best evidence that would be available, and it probably doesn't exist since we didn't hear about it, would be Trump in some way acting to deny additional reinforcements or police to the Capitol. So if Trump, via proxy or otherwise, told the Department of Defense or National Guard or police not to respond or not to send agents, or delayed that in some way, that would be great. But since that apparently didn't happen, I'm hard pressed to think of anything they could do better. I think the Democrats kind of converted to the argument that was the best argument, that by the grand lie idea, that's the best argument they had. And then the Republicans had the better argument in response. It's like, well, first of all, that's not illegal, which is not. He was taking advantage of the court process, for better or worse, but that's a legal process. He encourages people to go peacefully. They couldn't have been responding to what he said because they didn't hear him, and so forth and so on. So, yeah, I think I think given the what the Democrats had to work with because of the way they rushed the impeachment, the Democrats probably came away with the best argument. I don't think I could do any better.
I think I would have tried, since I agree that they went with the best argument strategy overall. I think I would have tried to focus my argument more towards appealing to their constituents rather than appealing to their own emotional trauma.
Do you really want to make that naked of a political appeal, though?
I think they already did. Like appealing, not what I mean is, they focus so much on how did you, Mitt Romney, feel hiding behind that chair with the gas masks on. I know how I felt. Me. That was actually one of my biggest problems with their thing was we were so afraid. I don't like when they're making this stuff about them because it wasn't about them. It's about Trump and whether or not he incited a riot or an insurrection. And that's why I didn't like where Van der Veen was going for a little bit when he said, no, a lawyer who's frivolous is subject to disbarment. They're coming after my license. I'm like, settle down there, Francis. No one's coming after your license. And I felt like you're making this about you. And I didn't think he needed to. I mean, I think he had the right point other than just that section. And so the same thing with the Democrats is, okay, you're appealing to the emotions of the day, but you're appealing to the emotions of the person in the room, which feels a little too pointed. I think you should appeal to how their constituents are viewing these things, that they're trying to undermine the will of your voters back home. I think they should have focused more on that. Because again, going with that idea that if I want Mitt Romney to take something back to mull over and have a thing, I want him to be able to say, Donald Trump was trying to undo the will of my voters, and that's why I had to impeach him.
There is one thing that the House managers could have done that would have made a huge difference, and that was to go right away after the House voted to impeach, because you can't. What the problem was, the juxtaposition of the fast movement in the House and then the slow movement on the Senate side doesn't work, because you kind of wanted them both to be the same. So you either want it fast on the House side and fast on the Senate side, or slow on the House side, slow on the Senate side. Because if you're slow on the House side, you can develop witnesses, you can bring in testimony, you can bring in additional things that would help develop a logical record that you then can argue that logical cold position from. So that's slow. But what they did was fast slow. It's like we have to move right now because he's such a threat. We have to get this vote done right now. One article of impeachment. We're not going to do any hearings. Quick vote. Bing, bang, bong. It's like, okay, great. Now, if that's your strategy, what you want to probably do almost certainly is go straight over to the Senate side, be like, especially when emotions are raw and people may not be thinking as clearly, and be like, that's also when people are the most upset and you have the most political support for that, presumably. So you go right over the Senate side immediately and say, we got to do this right now because he's such a threat. One more day is too much. You can't. So what the House managers could have done that would have made a really big difference is they got to pick one of those two positions, and fast was probably the way to go. This is such a crisis. It has to happen right now. There's no time to think. We got to make a decision. Just use the emotional rawness. Then you can play on the emotional chord using the emotional rawness, overwhelm logic. You're in a much better posture. But they made a huge mistake in saying, well, this needs to happen right now, and then it not happening right now. Those two things don't really go well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they miscalculated. They tried to recalculate in the middle, and they really just screwed up on that for themselves, which is good. I'm happy for the Schadenfreude That
That's always pleasurable. I'm not gonna lie. I live on that.
Let me read some of these chats. They should be back from break soon. We'll read the chats and then we'll see, I guess, if they're going to do the questioning today. 4 more hours. Ooh. Lacus says, "Hey, Nick, did you hear about the 2 Boogaloo boys, one of them who was arrested in Kentucky over inciting a riot and threats to police over Twitter? If so, what do you think about that? Will you cover the case?" I don't have any thoughts about it because I haven't even heard about it. Will I cover the case? Maybe. Enter the name here, Bohemian. I thought of what I need to ask you. It says, during the Democrats' fight, fight, fight video, now he should just say, let's impeach them. Crickets. Thought so. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay. There's an argument that they half made that didn't flesh it out really well. That Trump's speech, even though those people were not there, they were watching via Twitter or via YouTube or whatever. So the people at the Capitol were incited by the video of Trump that they were watching on their cell phones. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically right, and in some parts, but you do also have a problem there too, because cell phone coverage cell phone coverage when you have a lot of people in the same place, especially when you're trying to stream video, can be very problematic. So if you ever try to use a cell phone, like at any big event where a lot of people are, you might have had this problem. And I've certainly had this problem in DC, even where you have large gatherings and suddenly you have no cell service at all. You know, you're on Verizon, you have no cell service in the middle of DC because so many people are trying to use their cell phone at the same time. So were these people watching and live streaming the video? Maybe some of them were, but the idea that they all were, is not, the cell network just can't handle that much traffic when everyone's crowded in one place at the same time.
I think it also weighs against the intent element of incitement.
Yeah.
Because Trump is not speaking at the Capitol. He's speaking at the Ellipse. That someone is recording it and broadcasting it and someone else is watching it can't establish his intent for it to be seen at the Capitol. You would have to make you'd have to show where he intentionally delivered to people at the Capitol, like he direct messaged them the link, like here's where you can watch it and make sure you're playing it for all your friends around rioting with you. That'd be terrific. We want lots of rioters. Like they'd need to do something to establish how he was, in my opinion, delivering it. I think this is a real issue with incitement law being based on Brandenburg happening back in like 1950 something, and modern concepts of incitement. The court will at some point have to come to reason with this idea that we can now transmit a message somewhere else. And should we have to take extra precautions in our speech because someone might be watching where violence would be imminent? I think no. Personally, I don't think that can be put on the speaker. I think that's too chilling to free speech. But I do think that's a question the court's going to be wrestling with over the next several years.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
we're beginning to see some of that right now in school cases. There's that case right now dealing with the F cheer case, RL versus whomever. I covered it at the district court level on Court of Appeals on the cheerleader who got suspended for using Snapchat or something.
Oh yeah.
Where she was making F cheer. You know that case? Yeah. So I covered that case. So they're trying to use right now about off-campus speech and the ability of administrators to punish for off-campus speech. So that would be at least slightly informative as to broader context on that issue. So there's some of that going on.
In elementary school, I got in a fight after being dropped off by the bus. I got in a fight with a kid in my neighborhood. And then the next day we were both called into the principal's office for our fight. And it was like, wait a minute. Why are we in trouble? Like we weren't at school. We were at home, but someone saw it and reported us to the principal of the elementary school. And so it's like that to me, like that's the first thing I thought of with that F cheer thing. It's like, why are you punishing kids for activity that is not, like, how can you punish them for activity? Now, unless they sign some sort of clause or agreement that they will conduct themselves in a particular way because they're representing the school or whatever, I guess. Although I don't know how you make a non-18-year-old signature binding for that context, but
yeah, they had a provision like that, but unfortunately, the way it was written didn't really help the school because they were sloppy on their language. So that's part of the problem there too.
Shocker,
Yeah,
a
they're sloppy on their
school
language.
wouldn't be strong in their legal language.
Their legal brief on their waiver was not that great.
That's the funny thing. So I made fun of Castor earlier. Life on easy mode as a prosecutor. Life on easy mode, in-house counsel for a government institution. Like, okay, you don't always have to. You have the full power of the state behind all of your actions.
It's good to be a gangster, right? It's like you have unlimited resources.
They just get deference on everything. Oh my gosh.
Well, if you want to talk about deference, we can talk about Chevron Hour and Brand X for several hours, and my hatred there too.
The Pie Baker says Super Bowl was shit this year, but this more than makes up for it. I got a full-on chub. Timothy Reaper says Vanderveen incited the resurrection of many erections today. Night of Hope says, oh my fucking God, are you serious? Are they trying to get Trump convicted? These are big dumb tards are being big dumb tards again. Bob Palco says, thank you for the truth and the hope, and the Emperor protects a righteous man. Night of Hope says, fun fact, that noise in the Godzilla and Michael Bay movies is a foghorn. They use those on ships to warn smaller boats when they're coming into harbor with low visibility. The sound carries further over water or something, I guess, is the theory.
The sound does carry better over water.
Dex Luther says, this morning to Castor, Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, let me see your war face. Castor, sir? Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, you got a war face? Ah, that's a war face. Now let me see your war face. Castor, ah.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Maybe he needs tips from Shaman Guy to get some war paint on or something.
Yeah, Bad Vibe says, I believe there's a door-to-door safety regulation where the school is responsible from the school door to the home door. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Obi Wanton says, later and gayer than Congress. Sad. Ryan English says, go take a nap and come back in an hour if you need it, brother. Oh wait, I read these. Pablo Mendoza, thanks for joining the channel. Ian says, Nick, bro, are they about to unleash today? Yes. Castor's suit is 3 sizes smaller. It actually fits and his hair is gelled.
Nice.
Wolfgang Deo says, if I was offered a chance to receive $1 million or punch a Democrat, I would take both. Stephen Cooper says, the music change is hilarious between the 2 set clips. G-Man. Washington Post said many of the Capitol Hill rioters were in economic despair. Could be a good defense for why they were there being unrelated to Trump. Kyra says, the bejesus, I can't. Well, what did you think about that? He beat the bejesus out of him. He beat the bejesus out of that guy.
No particular. Yeah, no, that one.
I like that. Track Media only says, here is 5 just for that funny, awesome comment. So you're basically saying he was the real Karen or the real Kraken? Yes. Maxim Perkonkov says, this amazing 2 days after 2 days of listening to BS. It is refreshing. Kyra says, oh Lord. Brittany Karnacki says, I want Schoen's chiropractor's number. He implanted a spine in 3 days. Batman Spec Goldfish says, Trump's lawyers should be arrested for cruel and unusual punishment and murder of Democrats during the hearing. Stephen Cooper says, stop it. They're already dead. God Emperor of Duncan says, is making my toddler listen to this kind of abuse? Probably. Etha Logos says, do you think they were purposely weak on day one to give Dems an opportunity to give them enough rope to hang themselves? No. If defense was strong day one, perhaps Dems wouldn't have been as sloppy. No. By the time day one occurred, the Democrats' overall legal strategy was already laid out. There's not, you're talking about preparing an hour-long speech based on a 70-page brief and a several-page reply. You're not rewriting them on the fly. You're not going to have time to do it and to polish it up. You've already brought your legal argument. If you're rewriting your legal strategy in the middle of litigation without some specifically new bombshell evidence that somehow came in, which is really, really rare because of how court rules tend to work anyway, you're in real trouble. These guys are not doing that. They're developing their cases in advance of this. They're putting all their time and research and rehearsal into it. They just don't have time to change course. And that's why Castor was so bad on opening day. They redid it.
Yeah, and you're trying to try to game it out as best as you can. Every side's trying to game it out because you want to mentally put yourself in the position of your opponent and strengthen their argument as much as you can, so you can beat against it. When I used to do mock trial or moot court, you used to do this all the time because, especially in a moot court where it's like fake appeal, you would prepare both sides briefs. You would write both sides briefs, and you didn't know what side you were going to be on. So you're literally trying to outbeat yourself every time as you're revising it and come up with the best brief. And you're like, this argument can't be beaten, and this argument can't be beaten, and this is the best I got. And then you have to just go in there, and maybe they thought of something you didn't do, but you're not going to be any better off by changing. It's like you just got to go forward and hope for the best, which usually works out pretty well.
Yeah, and that's why once you're there, and we're talking about, it's different if you're going to have a hearing and then a month and then a hearing. These guys have bam, 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 4 days to make their case. They've got. I also have to express just how long these arguments are. The Democrats put up 8 or 7.5 hours of argument the second day. Your normal trial argument is 10 minutes, and that includes your rebuttal. Like, that's your argument. I should say a hearing argument. Your opening statement.
If we're going to talk about court rules, let's talk about some of the courts of appeal where you'll get 15 minutes.
Right.
15.
Supreme Court, what do you get? 30?
30. Yeah, Supreme Court will give you 30. Some of the courts of appeal will give you 15. Like the Court of Appeals for Federal Circuit will give you 15. Hope you can get it done quick.
Yeah.
So it's like,
And trust me, if you go to the Supreme Court and you've got 30 minutes to make your case, there's no way, based on what the other side says, you're rewriting your case and doing a different 30-minute, like on the fly. Oh, well, I'm going to give my argument now and I'm going to make it up after what they did. If you're not doing that with 30 minutes, you're definitely not doing that with 10 hours. You don't have time. So I just want to make that point. And even if you accepted the premise that that's what you could do, there's no reason to ever make a bad argument in court. It is never a good legal strategy to go in and say, I'm going to do worse today than I could. It's never a good idea. Here we go. Coming back.
Senate will be in order.
Let's see if there's anything resembling an intelligent question. That'll be what I want to hear.
God, these are going to be great.
And
I'm actually most excited for this part of the case.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47.
Do you agree, Orange Man
provide
bad?
Up to 4 hours during which senators
Just
may
ask the
submit
one
questions
question.
in writing, directed either to the managers on the part of the House of Representatives or counsel for the former president.
He sounds like he's
Majority
talking
Leader.
through an octopus.
President, I ask unanimous consent that the answers within the 4-hour question period be limited to 5 minutes each. And if the questions are directed to both parties, the times be equally divided. Furthermore, that questions alternate sides for posing questions for as long as both sides have questions.
Without objection, it's so ordered.
Mr. President, I have a question at the desk, for the desk.
The senator will submit it.
Eddie S. says, Dems are getting really sleepy right now. We're about to get mired down in Senate procedure. That's going to be the worst part about this. Aiden Paladin says, Schoen is surely violating the 13th by owning Dems like this. No?
The question from Senator Schumer and Senator Feinstein is directed to the House managers. The clerk will read it.
Texas Red says, are you sure we aren't watching this impeachment on Pornhub because these Dems are getting ran through?
Isn't it the case that the violent attack and siege on the Capitol on January 6th would not have happened if not for the
Can't be bothered to read it
of
yourself.
President Trump?
Isn't it the case that it would not have happened if not for? Oh, my God.
Of up to 5 minutes.
Just get up and say no.
Don't you think that question is, don't you think Trump is responsible?
Yeah.
What do you think the answer to that is? Well, I think Trump is responsible for sure.
To answer your question very directly, Donald Trump summoned the mob. He assembled a mob and he lit the flame. Everything that followed was because of his doing. And although he could have immediately and forcefully intervened to stop the violence, he never did.
He has a written response
In
to
other
this
words,
question.
this violent, bloody insurrection that occurred on January 6th would not have occurred but for President Trump.
Oh my God, he probably is.
The evidence we presented at trial makes this absolutely clear.
He was given this question in the break.
This attack, as we said, didn't come from one random speech, and it didn't happen by accident, and that mob didn't come out of thin air. Before the election, Donald Trump spread lie after lie about potential fraud. An election, remember, that hadn't even happened yet. Months before the election took place, he was saying it was rigged, that it was going to be stolen, all to make his supporters believe that the only way he was going to lose is if the election was stolen, if the election was rigged. And when he did lose, he spent week after week inciting his supporters to believe that their votes had been stolen and that the election was fraudulent.
Wait a second.
It was their patriotic
the Democrats were
duty
saying that months before the election,
fight
too.
like hell to stop the steal and take their country
Remember?
back.
Yep.
And remember, this is in the United States where our vote is our voice. You tell somebody that an election victory is being stolen from them, that's a combustible situation.
That's what you said.
And he gave them
in
clear
2017
direction on how to deal with that. For example, on December 19th,
That's what you said
18
until
days
that's what you
prior
said in
to January
2020, right
6th,
up until election
President
day.
Trump told them how and where to fight for it. He first issued his call to action for January 6th. This was a save the date sent 18 days before the event on January 6th. And it wasn't just a casual one-off reference or a singular invitation. For the next 18 days, he directed all of the rage he had incited to January 6th. And that was, for him, what he saw as his last chance to stop the transfer of power, to stop from losing the presidency. And he said things like, quote, fight to the death. And January 6th will be a, quote, wild and, quote, historic day.
When did he say fight to the death?
And this was working. They got the message. In the days leading to the attack, report after report, social media post after social media post confirmed that these insurgents were planning armed violence. But they were planning it because he had been priming them, because he had been amping them up. That's why they were planning it. And these posts, confirmed by reports from the FBI and Capitol Police, made clear that these insurgents were planning to carry weapons, including guns, to target the Capitol itself. And yet, Donald Trump, from January 5th to the morning of his speech, tweeted 34 times, urging his supporters to get ready to stop the steal. He even, on the eve of the attack, warned us that it was coming. He warned us that thousands were descending into D.C. and would not take it anymore. And when they got here at the Save America March, he told them again in that speech exactly what to do. His lawyer opened with, quote, let's have trial by combat. That was Rudy Giuliani. And Donald Trump brought that message home. In fact, he praised Rudy Giuliani as a fighter. And President Trump used the words fight or fighting 20 times in that speech. Remember,
Rings a little
you've just
hollow
told
after
these
that
people,
video,
these
homie.
thousands of people, that somebody has stolen your election, your victory. You're not going to get the president that you love. Senators, that is an incredibly combustible situation when people are armed and they've been saying that they're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. He looked out to a sea of thousands, some wearing body armor, helmets, holding sticks and flagpoles, some of which they would later use to beat Capitol Police, and told them that they could play by different rules. Play by different rules.
Rules?
He even at one point quite literally pointed to the Capitol as he told them to fight like hell. After the attack,
should have pointed
we've
at the
shown
Wendy's.
clearly, well, that once the attack began, insurgent after insurgent made clear they were following the president's orders. You saw us present that evidence of the insurgents who were there that day, who said, I came because the president asked me to come. I was here at his invitation. You saw that of the folks that were in the Capitol that day.
The time has expired.
The time has expired.
Are there further questions?
Mr. President.
Okay.
Wait, doesn't
Did you?
The Republicans don't get to answer that? Oh, so they directed the question.
Senator from South
Yeah,
Carolina.
no, it's 5 minutes. Yeah,
Thank you very
it's
much,
based on the
Mr.
direction.
Submit it.
I send a question to the desk on behalf of myself, Senator Cruz, Marshall, and Kramer to council.
Will you answer my question where they can't respond? Mean Sarton says Senator Sumner didn't suffer a beating
Senator
this
Graham
bad.
for himself, Senator Cruz, Senator
That's
Marshall,
cute.
and Senator Kramer.
At least Sumner, but yeah.
Submits a question for the counsel for Donald Trump. Clerk will read it.
Brett Luckfeld says you called it. Thank you for the best coverage. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you.
Does a politician raising bail for rioters encourage more rioting?
Council has 5 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Does council yield back the rest of their time?
Love it.
Council's time is yielded back. Are there other questions?
That was the best way to do that.
Mr.
like
President,
The senator from Georgia.
I have a question for the desk.
Oh, that
Send it
was
to the desk.
One answer. No, I like it. That's nice. That's cute.
Music and Fiction says the defense seems to be creating new bungholios for the House managers. Damn. Nate G says I may be biased, but this is Sofa King good. John Doe says this was worth 2 days of Dem whining. God
The
Emperor
senator
of Duncan
from
says
Georgia, Senator
Max
Warnock,
Meme Waters has
a
got to be a
question
GOP
for
plant.
the House managers. Clerk will read the question.
Is it true or false that in the months leading up to January 6th, dozens of courts, including state and federal courts in Georgia, rejected President Trump's campaign's efforts to overturn his loss to Joe Biden?
That's a terrible question.
House managers recognized for 5 minutes.
He doesn't just say it's true. He's
Mr. President, senators, that is true.
How's that relevant to
That's
anything?
true. I want to be clear, though, that we have absolutely no problem with President Trump having pursued his belief that the election was being stolen.
Oh, that's a lie.
Or that there was fraud or corruption or unconstitutionality. We have no problem at all with him going to court to do it. And he did, and he lost in 61 straight cases in federal court and state court, in the lowest courts in the land, in the U.S. Supreme Court. He lost it. He lost in courts in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, and Wisconsin. All of them said the same thing. They couldn't find any corruption. They couldn't find any fraud, certainly nothing rising to a material level that would alter the outcome of any of the elections. And there was no unconstitutionality. That's the American system. And so, I mean, it's hard to imagine him having gotten more due process than that in pursuing what has come to be known popularly as the big lie.
No.
The idea that somehow the election was being stolen from him. And we have no problem with the fact that he
I can imagine him getting more
to
due
court
process.
to do all those things. But notice, number one,
Pretty
the big
easily.
lie was refuted, devastated, and demolished in federal and state courts across the land, including by 8 judges appointed by President Donald Trump himself. We quoted earlier in the case what happened in Pennsylvania, where U.S. District Court Judge Matthew Brand said, in the United States, the court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations. In the U.S., this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its 6th most populous
Well, if one
state.
judge said that in
Our
one
people,
case,
laws, and
surely
institutions
all the
demand more.
cases are the
Then it
same.
went up to Judge Stefanos Bibas, who's a Trump appointee, who was a part of the appeals court panel. He said, the campaign's claims have no merit. The number of ballots it specifically challenges is far smaller than the 81,000 vote margin of victory, and it never claims fraud or that any votes were cast by illegal voters.
So
Plus, tossing
are
out
they saying that
millions
they
of
like
mail-in
this judge
ballots
now? They
would
like-
be
they
drastic
like the
and
Trump judges?
unprecedented, disenfranchising a huge
best
swath
judges.
of the
That really
electorate,
tremendous.
and
Yeah,
upsetting all of the
Democrats like
down ballot
Trump-appointed
races,
judges,
too,
confirmed.
which incidentally weren't being challenged, even though it was the exact same ballot that had been brought. So the problem was when the president went from his judicial combat, which was fine, to intimidating and bullying state election officials and state legislators, and then finally, as Representative Cheney said, summoning a mob, assembling a mob, and then lighting the match for an insurrection against the Union. When he crossed over from nonviolent means, no matter how
hoping he was going to
ridiculous
say
or
when he
absurd,
crossed the Rubicon.
that's fine, he's exercising his rights, to inciting violence. That's what this trial is about. And we heard very little of that from the presentation of the president's lawyers. They really didn't address the facts of the case at all. There were a couple propaganda reels about Democratic politicians
directly
that would be
address the
excluded
facts of the
in any
case.
court
That's
in
the
land.
problem
They
that
talked
you
about
have.
the rules of evidence. All of that was totally irrelevant to the case before us. Whatever you think about it, it's irrelevant. And we'll be happy, to, of course, to address the First Amendment arguments, too.
Oh, you want to talk about
Mr.
propaganda reels, really?
Senator from Maine.
Oh, we're going to talk about rules of evidence now?
Mr. President, I
Wow.
send a
They're
question
irrelevant.
to the desk.
You want to adjust your arguments now?
The question is from Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski. It is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will read.
I'm tweeting, Jamie Raskin calls rules of evidence irrelevant to the case. So just keep reinforcing how this is the most secure impeachment in U.S.
when did
history.
President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? What specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Okay, this is good.
Clerk, read that question again. We're getting it back.
Where'd you take it? Took it down to be copied for records, I guess. It had already left the room.
Exactly when did President Trump learn of the breach of the Capitol? And what specific actions did he take to bring the rioting to an end? And when did he take them? Please be as detailed as possible.
Mr. Van Veen.
The House managers have given us absolutely no evidence the other onto that question. We're able to piece together a timeline, and it goes all the way back to December 31st, January 2nd. There is a lot of interaction between the authorities and getting folks to have security beforehand. On the day, we have a tweet at 2:38, so it was certainly sometime before then. With the rush to bring this impeachment, there's been absolutely no investigation into that. And that's the problem with this entire proceeding. The House managers did zero investigation, and the American people deserve a lot better than coming in here with no evidence, hearsay on top of hearsay on top of reports that are of hearsay. Due process is required here, and that was denied.
Good answer.
Nice.
The only thing I would have changed is I would have
Mr.
mentioned that
President?
Trump had authorized all National Guard action days before.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
Next, we've got Cornholio 174 says these videos and his lawyers should make all of America finally wake up to the evil of the media and the Democratic Party. Niels Mulvad says, "Are you winning, son?" Delacorte says, in response to your question about their time to compile this, I'd be willing to bet they had people archiving these clips for the last 4 days.
From Nevada, Senator
Well, yeah.
Rosen, submits a question for the House managers.
What are the pictures of that he has on his desk?
and the clerk will read it.
I think it's the council with their names, if I had to guess.
Okay.
On January 6th, the anti-Semitic Proud Boys group that President Trump had told to stand by laid siege to the Capitol alongside other rioters, including one wearing a Camp Auschwitz shirt. Is there evidence that
Trump bought him that
Trump
shirt
knew or should have known that his tolerance of anti-Semitic speech, hate speech, combined with his own rhetoric, could incite the kind of violence we saw on January 6th?
Is there a receipt of Donald Trump buying and mailing him that sweatshirt?
His anti-Semiticness, such as recognizing Israel and its capital, and
the anti-Semitic nature of sending $500 million to Israel,
being related
Mr.
to
President,
being related by marriage to
Senators,
Jewish people, and
Donald Trump has a long history of praising and encouraging violence, as you saw. He has espoused hateful rhetoric himself. He has not just tolerated it, but he's encouraged hateful speech by others. He has refused, as you saw in the September debate, that interview, to condemn extremist and white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys. And he has, at every opportunity, encouraged and cultivated actual violence by these groups.
I don't have nice things to say as an answer.
Yes, he has encouraged actual violence, not just the word fight. He told groups like the Proud Boys, who had beaten people with baseball bats, to stand by. When his supporters in the 50-car caravan tried to drive a bus of Biden campaign workers off the road, he tweeted a video of that incident with fight music attached to it and wrote, "I love Texas." When his supporters sent death threats to the Republican Secretary of State Raffensperger in Georgia, he responded by calling Mr. Raffensperger an enemy of the state after he knew of those death threats. And in the morning of the 2nd Million MAGA March, when it erupted in violence and burned churches, he began that day with the tweet, "We have just begun to fight." I want to be clear that Donald Trump is not on trial for those prior statements. However, that hateful and violent and inappropriate they may be. But his statements, the president's statements, make absolutely clear 3 important points for our case. First, President Trump had a pattern and practice of praising and encouraging violence, never condemning it. It is not a coincidence that those very same people,
but he's not on trial for them,
Proud Boys, organizers of the Trump Caravan, supporters and speakers of the 2nd Million MAGA March, all showed up on January 6th to an event that he had organized with those same individuals who had organized that violent attack. Second, his behavior is different. It's not just that it was a comment by an official to fight for a cause. This is months of cultivating a base of people who were violent, not potentially violent.
I don't think you really want to go there.
And that prior conduct both helped him cultivate the very group of people that attacked us. It also shows clearly that he had that group assembled, inflamed, and all the public reports ready to attack. He deliberately encouraged them to engage in violence on January 6th. President Trump had spent months calling his supporters to a march on a specific
This
day,
isn't incitement.
at a specific
This is
time,
conspiracy.
for a specific purpose.
You charged the wrong
What else
thing.
were they going to do to stop the certification of the election on that day but to stop you? But to stop you physically. There was no other way, particularly after his vice president said that he would refuse to do what the president asked. The point is this, that by the time he called the cavalry—
We have exactly 5-minute answers for all these questions.
It's amazing.
But cavalry
It was
of
cavalry.
his thousands of supporters on January 6th, an event he had invited them to, he had every reason to know that they were armed, violent, and ready to actually fight. He knew who he was calling and the violence they were capable of. And he still gave his marching orders to go to the Capitol and, quote, fight like hell to stop the steal. How else was that going to happen? If they had stayed at the Ellipse, maybe it would have just been to violently fight in protest with their words. But to come to the Capitol? That is why this is different.
Any sense.
And that is why he must be convicted and acquitted.
Did you know that going to the Capitol is violent now?
And disqualified.
Convicted and acquitted. She said convicted and acquitted.
Nice.
Oh, gosh.
Mr. President, on behalf of Senator Scott of South Carolina and myself,
Anything you say, girl.
To the desk.
Adzuma99 says, how different do you think
Senator
things would be if everyone in government was required to serve a 4-year term and had to get reelected to continue to be in office and can only maintain that position for another 4 years? So like term limits, I think things would be much better. Bad Vibe says, here comes the Times article. Nope. Bad Vibe says, when did Giuliani commit violence? Bad Vibe says, this walking example of Dr. Kevorkian is the biggest liar in the room right now. He also says, edited hearsay. Midler Nimmer says,
The question is for counsel.
poor
for the
Grampy has
former
to stop
president
napping and actually do
Senator
stuff now.
Scaggerty
These questions
and
serve no point.
Scott of
They
South
cue it up for the
Carolina.
repetition of a specific point by one side or
read
the
the,
other. Just
question.
vote already. Yeah, I think all questions should be posed to both parties. To me, I don't think
Given
this is
that
a.
more than 200 people have been charged for their conduct at the Capitol on January 6th, that our justice system is working to hold the appropriate persons accountable, and that President Trump is no longer in office, isn't this simply a political show trial that is designed to discredit President Trump and his policies and shame the 74 million Americans who voted for him?
Bad Vibe says, Nick, are you suggesting she is married to Bobby Brown? I hope no one is.
Thank you, Senators, for that question. That's precisely what the 45th President believes this gathering is about. We believe in law and order and trust that the federal authorities that are conducting investigations and prosecutions against the criminals that invaded this building will continue their work and be as aggressive and thorough as we know them to always be, and that they will continue to identify those that entered the inner sanctum of our government and desecrated it. The 45th President no longer holds office. There is no sanction available under the Constitution, in our view, for him to be removed from office that he no longer holds. The only logical conclusion is that the purpose of this gathering is to embarrass the 45th President of the United States and in some way try to create an opportunity for senators to suggest that he should not be permitted to hold office in the future, or at the very least, publicize this throughout the land to try to damage his ability to run for office when and if he is acquitted, and at the same time, tell the 74 million people who voted for them that their choice was the wrong choice. I believe that this is a divisive way of going about handling impeachment, and it denigrates the great solemnity that should attach to such proceedings. I yield the remainder of my time, Mr. President.
I think it's a good strategy not going 5 minutes on every single question. Just be concise and to the point. The other side looks like they got all their questions in advance. They're bringing prepared responses.
A question to the House managers to the desk because the president's lawyers did not answer the question when it was posed to them.
The senator will send the question. Debate's not allowed.
Lord of the Nerd, why don't you just ask them the question? Because they won't answer the question. Ask them. See if they answer. Lord of the Nerd says basically Trump's rhetoric just caught up to theirs. Roof Korean wasn't at the Capitol either, says call the police. This is a massacre on the Senate floor. Good thing the National Guard is outside talk about SJW levels of awareness.
The question is from Senator Markey with Senator Duckworth.
Quack, 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 Mr. Duckworth.
Part of the House of Representatives. The clerk will read the question.
Kyra says, Nick, formally requesting you to create a stop crying mug and send the first one to me, please. I will create a stop crying
When
mug.
did the president learn of the breach at the Capitol, and what steps did he take to address the violence? Please be as detailed as possible.
Oh, so they asked the same question to the other people?
Yeah.
He didn't. That's what they're going to say. He knew in advance, and then he never took action ever.
Do they have a prepared answer for this, or are they going to have to improv something, I guess?
I think they don't have a prepared answer here. Because this was a Republican question that was asked, and this person's only asking it because the Republicans didn't answer. They don't realize that this is off the script. This is off the script. This is not an acceptable thing for them to do. Now they have to scramble and get together to answer it. Their delay here looks a little embarrassing to me.
Yeah, they have to find the right page. Do we have an answer for this one?
Mr. President,
Anytime
Senators,
would be fine.
This attack was on live TV, on all major networks in real time. The president, as president, has access to intelligence information, including reports from inside the Capitol. He knew the violence that was underway. He knew the severity of the threats. And most importantly, he knew the Capitol Police were overwhelmingly outnumbered and in a fight for their lives against thousands of insurgents with weapons. We know he knew that. We know that he did not send any individuals. We did not hear any tweets. We did not hear him tell those individuals, stop. This is wrong. You must go back. We did not hear that. So what else did the president do?
Yes, he did.
We are unclear.
He actually did. They showed it.
Trump did do that. We saw that earlier.
Dereliction of his duty.
We saw that.
And that was because
Yes, we did.
he was the one who had caused them to come to the Capitol, and they were doing what he asked them to do.
Oh, you're unclear because maybe you didn't do your research.
So there was no need for him to stop them from what they were engaged in. But one of the things I would like to ask is we still have not heard and posed to you all the questions that were raised by Mr. Raskin, Manager Raskin, in his closing argument. Why did the President Trump not tell the protesters to stop as soon as he learned about it?
Literally
Why
did.
did President Trump do nothing to stop the attack for 2 hours after the attack began? Why did President Trump do nothing to help protect the Capitol and law enforcement battling the insurgents? You saw the body cam of a Capitol police officer at 4:29, still fighting. 4:29 after, since what time? 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do these people think
Why
that the
did he
National
not
Guard
condemn
is
the
just like a
violent
group of people
insurrection
standing
on
around
January
waiting to
6th?
move?
Those are the
Yeah,
questions
that's exactly
that
what
we
they think.
have as
They think
well.
it's a 911 service.
And the reason this question keeps coming up is because the answer is nothing.
That was a really embarrassing
The
answer.
senator from Utah.
I send a question to the desk.
Oh, no. Mr. Romney. GG even 317 says, Pocahontas, fight, fight, fight. Screech is in Native American. Sword and Scale says, surprised they didn't include Howard Dean's scream. Oh, no.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Romney, on behalf of himself and Senator Collins.
Oh, God.
It's a question, and clerk will read it.
Who's a question two? Sanguine Kaiser says, media right now. No, don't let them see. Shut it down.
Oh, and I apologize. The question is for both sides, so
Of
the
course
time
it
will
is.
be evenly divided.
When President Trump sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
The House Manager.
This is a trap because Tommy Tuberville said he told Trump that Pence was being removed.
And time will be evenly divided between. Of course. Would the clerk read the question again?
When President Trump sent the disparaging tweet at 2:24 p.m. regarding Vice President Pence, was he aware that the Vice President had been removed from the Senate by the Secret Service for his safety?
The House of Representatives managers are recognized 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, let me tell you what he said at 2:24 p.m.
We already know what he
said.
said.
Mike
2:24
Pence
p.m.
didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. The USA demands the truth. And you know by now what was all over the media.
That's not a disparaging
You couldn't turn on
tweet.
the television, couldn't turn on the radio, couldn't consume any media, or probably take any phone calls or anything else without hearing about this, and also hearing about the Vice President. And here's what Donald Trump had to know at that time, because the whole world knew it. All of us knew it. Live television had, by this point, shown that the insurgents were already inside the building and that they had weapons and that the police were outnumbered. And here are the facts that are not in dispute. Donald Trump had not taken any measures to send help to the overwhelmed Capitol Police. As president, at that point, when you see all this going on and the people around you are imploring you to do something, and your vice president is there, why wouldn't you do it?
Wait, the vice president wasn't there.
Donald
The Secret
Trump had
Service
not
took
publicly
him.
condemned the attack. The attackers are told him to stand down, despite multiple pleas to do so. And Donald Trump hadn't even acknowledged the attack. And after Wednesday's trial portion concluded, Senator Tuberville spoke to reporters and confirmed the call that he had with the president and did not dispute Manager Cicilline's description in any way that there was a call between he and the president around the time that Mike Pence was being ushered out of the chamber. And that was shortly after 2 p.m. And Senator Tuberville specifically said that he told the president, Mr. President, they just took the vice president out. I've got to go.
What time's the call?
And that was shortly after 2 p.m. There were still hours of chaos and carnage and mayhem. The vice president and his family were still in danger at that point. Our commander-in-chief did nothing.
What time was the phone call?
Counsel for the former president.
You know, if you had done your investigation, you would just ask for the call log.
Yeah, it'd be helpful.
The answer is no. At no point was the president informed the vice president was in any danger, because the House rushed through this impeachment in 7 days with no evidence. There is nothing at all in the record on this point, because the House failed to do even a minimum amount of due diligence. What the president did know is that there was a violent riot happening at the Capitol. That's why he repeatedly called via tweet and via video for the riots to stop, to be peaceful, to respect Capitol Police and law enforcement, and to commit no violence, and to go home. But to be clear, this is an article of impeachment for incitement. This is not an article of impeachment for anything else. It's a one count. They could have charged anything they wanted. They chose to charge incitement.
Right.
So that the question, although answered directly no, it's not really relevant to the charges for the impeachment.
Van der Veen is a mean son of a bitch.
And I just wanted to clear up one more thing. Mr. Castro, in his first answer, may have spoke, but what he said was Mr. Trump had said, fight to the death. That's false. I'm hoping he misspoke. Thank you.
Again,
Mr.
nailing
President.
them. That's great. JM says someone asked him to play this.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, on behalf of myself and Senators Casey and Brown, I send a question to the desk.
Every time Amy Klobuchar speaks, I want to eat glass. JM says someone asked him to play this at 2x speed. Stephen Cooper says this clip is proof that methamphetamine should be legal. Only possible way this was put together this quickly. Isaiah Smith says just joined the stream with Pocahontas Liawatha war whooping. Come on. Stephen Cooper, welcome to the channel. Lay EGF. Uncivil Law says fight, fight, fight. Billy Nunez says they should end this video with David Dorn's death. Oh, they put it in the middle.
It's a question from Senator Klobuchar, Senator Casey, Senator Brown to the House managers.
That tweet was quite a while ago, but thanks for reading it.
I'm trying to get through the backlog of them. I read them all.
There you go.
In presenting your case, you relied on past precedents from impeachment trials, such as William Belknap's impeachment. After what you have presented in the course of this trial, if we do not convict former President Trump, what message will we be sending to future presidents and Congresses?
This question. What kind of question is this?
I believe children are the future. Let them grow and show us the way. That's what that answer is right there. Just
President Trump engaged in a course of conduct that incited an armed attack on the Capitol. He did so while seeking to overturn the results of the election and thwart the transfer of power. And when the attack began, he further incited violence aimed to his own vice president, even as demonstrated his state of mind by failing to defend us and the law enforcement officials who protect us. The consequences of his conduct were devastating on every level. Police officers were left overwhelmed, unprotected. Congress had to be evacuated. Our staff barricaded in this building, calling their families to say goodbye. Some of us, like Mr. Raskin, had children here. And these people in this building, some of whom were on the FBI's watch list.
I mean, children, aren't they adult
took
children?
Photos, stole
like in their
laptops,
20s?
destroyed precious
Yeah.
statues, including one of John Lewis. Desecrated the statue of a recently deceased member of Congress.
Is this what we're
who stood
telling?
for
as
nonviolence.
I can tell you for a matter of fact, because
This
I've been
is
covering
devastating.
these on my channel on an
And
ongoing
the
basis.
world
These people are getting whacked over the head.
us.
I
And the
have 30
world
of these episodes on my
is
channel
still
right now if you want to watch them getting
watching
whacked.
us to see what we will do.
Wait, who's
this
getting
day.
whacked?
And
The
we'll
people
know
who
what we
rioted.
did
Oh,
this
yes.
day.
People, yeah, all those people. I
100
have
years
30 episodes of Capitol Hill riot.
Those are
award
the
show.
immediate consequences, and our actions will reverberate.
No end in
As
sight.
to what are the future consequences?
I think they have 200
The
charges
extremists
now.
who attack the
Yeah, I'm
Capitol
behind.
of the president's
The FBI is arresting
provocation
people too fast.
will be emboldened. All our intelligence agencies have confirmed this. It is not House managers saying that. There are quite literally standing by and standing ready. Donald Trump told them
screwed up the
this
quote.
is only the beginning. They are waiting and watching to see if Donald Trump
No.
is right that everyone said this was totally appropriate. Let me also bring something else up. I'll briefly say that defense counsels put a lot of videos out in their defense, playing clip after clip of black women talking about fighting for a cause or an
As
issue
one
or a
does.
policy.
Oh,
It's
no.
not lost on me is so many of them were people of color and women, black women.
Oh, come on.
Oh
women
my
like
God.
myself.
No, we're not going
We're
there, are
sick
we?
and tired of being sick and tired for our children.
Oh, we're going racism? Oh,
Your children,
this is sexism, racism?
our children.
Holy shit, dude.
This summer, things happened that were violent, but there were also things that gave some of us black women
They play
great
clip
comfort
after clip after clip
seeing
of
Amish
black
people in
women.
Pennsylvania
Black
standing
women.
up with us, members of Congress fighting up with us. And so I thought we were past that.
Oh,
I think
God,
maybe we're
she's
not.
terrible.
There are
Amish people from
long-standing
Pennsylvania probably are not black
consequences.
women, just guessing.
Decisions like this that will define who we are as a people, who
We're not past the
America
racism.
is. We have in this room made monumental decisions. You all have made monumental decisions. We've declared wars, passed
Systemic
civil rights
racism.
acts,
Just say systemic
ensured
racism
that
for me.
no one in
Say
this
it
country
once.
is a slave. Every American has the right to vote, unless you live in a territory. At this time, some of these decisions are even controversial, but history has shown that they define us as a country and as a people.
Well, she's from the Virgin
Today
Islands, which is where
I
that
know.
came from. Okay.
is one of those moments, and history will wait for our decision.
That was a terrible answer. What was she doing?
Mr. President,
The Senator from Utah.
I send a question to the desk.
If you don't vote for, she mentioned slavery, so if you don't vote for this, you support slavery, I guess.
Yes. Mike Lee's up now. This will be interesting. Toberin, welcome to lawyer status. Thank you. Dragon's Treasure F. Stephen Cooper says chat is moving at 2 times the speed of fight. Solid number 5. Welcome to super lawyer status. Alfred Barajas, welcome to paralegal. Robonex 666 says fight. Lord of the Nerds says they haven't even reached their final power level. Lil Poo Poo says fight the fighters, fight the fighting fighters, fighting fightingly.
Sends a question on behalf of himself.
Pablo
Senator
Mendoza
Hawley,
sent a bunch
Senator
of
Criswell,
Fs.
Senator Blackburn, Senator Portman.
Sword and Scale, welcome to the
And
channel.
The question is for the counsel for the former president. Clerk will
Abubba22 says
read.
Trump's defense team just committed murder. Narzul says new drinking game, take a shot for every time they say fight. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? We'd all be
Multiple
dead.
state constitutions enacted prior to 1787, namely the constitutions of Delaware, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, specifically provided for the impeachment of a former officer. Given
This is a
that
Michael
the
Lee
framers
question.
of the U.S. Constitution would have been aware of these provisions, does their decision to omit language specifically authorizing the impeachment of former officials indicate that they did not intend for our Constitution to allow for the impeachment of former officials?
How did he fit this on the card?
He got one of those guys who
question.
writes a name on a grain of rice to write it down.
And the answer is yes, of course they left it out. The framers were very smart men, and they went over draft after draft after draft on that document. And they reviewed all the other drafts of all of the state constitutions, all of them. And they picked and chose what they wanted, and they discarded what they did not. And what they discarded was the option for all of you to impeach a former elected official. I hope that's answering your question. Thank you.
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Mr. President, I send a question to
That's
the
to
desk.
the point.
Sorry, I had kid issues.
The Senator from California submits a question for the House managers. The clerk will report.
Having been on the front lines of combating the big lie over the past 4 years as California's chief elections officer, it is clear that President Trump's plot to undermine the 2020 election was built on lies and conspiracy
What?
theories.
Wait, I'm confused. Big
How
lie
did
over
this
the past
plot
4
to
years?
unconstitutionally keep President Trump in power lead to the radicalization of so many of President Trump's followers and the resulting attack on the Capitol?
Yeah, I heard, even though my daughter was asking me a question, I heard the same thing.
Yeah, and that means they miswrote the question, which reveals so much because they've been trying to undermine him for 4 years. And that's, I mean, the clerk didn't screw up reading it. I know the clerk didn't screw it up. So they actually wrote 4 years. The big lie's been 4 years. So they just kind of undermined their entire case rapidly. I'm like,
Senators,
oh my
Donald
God,
Trump
this is
spent
about the past 4
months
years, isn't it?
inciting his base to believe that their election was stolen. And that was the point, that was the thing that would get people so angry.
Apparently not. Apparently
Think
it
about
spent
that.
years.
What it would take to get a large group of thousands of Americans so angry to storm the Capitol. That was the purpose behind Donald Trump saying that the election had been rigged and that the election had been stolen. And to be clear, when he says the election is stolen, what he's saying is that the victory, and he even says one time, the election victory is being stolen from them.
I mean,
Think
that
about
would,
how significant that is.
if they got the victory, it
to
necessarily
Americans.
wouldn't have been
Again,
stolen.
You're right, over 70
from
million,
their
I think
perspective.
74 million people voted for Donald Trump. And this wasn't a one-off comment. It wasn't one time. It was over and over and over and over and over again with a purpose. And we're not having this impeachment trial here because Donald Trump contested the election. As I said during the presentation, nobody here wants to lose an election. We all run our races to win our elections. But what President Trump did was different. What our commander-in-chief did was the polar opposite of what we're supposed to do. We let the people decide the elections, except President Trump. He directed all of that rage that he had incited to January 6th, the last chance. That's this, again, to him, this was his last chance. This was certifying the election results. He needed to whip up that mob, amp them up enough to get out there and try to stop the election results, the certification of the
I mean,
election.
technically, he could have called in the military or something.
And
That's
y'all,
what people thought he would do. I mean, there would
they
be
took
serious
over the
problems
Senate
with this,
chamber
but that was the
to
idea.
do that. They almost took over the House chamber. There were 50 or so or more House members who were literally scared for their lives up in the gallery. A woman who bought into that big lie died because she believed the president's big lie. This resulted in a loss of one of his
Technically, you think she died because of a bullet entering her neck. I mean, to be
a Capitol
fair.
police officer died that day. Other of
How?
President Trump's supporters.
Do we actually know how the guy died yet?
2
They
Capitol
haven't
police
released
officers
it.
ended up
The
taking
officer,
their own
no,
lives.
I don't think so.
Weird.
Defense counsel, their defense is basically everything President Trump did is okay, and he could do it again.
Yes.
Is that
It's a
what we
little-
believe?
A little hard to attribute to that.
That there is no problem with that? That it's perfectly fine if he does the same thing all over again? This is dangerous. He's inciting his base. He was using the claim of a rigged election. We have never seen somebody do that over and over and over again, tell a lie, say 6 months ahead of time that it's a rigged election.
Yes, we did.
There is a dangerous consequence to
I mean,
that.
Hillary was saying
when
it
you've
ahead
got
of time
millions
that
of
it was a rigged
followers on
election.
Twitter and millions of
Yeah,
followers
that's true.
on Facebook, and you've got that huge bully pulpit from the White House, and you're the President of the United States. There is a cost to doing that. People are listening to you in a way that, quite honestly, they're not listening to me, and they're not listening to all of us in this room. You know, I just want to clear up, the defense counsel made a point about something that I read earlier. The defense counsel suggested I misspoke. And I just want to clarify for the record that the tweet I referenced, let me read you the tweet directly. If a Democrat presidential candidate had an election rigged and stolen with proof of such acts at a level never seen before, The Democrat senators would consider it an act of war and fight to the death. Mitch and the Republicans do nothing, just want to let it pass. No fight. So Donald
it doesn't
Trump
help
was
your case.
equating what Democrats would do if their election was stolen. He said they'd fight to the death. Why do you think he sends that tweet? Because he's trying to say, hey, the other side would fight to the death.
The
So
Democrat
you should fight to the death.
senators would fight
I mean,
to
do
the
we
death.
read that any other way?
Yes. Come on now. I think I heard some people say yes in the background there.
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, on my behalf and on behalf of Senator Kramer, I send a question to the desk.
Puggernaut says, my God, the differences in argument show the differences between Democrats and normal people. One side is all about feelings, the other side is all about facts. Stega says, what do you mean Trump told them to stop? Twitter and YouTube censored that, so that means it never happened. Duh. Impeachment managers probably. Bad Vibe says, if they impeach, the left better pray like hell, because if they have ever said or say fight like hell again, they are next. He also says, Bad Vibe says, wait, is she saying these individuals incited violence?
Senator Hawley, on behalf of himself and Senator Kramer, send a question for the council and House managers. And following our procedure, the first one to respond will be after it's read will be the counsel for the former president.
Sanico says this is one law firm not to F with.
The power to disqualify is not derivative of the power to remove a convicted president from office. Could the Senate disqualify a sitting president but not remove him or her?
Holy hell, someone called the cleaners. A slaughter just took place in the Senate. Bad Vibe says Republicans also had both representatives and Senate objections. Mithran Emmer says the House reps seem to keep forgetting that they charged Trump with incitement.
The power to disqualify is not
Yeah, they did forget.
of the power
They forgot
to
things. It's like,
remove
oh,
a
it's all the
convicted
same.
President from office.
They literally should just had a charge
Could
of
the
Orange Man
Senate
bad. That would have
disqualify
helped.
a sitting president, but not remove him or her.
They keep going to things for conspiracy, not incitement. Also, and someone get Grampy a coffee and a lozenge. His voice is annoying.
2.5 minutes.
No. But I can't let this rest. Mr. Castro attributed a statement the time before last that he was up here that Donald Trump had told his people to fight to the death. I'm not from here. I'm not like you guys. I was being very polite and given an opportunity to correct the
Jimmy
record,
Stewart.
and I thought that's exactly what he would do. But instead, what he did is he came up and illustrated the problem with the presentation of the House case. It's been smoke and mirrors, and worse, it's been dishonest. He came up and tried to cover when he got caught, as they were caught earlier today with all of the evidence, checking tweets, switching dates, everything they did. And bear in mind, I had 2 days to look at their evidence. And when I say 2 days, I mean they started putting in their evidence, so I started to be able to get looking at it. That is not the way this should be done. But what we discovered was he knew what he was doing. He knew that the president didn't say that to his people. What he said was if it happened to the Dems, this is what they would do. In his speech that day, you know what he said? He said, if this happened to the Democrats, if the election was stolen from the Democrats, all hell would break loose. But, he said to his supporters, we are smarter, we are stronger, and we're going to do what they did all summer long.
This isn't an answer to the question, but it is good stuff.
So what he did was he misrepresented a tweet to you to put forth the narrative that is wrong. It's wrong, it's dishonest, and the American people don't deserve this any longer. You must acquit.
Doesn't even give a shit about the question. I don't even care what he asked.
Managers on the part of the House.
Let me just talk about what I want to talk
2.5
about.
minutes.
The glove does not fit.
But he's saying it's a sham. This is all bullshit.
That was profoundly inaccurate and irrelevant to what the question is. So I'm going to get back to the question.
Seemed pretty accurate,
under Article
Jamie.
2, Section 4, a president who is in office must be convicted before removal, and then must be removed before disqualification. Okay. But if the president is already out of office, then he can be separately disqualified, as this president is. But these powers have always been treated as separate, which is why I think there have been
they've always
8
been
people
subsequent.
who've been
It's a subsequent
convicted
power,
and removed,
not a
and just
separate
3
power.
of them disqualified. And as you know, there's a totally separate process within the Senate for doing this. The Constitution requires 2/3 vote for conviction, but for disqualification, it's a majority vote. It's a separate thing. So people could vote to convict and then vote not to disqualify.
But can they
If
vote to
felt
disqualify
that
without
the evidence
convict?
demonstrated that the president was guilty of incitement to insurrection, they could vote to convict. But if they felt that they didn't want to exercise the further power established by the Constitution to disqualify, they wouldn't have to do that, and that could be something that's
I think
taken up
Vanderveen
separately
actually
by the
did answer
Senate
the question.
by majority
I think he
vote.
said no right at the start. Notice that Jamie Raskin didn't actually
Mr.
answer the
President?
question. Could they vote to disqualify without removal?
The senator from Massachusetts.
I send a question to the desk.
Ryan Ferris says David Pacman right now has a COVID chart rather than playing these videos because he said he might get banned off YouTube for showing the riots. You won't get banned, you'll get an age restriction. I should know. That's what happened to me. Lazy Man Tech says rip David Dorn. DCV Titan says if this montage of the rioters doesn't cause a severe case of voter regret, then they are clearly just NPCs. Jacob Sorton says the absolute stones on this guy. How do I get a job to wheelbarrow where he goes?
From Massachusetts,
Lancelot
has
says
a
they just
question
buried
for
them.
the
F in chat.
House managers, the clerk will read the question.
Ooh. Lord Cybot says, Nick, these montages seem incredibly effective. Do you think they will flip any Democrat votes on impeachment? No, not the
The
montages.
defense's presentation highlighted the fact that Democratic members of Congress raised objections to counting of electoral votes in past joint sessions of Congress. To your knowledge, were any of those Democratic objections raised after insurrectionists stormed the Capitol
This would be an interesting answer.
in order to prevent the counting of electoral votes, and after the president's personal lawyer asked senators to make these objections specifically to delay the certification?
That's a very strange question.
It's a question worded to make their point. I mean, there's no question there. I mean, the answer is no. There wasn't a violent riot in 2017.
So thank you very much, Mr. President, for the opportunity to respond to that. The answer is no. We are not aware that
Has
any
it
other
ever happened
objections,
after Donald Trump has been
raised
president?
in the counting of electoral college votes, either by Democrats or Republicans. And this has actually been a kind of proud bipartisan tradition under the Electoral College, just because the Electoral College
Looked
is
very
so arcane and
bipartisan
so many
when you
rules
stood up
to
and
it.
objected
I think that
before.
my co-counsel on the other side had some fun because I was one of the people who took, I think, about
So
30
somehow
seconds
it's less
in 2016
good
to
now?
point out that the electors from Florida were not actually conforming to the letter of the law because they have a rule in Florida that you can't be a dual office holder. In other words, you can't be like a state legislator and also be an elector. And so that was improper form. But I think that then Vice President Biden properly gavelled me down and said, look, we're going to try to make the Electoral College work and we're going to vindicate the will of the people. And that's pretty much what's happened. And nobody has stormed the Capitol before, or as Representative
Yeah, you just
Cheney,
said
the
3
Secretary
years
of the
of
Republican Conference,
investigation
said,
based on
gone out
lies.
and summoned a mob, assembled a mob incited
That's
a mob
not what
and
Biden
lit
said.
a
He
match.
said that you don't have a signature from a
As
senator.
Representative Cheney said,
You can't even quote your own party right.
that all of this goes to the doorstep of the president. None of it would have happened without him, and everything is due to his actions. This would not happen. That is the chair of the House Republican Conference, who was the target of an effort to remove her, which was rejected on a vote by more than 2-1 in the House Republican Conference, when there was an attempt to remove her for voting for impeachment and becoming a leader for vindicating our constitutional values. So please don't mix up what Republicans and Democrats have done, I think, in every election for a long time, to say there are improprieties going on in terms of conforming with state election laws, with the idea of mobilizing a mob insurrection against the government that got 5 people killed, 140 Capitol officers wounded, and threatened the actual peaceful succession of power and transfer of power in America. Now, if we want to talk about reforming the Electoral College, we can talk about reforming the Electoral College. You don't do it with violence.
Mr. President, thank you. My apologies to the senator from Massachusetts for butting in. I send a question to the desk for the former president's attorneys.
So is everywhere going to ban Jamie Raskin for saying there's been voting irregularities in every election? Can't have voting irregularities. Can't do it. Can't talk about it. Let's see. Randstein says, a couple minutes behind listening to all this fight for so long, I've already lost the meaning of the word. Seraph Creed says, looks like impeachment hearings expose the Dems.
Counsel for the
Jeffrey B.
former
says this
president.
deserves
The clerk
an
will read the
Oscar.
question.
Lord Kamina 2 says this is getting me harder than Terminator armor. The Real Saint says Dems are being eviscerated
Given
right
the
now. Also,
allegations
haha,
of the
Checo
House
F.
manager that President Trump has tolerated anti-Semitic rhetoric, has there been a more pro-Israel president than President Trump?
This is what a dumb question. Nexie says Dems forget they said the same and
but
worse
it's
every time.
apparent that nobody listened to what I said earlier today, because the victorial speech needs to stop. You need to stop. There was nothing fun here, Mr. Raskin. We aren't having fun here. This is about the most miserable experience I've had down here in Washington, D.C. There's nothing fun about it. And in Philadelphia, where I come from, when you get caught doctoring the evidence, your case is over. And that's what happened. They got caught doctoring the evidence, and this case should be over.
Vanderfeen is killing me.
Senator from Vermont.
Okay, well, you just want to pull it out and slap it on the table. I mean, that's fine too. I feel like I could learn some things from this guy.
This guy, he is a fan, like...
He's pretty good. Pretty good. Wonder if he's taking clerks.
I would hire him
Philly.
for whatever case in a minute.
At the $650 an hour he's charging you? At least?
Yes. I mean, if, like, honestly, based on performances of lawyers that you actually get to see, you have here a demonstrated ability to put together a phenomenal case and present it well.
The counsel for the former president and House manager, the clerk will read it, and following our procedure, the House managers will go first.
Oh yeah, I definitely need to get this guy on the stream. That's a good idea.
Have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
Managers have up to 2.5 minutes.
What a question is this? Yeah, did Trump actually win? Let's ask the Democrats if Trump really won or not. That should go well.
I think they asked them both because they're only getting
was
2.5.
it split? Okay,
I
fair
think
enough.
it is split.
All right, fair enough. I retract my complete outrage and
They've been-
substitute mild outrage.
Look at how, remember what I said, guys. They're begging the Republicans to engage on the election fraud question.
Yeah, they are begging it.
As we all know, President Trump did lose the election by 7 million votes, 306 electoral votes. By the time of the January 6 attack, the courts, the Justice Department, all 50 states across the country had done, agreed that the votes were counted, the people
He
had
didn't lose by
spoken,
306 electoral votes.
and it was time for the peaceful transfer of power, as our Constitution and the rule of law demands. 61 courts the president went to. That's fine, appropriate. He
wasn't
lost.
appropriate for you guys
He lost.
until today.
He lost the election. He lost the court case. As Leader McConnell recognized the day after the electors certified the votes on December 14th, he said, quote, "Many millions of us had hoped that the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January 20th. The Electoral College has spoken." Patriotism. Sometimes there is a reason to dispute an election. Sometimes the count is close. Sometimes we ask for a recount, go to courts. All of that's appropriate. I lost my first election. I stayed in bed for 3 days.
Yeah,
do what we
actually,
need
to be
do.
fair, Trump only filed 3
And we
lawsuits.
move on. This was not that. Because when all of these people confirmed that Donald Trump had lost, when the courts, his Department of Justice, state officials, Congress, his vice president were ready to commit to the peaceful transfer of power,
Was it
Donald
not
Trump
peaceful?
was not ready.
Did power
And
not
so we are
transfer
all
peacefully?
here
I missed this.
because he
I
was
watched.
not ready. Day after day, he told his supporters false, outlandish claims of why this election was rigged. Now, let's be clear. President Trump had absolutely no support of these claims, but that wasn't the point of what he was doing. He did it to make his supporters frustrated, to make them angry.
Your time's up.
Time has expired. And counsel for the former president recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Noticing that
Of course, the clerk will read the question.
Vanderveen is answering every question. I think that's a good choice. Schoen's gone.
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when
Good
he
call. He's probably
repeatedly
using the time to
claimed
think.
that the election was stolen from him and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in your judgment, did Trump actually win the election?
The counsel for the former president have 2.5 minutes.
My judgment? Who asked that? My judgment's irrelevant in this proceeding. It absolutely is. What's supposed to happen here is the article of impeachment is supposed to be...
The Senate will be in order. The senators, under the rules, cannot challenge the content of the response. The counsel will continue.
Vanderveen is just
May I have the
playing.
question
This is
read again,
great.
please?
I like this guy a lot.
The House prosecutors have stated over and over again that President Trump was perpetrating a big lie when he repeatedly claimed
I love it.
that
He's
the
getting the
election
question read
was
again.
stolen from him
I love it.
and that he actually won the election by a landslide. Are the prosecutors right when they claim that Trump was telling a big lie, or in
He's doing
your
this to try to
judgment,
reset his
did
time. I don't
Trump
know if that's going to work or
actually
not, but
win
that's
the
what he's trying to
election?
do.
In my judgment, it's irrelevant to the question before this body. What's relevant in this impeachment article is, were Mr. Trump's words insightful to the point of violence and
Incitement.
riot? That's the charge. That's the question. And the answer is no. He did not have speech that was insightful to violence or riot. Now, what's important to understand here is the House managers have completely, from the beginning of this case to right now, done everything except answer that question. The question they brought before you, the question they want my client to be punished by.
Nice.
That's the questions that should be getting asked. And the answer is he advocated for peaceful, patriotic protests. They're his words. The House managers have showed zero evidence that his words did anything else. Remember, all of the evidence is this was premeditated. The attack on the Capitol was pre-planned. It didn't have anything to do with Mr. Trump in any way, what he said on that day on January 6th at that ellipse. And that's the issue before this Senate. Now, on the issue of contesting elections and the results, the Democrats have a long history of just doing that. I hope everybody was able to see the video earlier today.
It sounds really old.
Over and over again, it's been contested. When Mr. Trump was elected president, we were told that he was hijacked.
Council's 2.5 minutes has expired.
He sounded really old there. I hope everyone was able to see the video earlier today. That was a weird one.
Senator from Wisconsin.
But otherwise,
I couldn't see who was.
Understand. I sent a question to the desk for both parties.
F says, this is the widest man I've ever seen, talking about Jerry Nadler. GG Evan 317 says, Jowly Nadler. Isaiah Smith says, Bloba the Hutt speaking truth. Nicholas Smith says, just bought Crimson Spark. I will forever fight for this man, his right to have a career. Polyfrog64 says, Nick, will you ever do funny law cases? Like the OnlyFans girl who was taking nude selfies at work, got fired and sued her employer. Gave me a chuckle. Yes, if I see them and they're funny enough, happy to do them.
Wisconsin sends a question.
Andrew Stout says, Nick, I want to download this stream and show my kids in 10 years. Can you make this happen?
President and the
House
managers. Clerk will read it. And
Keys 215 says, do you feel like this is an effective strategy to make the senators vote to impeach look petty? I do. Yes. Agent Cobalt says, Democrats be like, row, row, fight the power.
The House managers assert that the January 6th attack was predictable and it was foreseeable. If so, why did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach? Why did the House Sergeant-at-Arms reportedly turn down a request to activate the National Guard, stating that he was not comfortable with the optics?
That's an interesting question. Voken de Dinock says the Dems are legally frivolous, so is their moms. Joe F says he had to use their emotional arguments back at them. So this is for the
former president is recognized.
It is? I thought it was for the House managers.
Could you read the question again, please?
Clerk will read the question again.
The House managers assert that the January 6th attack was predictable and it was foreseeable. If so, why did it appear that law enforcement at the Capitol were caught off guard and unable to prevent the breach? Why did the House Sergeant-at-Arms reportedly turn down a request to activate the National Guard, stating that he was not comfortable with the optics?
Holy cow. That is a really good question. And had the House managers done their investigation, maybe somebody would have an answer to that. But they didn't. They did zero investigation. They did nothing. They looked into nothing. They read newspaper articles. They talked to their friends, a TV reporter or something.
Especially if that's off the cuff answer, that's a very good
Jiminy
answer.
Crickets, there is no due process in this proceeding at all. And that question highlights the problem when you have no due process, you have no clear-cut answers. But we do know that there was, I think, a certain level of foreseeability. It looks like from the information they were presenting, some law enforcement knew that something could be happening. In my presentation, we knew that the mayor 2 days before had been offered to have federal troops or National Guard deployed, beef up security here in Capitol Police. That was offered. So somebody had to have an inkling into something. And my question is, who ignored it and why? If an investigation were done, we would know the answer to that too. Thank you.
He's playing the Jimmy Stewart role. It's so funny. I'm not from around here. Zoinkies.
First,
Well, no, if
defense counsel has exculpatory evidence, you're welcome to give it to us. We would love to see it. You've had an opportunity to give us evidence that would exculpate the president.
Exculpate.
Haven't seen it yet. Everyone,
that's not how that works in any trial ever.
Wants to blame
the prosecution
everyone else
gives the defense the
except the
exculpatory
person
evidence.
who was most responsible for what happened on January 6th, and that's President Trump, Donald Trump. And he is the person who foresee this the most.
Which would be the
Because
rioters
he had
themselves.
The reports.
No.
He had access to the information.
Really?
He as well had, we all know how he is an avid cable news watcher.
We all know.
We all
know. We all know.
He cultivated these individuals. These are the undisputed facts. The National Guard was not deployed until over 2 hours after the attack. I heard reference to Mayor Bowser in defense's presentation. Mayor Bowser does not have authority over the Capitol or federal buildings. She could not deploy National Guards to the Capitol. That is outside of the jurisdiction of the mayor of the District of Columbia. At no point in that entire day did the President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, tell anyone, law enforcement struggling for their lives, insurgents who felt empowered by the sheer quantity of them, any of us in this building, or the American people, that he was sending help. He did not defend the Capitol. The President of the United States did not defend the Capitol of this country. It's indefensible.
Why didn't you charge him with that on the impeachment?
Yeah, really.
Can we remind her that her literal law professor was Jamie Raskin,
Mr. President,
by the way?
I sent a question to the desk.
That makes me so happy. Gray One says, hey, Nick, what did I miss? Only just got up to eat before second shift. Trump's legal team coming out swinging. Wish you the safe day, man. Yeah, dude, they've been doing very well. Boken Dedonek says, he said an ancient gamer word. Wolfgang Deo says, make not an image idol for yourself. Pretty sure that Exodus speaks of that, as well as 1776 overturning the authority of an unjust government. Ika Pike says, his voice is very audible narratory to me. 8-Bit Shinobi says, Vic is coming to Ottawa, VCon 2021. KV already attacking our con, even though it's virtual. Mega Lone Wolf says, Super Chat is to remind you to tell a story of your con law professor, which I did. Cosmic Sense says, it's just a shame that all the votes were locked in before the hearing ever began.
A big lie to anger Americans and stokes the fury by repeating the lie at event after event, and invites violent groups to D.C. on the day and hour necessary to interrupt the Electoral College count, and does nothing to stop those groups from advancing on the Capitol, and fails to summon the National Guard to protect the Capitol.
Did he specifically invite violent groups?
And then expresses pleasure and delight that the Capitol was under attack. Is the president innocent of inciting an insurrection because in a speech, he says, be peaceful.
The House managers have 5 minutes.
Well, that was the most interesting question yet.
You all ask a very important question, which is, given everything that the president did leading up to the election, after the election, and leading up to January 6th, all of the incitement of his supporters, whom he convinced with a big lie over and over that the election had been stolen from them and from him. And then once the mob had stormed the Capitol, the vice president was in danger, the speaker was in danger, the members of the House and the Senate, and all the staff here, the janitorial staff, the cafeteria workers, everybody. And all of the hot rhetoric that he spoke with, and then simply a few times said, stay peaceful. Remember, he said stay peaceful when they'd already gotten violent, when they'd already brought weapons, when they'd already hurt people. What he never said was stop the attack, leave the Capitol, leave immediately. And let me be clear. The president's message in that January 6th speech,
and I'm sure if he had said that, this wouldn't have been brought up,
was incendiary. So in the entire speech, which was roughly 1,100 words, he used the word peaceful once.
But fight 20 times.
And using the word peaceful was the only suggestion of nonviolence. President Trump used the word fight or fighting 20 times.
And
now again,
no
consider
suggestions
the
of violence.
context. He'd been telling them a big lie over and over, getting them amped up, getting them angry because an election had been stolen from them. There's thousands of people in front of him. Some of them are carrying weapons and arms. They're angry. He's telling them to fight. And President Trump's words in that speech, just like the mob's actions, were carefully chosen. His words incited their actions. And how do we know this? For months, the president had told his supporters his big lie, that the election was rigged, and he used the lie to urge his supporters not to concede and to stop the steal.
Oh, Schoen left because he's an observant Jew, so he's
If you rob a
he
bank,
left for
Sabbath,
Sabbath.
and on the way out the
Forgot about
door,
that.
you yell, respect private property. That's not a
Yeah, that's why he
defense
kept
to
covering his
robbing a
head
bank.
too, because he's Orthodox. I
Oh.
looked it up afterwards.
This is embarrassing. Did
Mr.
you rob
President,
a bank and then run yell respect private property as
Mr.
you leave?
President, I sent
Doesn't
a
mean you
question
didn't
to
rob
the
the
desk
bank.
directed at both sides.
That was his. Ted Cruz. This will be interesting. I like that the Republicans are sending them to both sides and they're writing them to do this.
You should just send it to the House managers, write them a 5-minute question, see if they can improv something. That'll be good.
The senator from Texas has a question for both sides. The clerk will read it, and the House managers will go first for 2.5 minutes.
Out of their 16 hours, the House managers devoted all of 15 minutes to articulating a newly created legal standard for incitement. 1, was violence foreseeable? 2, did he encourage violence? 3, did he do so willfully? Is this new standard derived from the criminal code or any Supreme Court case? While violent riots were raging, Kamala Harris said on national TV, they're not going to let up, and they should not. And she also raised money to bail out violent rioters. Using the manager's proposed standard, is there any coherent way for Donald Trump's words to be incitement and Kamala Harris's words not to be incitement?
Also, Peter brought property from Jack. Jack did not register the deed.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. I'm not familiar with the statement that is being referred to with respect to the Vice President, but I find it absolutely unimaginable that Vice President Harris would ever incite violence or encourage or promote violence.
I mean, play the video again.
Obviously, it's completely irrelevant to the proceeding at hand, and I will allow her to defend herself.
Good dodge, Jamie.
The president's lawyers are pointing out that we've never had any situation like this before in the history of the United States, and it's true. There's never been a president who has encouraged a violent insurrection against our own government. So we really have nothing to compare it to. So what we do in this trial will establish a standard going forward for all time. Now, there are two theories that have been put before you, and I think we've got to get past all of the picayune little critiques that have been offered today about this or that. Let's focus on what's really at stake here. The president's lawyers say, echoing the president, his conduct was totally appropriate. In other words, he would do it again. Exactly what he did is the new standard for what's allowable for him or any other president who gets into office.
Yes, that's
Our point is
I'm okay with that.
His incitement so overwhelms any possible legal standard we have that we've got the opportunity now to declare that presidential incitement to violent insurrection against the Capitol and the Congress is completely forbidden to the President of the United States under the impeachment clauses. So we
That's
set
what I
forth
said
for you the
earlier,
elements
remember?
of encouragement of violence, and we saw it overwhelmingly. We know that he picked the date of that rally. In fact, there was another group that was going to have a rally on another date, and he got it moved to January 1st. He synchronized it exactly with the time that we would be in joint session. And as Representative Cheney said, he summoned that mob, he assembled that mob, he incited that mob, he lit the match.
Heaven forbid he has a rally to protest what's going on in Congress while it's happening.
And the second thing is the foreseeability of it. Was it foreseeable? Remember Lansing, Michigan, and everything we showed you. They didn't mention that.
They wedded to the wet the match.
Remember the MAGA 2 march?
Because they keep bringing it up.
MAGA 2 rally. They didn't mention that. Violence all over the rallies. The president cheering it on, delighting in it, reveling in it, exulting in it. Come on, how gullible do you think we are? We saw this happen. We just spent 11 or 12 hours looking at all the evidence. And intent to encourage.
Time
Thank you.
Expired.
He literally just said the Constitution and the legal standard should not apply because President Trump.
Senator Cruz, I believe
Well,
the
we kind of
first
knew that
part of
already,
your
didn't we?
question refers to the newly created
Which presumably means it shouldn't apply to
Raskin
Kamala
doctrine
Harris.
on First Amendment.
The Raskin Doctrine on First Amendment law.
He just in his answer actually gave you a new one, appropriateness. The standard that
this guy could teach me some
this
things.
body needs to follow for law is Brandenburg v. Ohio, and the test really, the three-part test really comes out of Bible believers versus Wayne County, to be specific. The speech has to be explicitly or implicitly encouraged, the use of violence. In other words, it has to be in the words itself, which is clearly it's not in the words itself. That's step one. They don't get past it. 2, the speaker intends that his speech will result in use of violence or lawless action. There's no evidence of that, and it's ludicrous to believe that that would be true. 3rd, the imminent use of violence or lawless action is likely to result in speech. Also, they fail on all 3 points of the law as we know it and needs to be applied here. I don't know why he said he never heard Kamala Harris say about the riots and the people rioting and ruining our businesses and our streets that they're not going to let up, and they should not, because we played it 3 times today. We gave it to you in audio, I read it to you, and you got it in video. That's what she said. But it's protected speech. Her speech is protected also, Senator. That's the point. You all have protections as elected officials, the highest protections under the First Amendment. And that First Amendment applies here in this chamber to this proceeding. And that's what you need to keep focused on. You need to keep focused on what is the law and how do we apply it to this set of facts. It's your duty. You can't get caught up in all of the rhetoric and the facts that are irrelevant. You need to keep focused on what is the issue before you, decide it based on the law, Brandenburg and Bible believers, and apply it to the facts. And that requires you to look at the words. And there were no words of incitement of any
The
kind.
council's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Raskin has been spending the entire day as a former con law professor getting annihilated by a practicing trial attorney. I Am Flag says, today, flame for selective editing tonight. Selectively edit the news. Stephen Cooper says, banger of music track on it. Cole Marshall says, Uber and Uber and Uber, Uber, Uber. Domo says, fight in the streets, kiss in the sheets. David and Mary says, wish someone would say I'm not a cat.
Washington, Senator Murray has a
In
question
theater,
for the
welcome
House
to the
managers.
channel.
Clerk will read the
DCV Titan says, showing Trump condemning suppression like in communism as Tim Pool releases a video about Biden staff going after revealing unethical conflict.
6:01 p.m. Eastern Time on January 6th, President Trump tweeted, "These are the things that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long." Adding, for rioters to go home with love and in peace. What is the relevance of this tweet to President Trump's guilt?
The House managers are recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Jackson Ward, welcome to the channel. Baron the Wood says, hate to be a buzzkill, but no matter how good the Trump team arguments are, the Senate can always just decide to ignore them because politics. They can, but they'll take a political
Senators,
hit
this
from
was a key quote and a key statement by the president that day, that horrific day. Remember, the Capitol had been stormed, it had been attacked, people had yelled, hang Mike Pence, people had gone after Speaker Pelosi, people brought baseball bats and other weapons. Many members of Congress and the Senate and the House were fearful for their own lives. The president
We're
didn't
referring
call
to
the
something that
National
happened at
Guard.
6 o'clock, right?
His own administration didn't list him as somebody that they had spoken with to activate the Guard. And he said, remember this day forever.
Should we forget the day?
So if he was not guilty of inciting this insurrection, if this is not what he wanted, if it wasn't what he desired, by that time the carnage had been on television for hours. He saw what was going on. Everybody saw what was going on. If it wasn't what he wanted, why would he have said, remember this day forever? Why commemorate a day
so
like
everybody
that?
who said never forget
An
about
attack on the
9/11
US
wanted
Capitol,
9/11
for
to
God's
happen?
sake. Why would you do that? Unless you agreed that it was something to praise, not condemn. Something to hold up and
Why commemorate that? What?
No consoling the nation. No reassuring that the
Don't
government
some of the
was
Democrats
secure.
want to commend that day?
Not a single
They say it's
word that
equal
entire
9/11?
day condemning the
What?
attack or the attackers or the violent insurrection against Congress. And this tweet is important because it shows two key points about Donald Trump's state of mind. First, This was entirely and completely foreseeable, and he foresaw it. And he helped incite it over many months. He's saying, I told you this was going to happen if you certified the election for anyone else besides me. And you got what you deserved for trying to take it away from me. And we know this because that statement was entirely consistent with everything he said leading up to the attack. Second, this shows that Donald Trump
as if the Democrats weren't
intended
going to
and
riot if they
reveled in
lost.
this.
Uh,
Senators, he
Yeah.
reveled in this. He delighted in it. This is what he wanted. Remember this day forever, he said. Not as a day of disgrace as it is to all of us, but
He
as a
didn't-
day of celebration and commemoration.
He didn't say that. He didn't
and if we
actually
let
do
it-
that.
If we don't hold him accountable and set a strong precedent, possibly a continuation later on.
I forgot the part of the tweet where Trump
we will,
said,
of
as
course,
a
all of us
celebration.
remember this day, but not in the same way that Donald Trump suggested.
Wait, you
We'll
must want
remember
it to
the
happen.
bravery of our Capitol and Metro police forces. We'll remember the officer who lost his life, and sadly the others who did as well, and the devastation that was done to this country because of Donald Trump.
Just adding words to his tweets. But he just said the House manager that no one will ever forget.
I mean, just to put too fine a point on it, his tweets afterwards
President,
can't be relevant because we're
asking a
talking about
question to the
incitement. You can't incite after the fact.
Right. DCV Titan says there's a chance videos were already on YouTube. Biggest Dickhead says, who pays for Trump's defense team? Trump. Would it be different if he were still president? Maybe. Captain Spire
Well,
says
Roberts would be there.
Captain Spire says, as your recommendation, I am here. Yes, Roberts would be there, but I think they mean would who pays for the defense team be different?
No.
Yeah, I think that's privately funded. Nate, the lawyer, says Trump team is killing it.
The
What's up,
senator
Nate?
from Louisiana,
Christian
Mr.
Delgado
Cassidy,
says,
has a question for both counsel for the former president.
hey guys, when is this supposed to end or what's the next steps after this? Sorry, most of my
counsel
unemployment
for
money
the
going to
House,
stocks for a later future
The
wedding.
clerk
Don't
will
ever
read it, and
apologize
counsel
for not giving
the
me
former
money.
president will go first for 2.5 minutes. Then the House representatives
This
will have
may
2.5
end today.
minutes.
They may actually vote today after this questioning period. We'll see.
You think?
Senator
may. I don't know if
Tuberville
they will.
reports that he spoke to President Trump at 2:15 p.m. He told the president that the vice president had just evacuated. I presume it was understood at this time that rioters had entered the Capitol and threatened the safety of senators and the vice president. Even after hearing of this at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweeted that Mike Pence lacked courage. He did not call for law enforcement backup until then. The tweet and lack of response suggests President Trump did not care that Vice
Objection,
President Pence
hearsay,
was
facts not in
danger,
evidence.
or that law enforcement was overwhelmed. Does this show that President Trump was tolerant of the intimidation of Vice President Pence?
Counsel has 2.5 minutes.
Objection,
Directly no.
argumentative.
But I dispute the premise of your facts. I dispute the facts that are laid out in that question. And unfortunately, we're not going to know the answer to the facts in this proceeding because the House did nothing to investigate what went on. We're trying to get hearsay from Mr. Tuberville. There was hearsay from Mr. Lee, I think it was 2 nights ago when we ended, where Mr. Lee was accused of making a statement that he never made. But it was a report from a reporter, from a friend of somebody who had some hearsay that they heard the night before at a bar somewhere. I mean, that's really the kind of evidence that the House has brought before us. And so I have a problem with the facts in the question because I have no idea. And nobody from the House has given us any opportunity to have any idea. But Mr. Trump and Mr. Pence have had a very good relationship for a long time, and I'm sure Mr. Trump very much is concerned and was concerned for the safety and well-being of Mr. Pence and everybody else that was over here. Thank you.
Managers and part of the House Representatives have 2.5 minutes.
Oh,
Thank
God.
you, Mr. President. My counsel said before, this has been my worst experience in Washington, and for that, I guess we're sorry, but man, you should have been here on January 6th. So the counsel for the president keep blaming the House for not having the evidence
said,
that's
"I
within
was
the
bombed."
Oh my God.
sole possession of their client, who we invited to come and testify last week. We sent a letter on February 4th. I sent it directly to President Trump, inviting him to come
Holy
and
shit.
to explain and fill in the gaps
Oh
of
my
what we
God.
know about what happened there. And they sent
Why
back a
didn't you
contemptuous
send an
response.
interrogatory?
Just a few hours
We
later,
keep
I think
blaming
they maybe
the
even
House, otherwise known as
responded
the
more quickly to my letter
prosecutors,
than President Trump
for not
did
having evidence
in
against our
as a
client.
commander-in-chief to the invasion and the storming of the Capitol of the United States. But in that letter, I said, if you decline this invitation, we reserve all rights, including the right to establish a trial, that your refusal to testify supports a strong adverse inference. What's that? Well,
It's
Justice
nothing that
Scalia
exists
was the
in
great
criminal
champion
court.
of it. If you don't testify in a criminal case, it can't be used against you. Everybody knows that. That's the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. But if it's a civil case and you plead the Fifth or you don't show up, then according to Justice Scalia and the rest of the Supreme Court, you can interpret every disputed fact against the defendant. That is totally available to us. So, for example, if we say the president was missing in action for several hours and he was derelict in his duty and he deserted his duty as commander-in-chief, and we say that as inciter-in-chief he didn't call off dogs, and they say, oh no, he was really doing whatever he can. If you're puzzled about that, you can resolve that dispute.
You can't just say it, though.
Against the
You have to,
defendant
have
who
some
refuses
evidence
to come to
along
a
those
civil
lines.
proceeding.
No,
he
he
will
can
not
just say
spend
it.
1 day in jail if you convict him. This is not a criminal proceeding. This is about preserving the republic, dear Senate. That's what this is about. Setting standards
Oh,
of
look
conduct
at
for the
fucking,
President of the United States so this
Marcus
never
Crassus
happens to us
over here,
again.
preserving
So
the
rather
republic.
than yelling at us and screaming about how we didn't have time to get all of the facts about what your client did, bring your client up here and have him testify under oath about why he was sending out tweets denouncing the Vice President of the United States while the Vice President was being hunted down by a mob that wanted to hang him and was chanting in this building, hang Mike Pence.
Why didn't they ask the
hang
Vice
Mike
President
Pence.
to testify under
Traitor,
oath?
traitor, traitor.
Time of the managers are up. Next question.
Why didn't they have Mike Pence testify under
The
oath?
senator from West Virginia.
Mr. President, I send the question to the desk, directed to the House managers.
Why didn't they have Mike Pence? Anybody. They didn't have a single witness testify under oath. Not one. They didn't bring a single piece of under oath testimony. There were 0 affidavits. And they're like, why did they bring the president to testify against himself? Oh, my God.
He's in complete possession of this evidence. He could testify.
They actually don't know
investigated.
that he's in
Senator from West
possession of that
Virginia has
evidence.
a question for
Yeah, they
the
actually don't
House
know.
managers.
They didn't
The
conduct
clerk will
discovery.
report.
They didn't subpoena his phone records.
Or the U.S. government, which is also in possession of this evidence, for that matter.
Right.
Would the
Just get FOIA
president be
request.
made aware of the FBI and intelligence information of a possible attack? And would the president be responsible for not preparing to protect the Capitol and all elected officials of government with National Guard and law enforcement, as he did when he appeared in front of the
How
St.
would any of
John's
them know that?
Episcopal Church?
Have any of them ever actually worked in the White House? I don't know.
The other thing, they could have called Tommy Tuberville to testify.
Yeah.
Just swear him. He's under oath and affirmation already.
No, there you go.
Why didn't they call him?
It's the responsibility of the president to know.
That's
President
not
of the United
the
States,
answer to the question.
our commander-in-chief, gets daily briefings on what is happening in the country that he has a duty to protect. Additionally, the president would have known, just like the rest of us know, all of the reports that were out
Presumably
there
his
and
daily
publicly
briefing in the morning
available.
didn't include this, which
How
happened in
many
the
of you
afternoon.
received calls saying
If it
to be
did, then it wasn't
careful
incitement.
on January 6th, to be careful that day? I'm seeing reports. It doesn't seem safe. how much more the President of the United States? Donald Trump is our commander-in-chief.
Was this one split? I
Absolutely
wasn't
had a
paying
duty
attention.
and a sworn
forget.
oath to preserve, protect, and defend us, and to do the same for the officers under his command. And he was not just our commander-in-chief. He incited the attack. The insurgents were following his commands, as we saw when we read aloud his tweet attacking the vice president. And with regard to the vice president, I'm sure they did have a good relationship, but we all know what can happen to one who has a good relationship with the president when you decide to do something that he doesn't like. I'm sure some of you have experienced that when he turns against you after you don't follow his command. You heard from my colleagues that when planning this attack,
Going for that personal.
the insurgents predicted that Donald Trump would command the National Guard to help them. Well, he didn't do much better. He may not have commanded the Guard to help them, but it took way, way too long for him to command the Guard to help us.
If he would have commanded the
This
Guard
is
to help
all
them, it would have
connected.
taken just
We're
as
talking
long.
about free speech. This was a pattern and
You have to
practice
mobilize
of months
these
of
people.
activity. That is the incitement. That is the incitement. The activity he was engaged in for months before January 6th, not just the speech on January 6th. All of it in its totality is a dereliction of duty of the President of the United States.
I love this definition of incitement.
against
Every
people
lawyer in the
who
room
elected
goes a
him.
little bit insane.
All of the people.
The thing he did months beforehand is the incitement, and every
Yep.
lawyer cries a little.
The Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I send a question to the desk.
Did you
of
know
the
that you can
former
incite people
President's
for
counsel.
months?
Yes, I've
For
been
imminent
working on
lawless
this
action?
incitement for years. Michael Calhoun, welcome to the channel. Wolfgang Deo says, is the Capitol federal grounds? Yes. Why are people not wearing a mask against the edicts of the Emperor Biden? Wolfgang Burial says, wonder if they'll bring up the bombing of the Capitol in 1980 and how former President Clinton pardoned the terrorist. Technotoad says Schumer will need another recess to make sure his rectum hasn't prolapsed for the pounding the Democrats are taking. DCV Titan says this guy is better than Ambien. No, I think that was Castor. Batman's pet goldfish.
Senator from Alaska, Senator Sullivan has a question.
Says
for
the only Greek-
House Counsel, and the clerk will report the question.
The only Greek relevant is Archimedes for how proud he'd be with how circular the logic of the Democrats' arguments
Mr.
are.
President,
For the former President's Counsel, sorry about that.
thank you, Mr. President.
The House manager said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in the House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new House precedent, combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public office a private citizen in an impeachment trial?
That's a good question.
Counsel has 5 minutes.
That's a complicated question. Could I have that read again, please?
The House managers said yesterday that due process is discretionary, meaning the House is not required to provide, and indeed did not provide in this snap impeachment, any constitutional protections to a defendant in House impeachment proceedings. What are the implications for our constitutional order of this new House precedent, combined with the Senate's power to disqualify from public office a private citizen in an impeachment trial?
Well, first of all, due process is never discretionary. Good Lord. The Constitution requires that an accused have the right to due process because the power that a prosecutor has to take somebody's liberty when they're prosecuting them is the ultimate thing that we try to save. In this case, just now, in the last 2 hours, we've had prosecutorial misconduct. What they just tried to do was say that it's our burden to bring them evidence to prove their case. And it's not. It's not our burden to bring any evidence forward at all. What's the danger? Well, the danger is pretty obvious.
Bring it, baby.
If a majority party doesn't like somebody in the minority party and they're afraid they may lose the election, or if it's somebody in the majority party and there's a private citizen who wants to run against somebody in the majority party, well, they could simply bring impeachment proceedings. And of course, without due process, they're not going to be entitled to a lawyer. They're not going to be entitled to have notice of the charges against them. It puts us into a position where we are the kind of judicial system and governing body that we're all very, very afraid of. From what we left hundreds of years ago, and what regimes all around this world that endanger us, that's how they act. That's how they conduct themselves without giving the accused due process, taking their liberty without giving them just a basic fundamental right under the 5th through the 14th applied to the states, due process. If you take away due process in this country from the accused, if you take that away, there will be no justice and nobody will be safe. But it's patently unfair for the House managers to bring an impeachment proceeding without any investigation at all, and then stand up here and say, one, they had a chance to bring us evidence, and two,
that look.
Let's see what we can do about flipping around somebody's other constitutional rights to having a lawyer or to having to see the evidence at all. It just gets brought in without anybody, as it was here, without anybody having an opportunity to review it beforehand. They actually sent it to us on the 9th, the day after we started this. So it's a really big problem. The due process clause applies to this impeachment hearing, and it's been severely and extremely violated. This process is so unconstitutional because it violates due process. I'm not even going to get into the jurisdiction part. The due process part should be enough to give anybody who loves our Constitution and loves our country great pause to do anything but acquit Donald Trump. Thank you.
Oh, he crushed that answer.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
11X says,
Mr.
Joe.
President, I send a question to the desk for the House managers.
Oh, God. Joe, if you continue with this course of action, I will authorize the State National Guard to protect the movement of Floridians. DeSantis said, address me as Mr. President or President Biden. Biden said, I will not, and you can go fuck yourself, says DeSantis.
Well then.
Oat Reaper says, no messages, wanted to show support. Thank you. I hope that's true. I hope DeSantis actually told him to go F himself.
Senator Blumenthal has a question for the House managers, and the clerk will report the question.
Dick Blumenthal sucks.
Former President Trump and his attorneys have cited the Brandenburg v. Ohio case in support of their argument that the First Amendment protects Trump. Did the Brandenburg case prohibit holding public officials accountable through the impeachment process for the incitement of violence?
Fuzzy Creature says it's not even the energy with Castor. He keeps bringing up all the bad stuff, like saying the accused didn't drag the knife through Senator body.
That is that's just such a lame question because you're asking, did Brandenburg apply to this very specific fact scenario?
Constitutional law
of course not.
Which I think they described as partisan in nature. That's a slur on the law professors, and I hope that they would withdraw that. There are very conservative luminaries on that list, including the co-founder of the Federalist
You can still be
Society,
partisan if you're
Ronald Reagan's
conservative.
former Solicitor General, Charles Fried, as well as prominent law professors across the intellectual, ideological, and jurisprudential spectrum. And they all called their First Amendment arguments frivolous, which they are. Now, they've retreated to the position of Brandenburg versus Ohio. They want their client to be treated like
Didn't really
a
retreat
guy
it.
at the
It was
mob,
briefed
I think they
in the
said,
brief
a guy
with
in the
everything
crowd
else.
They didn't
who
all
yelled
say
something
that.
out.
They're
Even on that
by their own
standard,
memo,
this
it
group
said
of
many.
law professors said there's
Most.
a very strong argument that he's guilty even under the strict Brandenburg standard. Why? Because he incited imminent
there's
lawless
not
action,
actually a
and he
strong
intended to
argument
do
for
it, and
this.
it was likely to cause it. How do we know it was likely to cause it? It did cause it. They overran the Capitol, right? So even if you want to hold the President of the United States
It
of
must
America
have been
to that
likely
minimal
to happen
standard and
because it
forget
did
about his
happen.
constitutional oath of office.
That's
but as I
circular.
said before, that
Yeah,
would be
it
a
was likely
dereliction
because it
of
occurred.
legislative duty on our part. If we said all we're going to do is treat the President of the United States like one of the people he summoned to Washington
His oath of
to
office
commit
includes
insurrection
upholding the
against us,
Constitution.
okay? The President
So-
swore to preserve, protect, and
Insurrection
defend
against
the
us,
Constitution of the
he
United
said.
States. That's against all comers. Domestic or foreign, that's what ours says, right? Did he do that? No, on the contrary. He's like the fire chief. He doesn't just say, go ahead and shout fire in the crowded theater.
Stop
He
using it,
summons the
Jamie.
mob and sends the mob to go burn the theater down. And when people start madly calling him and ringing the alarm bells, he watches it on TV. And he takes his sweet time for several hours. He turns up the heat on the deputy fire chief who he's mad at because he's not making it possible for him to pursue his political objectives. And then when we say, we don't want you to be fire chief ever again, he starts crying about the First Amendment. Brandenburg was a case about a bunch of Klansmen who assembled in a field, and they weren't near anybody such that they could actually do violent damage to people. But they said some pretty repulsive, racist things, but the Supreme Court said they weren't inciting imminent lawless action because you couldn't have a mob, for example, break out. The way that this mob broke out and took over the capital of the United States of America. And by the way, don't compare him to
Right.
one of those Klansmen in the field asserting their First Amendment rights.
Here we go.
Assume that he were the chief of police of the town who went down to that rally and started calling for, a rally at the city hall, and then nurturing that mob, cultivating that mob, pulling them in over a period of weeks and days, naming the date and the time and the place, riling them up beforehand, and then just saying, be my guest. Go and stop the steal. Come on. Back to Tom Paine. Use your common sense.
Police officers
Use
never
your
have
common
rallies?
sense. That's the standard of proof we want. They're already treating their
Months
client
of rallies.
like he's a criminal
Months
defendant.
of rallies.
They're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt. They think that we're making a criminal case here. My friends, the former president is not going to spend 1 hour or 1 minute in jail. This is about protecting our republic and articulating and defining the standards of presidential conduct. And if you want this to be a standard for totally appropriate presidential conduct going forward, be my guest. But we're headed for a very different kind of country at that point.
Actually, no, we're not. We're not heading for any different, like, literally, we by definition can't be headed for a different way.
That's not the charge. The charge is incitement, not that he acted inappropriately. I mean, can we stick to the charge or not? We want to go off script.
A fuzzy creature says it. Oh, wait, no. Ginger Cross says, thanks for the time you gave this. I appreciate the common sense you bring to the commentary. Thomas Coker says, our country was founded by geniuses but run by idiots. Sword and Scale says, where's the effing mic drop? Brenda Toby, thank you for the donation. Russell Hall says, Fraction Magic from 2016 does a good job showing precisely how the GEMS voting system fictionalizes votes to match percent quotas. It's a YouTube vid.
Has a question
I don't know how that's a YouTube vid.
The counsel for the former president, the clerk will read the question.
Questions are getting longer. I saw the print on this one. Ooh.
The House manager's single article of impeachment is centered on the accusation that President Trump singularly incited a crowd into a riot. Didn't the House managers contradict their own charge by outlining the premeditated nature and planning of this event, and by also showing the crowd was gathered at the Capitol even before the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some 20 minutes before the conclusion of President Trump's speech.
Yeah, this is a good question. C4 Owen says if he was smart, he could argue that the Brandenburg didn't have TV or Twitter. At least that's a semi-coherent argument. Trump was 30 minutes away. He was nowhere close to them.
Yeah.
When a con law professor gets out-lawyered by the chat.
The House managers contradicted their own charge by outlining the premeditated nature and planning of this event, and by also showing the crowd gathered at the Capitol even before the speech started, and barriers were pushed over some 20 minutes before the conclusion of President Trump's speech. The answer is yes. And I want to take the rest of my time to go back to the last question because it was completely missed by the House managers. Brandenburg v. Ohio is an incitement case. It's not an elected official case. That's Wood and Bond. And the whole problem that the House managers have in understanding the First Amendment argument here is that elected officials are different than everybody else. He's talking about fire chiefs. Fire chiefs are not elected officials. Police officers aren't elected officials. Elected officials have a different, a higher standard from the holdings that I gave you, the highest protections, I should say. It's not a higher standard, it's a higher protection to your speech because of the importance of political dialogue, because of what you all say in your public debate about policy, about the things that affect all of our lives. That's wicked important stuff. And you should be free to talk about that in just about any way that you can. Brandenburg comes into play from a constitutional analysis perspective when you're talking about incitement. Is the speech itself inciteful to riot or lawlessness? One of the two. And the answer here is no. And Brandenburg, through, again, Bible believers, require you to look at the words of the speech. You actually can't go outside the words of the speech. You're not allowed to in the analysis. So all the time they're trying to spend on tweets going back to 2015, or everything they want to focus on that was said in the hours and the days afterwards, are not applicable or relevant to the scholastic inquiry as to how the First Amendment is applied in this chamber in this proceeding. And so again, you need to be focused on what's the law, and then how do we apply it to this set of facts. So again, you need to be focused on what's the law, and then how do we apply it to this set of facts. And so it's important to have that understanding that elected officials and fire chiefs are treated differently under First Amendment law. And that's to the benefit of you all, which is to the benefit of us all, because we do want you to be able to speak freely without fear that the majority party is going to come in and impeach you or come in and prosecute you to try to take away your seat where you sit now. That's not what the Constitution says should be done. But yes, they do. They do contradict themselves, of course. Thank you.
That closing was good. But yes, of course they
President,
The Senator from Maryland.
I send a question to the desk for the House managers.
Seiji Takahara says Trump will be wrongly convicted of impeachment. The Dems are scaring the GOP senators of revenge by the people, which they deserve, yet will not come. I don't think he's going to be convicted. Jeremy Licardi says, I love the Chad move of we are going to cede our time so you might actually do your job. First ever super chat, by the way. Thanks for the entertainment. Hey, thank you. Welcome.
The Senator from Maryland, Senator Van Hollen has
Leslie Tonkin.
Question for the managers. The clerk will report the question.
Leslie Tongan said, is there punishment for doctoring evidence? Also, Calvary was prey group that had a rally on the 5th, didn't attend on the 6th.
Would you please respond to the answer that was just given by the former president's counsel?
Could you just answer their question? What's your rebuttal? We could just ask that. What's your rebuttal? What's your answer? What's your answer?
Leslie, there won't be any punishments for them doctoring evidence. If they were in a court case, they'd lose.
Why don't we just make it a debate and just give them 5 minutes each in segments?
President, thank you.
I think they should all be asked.
I'm not quite sure which question the senator was referring to, but let me quickly just dispense of
the one they were just
the
asked.
council's
That's what he
invocation
said.
again of Bond versus Floyd. This is a case I know well, and I thank him for raising it. Julian Bond was a friend of mine. He was a colleague of mine at American University. He was a great civil rights hero. And in his case, he got elected to the Georgia State Legislature and is a member of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the great committee headed up by the great Bob Moses for a long time. He got elected to the Georgia Legislature, and they didn't want to allow him to be sworn in. They wouldn't allow him to take his oath of office because SNCC had taken a position against the Vietnam War. And so the Supreme Court said that was a violation of his First Amendment rights not to allow him to be sworn in. That's the complete opposite of Donald Trump. Not only was he sworn in on January 20th, 2017, he was president for almost 4 years before he incited this violent insurrection against us, and he violated his oath of office. That's
so he's
what
saying
this impeachment
SNCC could
trial
be
is
removed
about. His
for
violation of his oath of office
not approving
and his
of the
refusal
Vietnam
to
War.
uphold the law and take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Please don't desecrate the name of Julian Bond, a great American, by linking him with this terrible plot against America that just took place in the storming of the U.S. Capitol. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Plasky.
Ooh, we're splitting time now.
Oh, he just had to. He had to get in there and get his
Thank you.
thing.
Let's just be clear. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, lit the flame. Everything that followed was his doing. And although
need
he
other
could
things other than
immediately
flame
and
metaphors.
forcefully intervene to stop the violence, he didn't. In other words, this attack would not have happened without him. This attack is not about one speech. Most of you men would not have your wives with
If it's
one attempt
not
at
about
talking
one
to her.
speech, then it's not incitement.
It took numerous tries. You had to build it up. That's what the president did as well.
Men is gendered language
Put
and very
together
offensive.
the group that would do what he wanted. And that was to stop the certification of the election so that he could retain power to be president of the United States in contravention of an American election.
So what were you gasping at there?
It's just the inanity of it all, you know, just
The senator from Florida.
it's inanity, and it's can we vary it up and just
Digital Void says Twitter ban was a mistake. Anything bad he said could have been used against him. Anything positive would have been, well, yeah. He says that now. Censorship rarely works out the way you want it to. DG Akuma says Dem case last 2 days was laughable, especially with their videos. Editing job was on par with The Simpsons or Homer's Sweet Can interview video. Atsuma99 says Joaquin Castro's hairline should be unconstitutional.
The question from the senator from Florida, and it is to both sides. The clerk will read the question, and the House managers will go first for the first 2.5 minutes.
Voting to convict the former president would create a new precedent that a former official can be convicted and disqualified by the Senate. Therefore, is it not true that under this new precedent, a future House facing partisan pressure to lock her up could impeach a former Secretary of State?
yes, see, this
and
is a
the
good
future
question.
Senate
There you
be
go.
forced to put her on trial
This is
and
what I've been thoughting about
potentially
that too.
disqualify from any future office.
Yeah, this would apply to all civil officers. This is a very smart question.
Yep. It apply to any judge, any federal judge.
the House managers go first.
It'll be interesting to see how they respond to this, because they're probably going to say that something like Hillary Clinton did nothing that would make her impeachable, which doesn't answer the question.
Any FBI employee or appointed FBI position, or law
President,
enforcement
Senators,
position?
3 quick points here. First of all, I don't know how many times I can say it. The jurisdictional issue is over. It's gone. The Senate settled it.
Keep saying it. They'll believe you eventually.
The Senate entertained jurisdiction exactly the way it has done since the very beginning of the Republic. In the Blunt case, in the Belknap case. And you'll remember both of them, former officials. And in this case, we have a president who committed his crimes against the Republic while he was in office. He was impeached by the House of Representatives while he was in office. So, the hypothetical suggested by the gentleman from Florida has no bearing on this case, because I don't think you're talking about an official who was impeached while they were in office for conduct that they committed while they were in office.
You didn't deliver the articles till after he was out of office. I don't think that's a settled question.
The former president has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Could I have the question read again to make sure I have it right? I can answer it directly.
Voting to convict the former president would create a new precedent that a former official can be convicted and disqualified by the Senate. Therefore, is it not true that under this new precedent, a future House facing
Raskin
partisan
ignores
pressure
that
to
the Senate
lock
could
her
just
up
dispose of
could
the
impeach
jurisdictional
a
issue on
former
Hillary Clinton
Secretary
as
of
well.
State, and a future Senate be forced to put her on
'Cause they
trial
just vote on it.
and potentially
So it's fine.
disqualify from any future office.
If you see it their way, yes. If you do this the way they want it done, that could happen to the example there, a former Secretary of State. But it could happen to a lot of people. And that's not the way this is supposed to work. And not only could it happen to a lot of people, it'd become much more regular too. But I want to address that, and I want you to be clear on this. Mr. Raskin can't tell you on what grounds you acquit. If you believe, even though there was a vote that there's jurisdiction, if you believe jurisdiction's unconstitutional, you can still believe that. If you believe that the House did not give appropriate due process in this, that can be your reason to acquit. If you don't think they met their burden in proving incitement, that these words incited the violence, you can acquit. Mr. Raskin doesn't get to give you under what grounds you can acquit. And so you have to look at what they've put on in its totality and come to your own understanding as to whether you think they've met their burden to impeach. But the original question is an absolutely slippery slope that I don't really think anybody here wants to send this country down. Thank you.
Think they're getting tired? Kind of winding down
Mr.
there.
President, the question to the desk.
The senator from Colorado sent the question to the desk.
Jillian Seed says, Trump for emperor, solo these people in Minecraft. Bad Vibe says, when you ate bad Mexican food, what did you do to stop the diarrhea? Pincalo, the driving ape, says, what are the Dems getting these drugs? Or what are the Dems getting these drugs? I want some. Kyra says, notice how they're saying violence instead of insurrection. Seg162 says, when the Virgin Islands...
I would note just for the, as the hour tends to get late, I would note for all counsel, as Chief Justice Roberts noted on January 21st, 2020, citing the trial of Charles Swain in 1905, all parties in this chamber must refrain from using language that is not conducive to civil discourse.
Standard for the Senate.
Senator from Colorado, Senator Bennett.
I'm not sure what they're
has a
exactly
question for the
referring
House
to, but-
managers, and the clerk will read the question.
CG162 says, when the Virgin Islands sends its politicians, they don't send their best. Ooh.
Yeah, I
Since
saw
the
that
November
earlier.
election, the Georgia Secretary of State, the Vice President, and other public officials withstood enormous pressure to uphold the lawful election of President Biden and the rule of law. What would have happened if these officials had bowed to the force President Trump exerted or the mob that attacked the Capitol?
Okay. Midwest Rail Fan says, my ears bleed when Amy speaks. Bloughton says, taking selfies isn't fighting for their lives. They let them in and never hold the line. What a joke. As a PO from Germany, I am embarrassed. Police officer from Germany. Hail to Germany, by the way. How's it going, man? Mr. Rigsby Gaming says, I want to go to law school in Texas. Which is best in the state? Thinking IP or family law. Any recommendations? I have no idea.
Don't do family law. Family law is a trap.
Yeah, don't do family law because you'll be eating pills.
The House managers have.
Yeah, no joke. Serious. But Texas Austin is a good law school.
I want to take a minute and remind everybody about the incredible pressure that Donald Trump was putting on election officials in different states in this country.
Incredible.
And the intimidation that he was issuing. I want to remind everyone of the background of Donald Trump's call to one Secretary of State, the Secretary of State from Georgia, Mr. Raffensperger. Donald Trump tried to overturn the election by any means necessary.
No, literally
He tried again
not.
and again to pressure and threaten election officials to overturn the election results.
Whose kids got kidnapped
He
or
pressured
killed?
Michigan officials, calling them late at night and hosting them at the White House. He did the same thing with officials in Pennsylvania. He called into a local meeting of the Pennsylvania legislature, and he also hosted them at the White House, where he pressured them. And in Georgia, it was even worse. He sent tweet after tweet attacking the Secretary of State until Mr. Raffensperger got death threats to him and his family. His wife got a text that said, quote, "Your husband deserves facing a firing squad." Firing squad. For doing
That
his
rhetoric
job.
we've seen before. We've discussed it.
Mr. Raffensperger stood
not
up
a
to
threat
him.
either.
He told the world that
Yeah, it's not
elections
a
are the
threat.
bedrock of this society, and the votes were
Threat would
accurately
be,
counted
I'm lining up the
for
firing
Donald
squad
Trump's
for your husband right now
opponent.
at this place. Like,
Officials like Mr. Sterling warned Trump that if this continued, someone's going to get killed. But Donald Trump didn't stop. He escalated it even further. He made a personal call. You heard that call because it was recorded. The President of the United States told a Secretary of State that if he does not find votes, he will face criminal penalties. Please, senators, consider that for a second. The President putting all of this public and private pressure on election officials, telling them that they could face criminal penalties if they don't do what he wants.
they, in theory, could
And not
face
just
criminal
any number of
penalties
votes that he
if
was
they
looking
did something
for.
illegal.
Donald Trump was asking the Secretary of State to somehow find the exact number of votes Donald Trump lost the state by. Remember, President Biden won Georgia by 11,779 votes. In his own words, President Trump said, quote, "All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes." He wanted the Secretary of State to somehow find the precise number plus one of votes that he needed to
Does
win.
he not remember the earlier part where they
As a
contextualized
Congress
that
and as a
statement
nation,
very well and thoroughly?
we cannot be numb to this conduct. If we are, and if we don't set a precedent against it, more presidents will do this in the future. This will be a green light for them to engage in that kind of pressure and that kind of conduct. And this could have gone a very different way if those election officials had bowed to the intimidation and the pressure of the President of the United States. It would have meant that instead of the American people deciding this election, President Trump alone would have decided this American election. That's exactly what was at stake, and that's exactly what he was trying to do. He intended, wanted to, and tried to overturn the election by any means necessary. He tried everything else that he could to do to win. He started inciting the crowd, issuing tweet after tweet, issuing commands to stop the count, stop the steal, worked up the crowd, sent a save the date.
Save the
so
date.
It wasn't just one speech or one thing. He was trying everything. He was pressuring elected officials. He was riling up his base, telling them the election had been stolen from them, that it had been stolen from him. It was a combination of things that only Donald Trump could have done.
No one, what?
And for us to believe otherwise,
no one else
is to think
capable?
that somehow a rabbit came out of a hat and this mob just showed up here on their own, all by themselves. This is dangerous, senators. And the future of our democracy truly rests in your hands.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I send a question to the
John Cornyn. Angel Face says, thanks so much for covering all of this. I'll catch this on the replay. Kyra says, as a female whammons of color, all I got to say is ree. Brandon Wolf, welcome to lawyer status. Kyra says, message not sent, edit and try again. Shatterhand says, the president does not have direct control over the National Guard of Virginia, so Trump could not call the National Guard over the Capitol on that day. Yeah, I talked about this with Good Logic the other day.
The senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, has a question for both counsel for the former president.
He delegated
and the House
control to
manager.
someone else.
The clerk will read the question, and the will recognize first the counsel for the former president.
The House managers have argued that if the Senate cannot convict former officers, then the Constitution creates a January exception, pursuant to which a president is free to act with impunity because he is not subject to impeachment, conviction, and removal and/or disqualification. But isn't a president subject to criminal prosecution after he leaves office for acts committed in office, even if those acts are committed in January?
Debatable. If they're official acts, probably not. Would be interesting to see what the answer is.
The senator from Texas's question raises a very
Castor.
important point.
He's still alive.
There is no such thing as a January exception to impeachment. There is only the text of the Constitution which makes very clear that a former president is subject to criminal sanction after his presidency for any illegal acts he commits. There is no January exception to impeachment. There is simply a way we treat high crimes and misdemeanors allegedly committed by a president when he is in office, impeachment, and how we treat criminal behavior by a private citizen when they are not in office.
That was well delivered.
The House managers.
Thank you for this excellent question.
Oh, God.
Wouldn't a president who decides to commit his crimes in the last few weeks in office, like President Trump by inciting an insurrection against the counting of electoral college votes, be subject to criminal prosecution by the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, for example, the Department of Justice? Well, of course, he would be. But that's true of the president regardless of when he commits his offenses in office. In other words, that's an argument for prosecuting him if he tried to stage an insurrection against the union in his third year in office or his second year in office. You could say, well, he could be prosecuted afterwards. The reason that the framers gave Congress
May be able to
the
pardon
House
himself.
the power to impeach, the Senate the power to try, convict, remove, and disqualify was to protect the republic. It's not a vindictive power. I know a lot of people were very angry with Donald Trump about these terrible events that took place. We don't come here in anger, contrary to what you've heard today. We come here in the spirit of protecting our republic, and that's what it's all about. But their January exception would essentially invite presidents and other civil officers to run rampant in the last few weeks in office on the theory that the House and the Senate wouldn't be able to get it together in time, certainly according to their demands for months and months of investigation, wouldn't be able to get it together in time in order to vindicate the Constitution. That can't be right. That can't be right. We know that the peaceful transfer of power is always the most dangerous moment for democracies around the world. Talk to the diplomats. Talk to the historians. They will tell you that is a moment of danger. That's when you get the coups. That's when you get the insurrections. That's when you get the seditious plots. And you know what? You don't even have to read history for that. You don't even have to consult the framers. You don't
Happens
have to
all the time.
look
What are you
around the
talking
world.
about?
It just happened to us. The
It
moment
literally
when we were just
didn't.
going to collect the already certified electoral college votes from the states by the popular majorities within each state, except for Maine and Nebraska, which do it by congressional district as well as statewide. But otherwise, it's just the popular majorities in the states. And we were about to certify it, and we got hit by a violent insurrectionary mob. Don't take our word for it. Listen to the tapes, unless they're going to claim those are fabricated too. And the people are yelling, "This is our house now." And where are the blank votes at?
Time is up.
And show us the votes, etc. Thank you.
The problem you have is
mean,
that you did
the
fabricate
majority
some of
leader?
those things.
The tapes aren't in evidence, so I mean, not that there's any evidence, because
Mr. President,
I don't know
it's
what
my
we're doing over here.
understanding there are no further questions on either side.
Yes.
Really?
The Republican leader?
That's correct. I know no further questions on our side.
I ask unanimous consent that the time for questions and answers be considered expired.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for myself and Senator McConnell to speak for up to 1 minute each, and then it be in order for me to make a unanimous consent to request as if in legislative session.
Without objection, so ordered. The senator from New York.
Thank you, Mr.
1 minute
President.
each.
And Mr. President, in a moment, I will ask the Senate to pass legislation that would award Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman the Congressional Gold Medal. In the weeks after the attack on January the 6th, the world learned about the incredible, incredible bravery of Officer Goodman on that fateful day. Here in
Why are
this
we
trial,
mentioning it now?
we saw a new
You know
video,
exactly why he's
powerful
mentioning
video,
it now.
showing
Don't lie.
calmness
Don't play
under
coy
pressure,
like this.
his courage in the line of duty.
Well, I could say it's not
his
relevant,
foresight
but you
in
know,
the midst of
since
chaos,
that's out the window.
and his willingness to make himself a target of the mob's rage so that others might reach safety. Officer Goodman is in the chamber tonight. Officer Goodman, thank you.
Should have called that guy to testify. That would have been a good move. Like, legitimately, why they didn't call him or any other Capitol Police officer to testify is beyond me. They did not motion for an extra 5 minutes of clapping. Objection! Objection, Chair. I do not recognize the clapping power.
Mr. Wait,
Republican leader.
McConnell?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
I just want to say I think we can all agree that Eugene Goodman deserves the highest honor Congress can bestow. But before we move to pass this legislation, I want to be clear.
Chuck Schumer looks like
that
a
he was
guy
not
who's about to
alone that
teach
day.
me how to make
The
fettuccine
nation
Alfredo.
saw and has now seen numerous examples of the heroic conduct of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, the SWAT teams that were with us on January 6th here in the Capitol protecting us. Our heartfelt gratitude extends to each and every one of them, particularly now as members of the force continue to bear scars, seen and unforeseen
Want to know where I got
from the
these
events
scars?
of that disgraceful day.
I like that,
Let us give
which is
them
even more
all
appropriate because
the
Leahy
honor
was in that
and
movie.
recognition they so justly deserve.
In fact, Joker was saying that exact line to Leahy. So not only was he in the movie, he was saying it to Leahy at the time.
Oh,
That's the meta here.
I'm gonna do the clap again. I love Congress. They all have to keep clapping until someone stops it. Okay, finally. Oh, God, thank God.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I'm pleased to join the Majority Leader's request. January 6th was a day of fear for those who work here in the Capitol and of sadness for many more watching from afar.
Gosh, I do not
But that awful day also introduced our nation to a group of heroes whom we in Congress were already proud to call our colleagues and to whom we owe a great debt. In the face of lawlessness, the officers of the U.S. Capitol lived out the fullest sense of their oaths. If not for the quick thinking and bravery of Officer Eugene Goodman, in particular, people in this chamber may not have escaped that day unharmed. Officer Goodman's actions reflect a deep personal commitment to duty and brought even greater distinction upon all his brave brothers and sisters in uniform. So I'm proud the Senate is taking this step forward, recognizing his heroism with the highest honor we can bestow.
Oh.
So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-35 and then that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
What is this?
And the clerk will report.
S-35, a bill to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Officer Eugene Goodman.
Is this even legal? I mean, strictly speaking?
Without
I
objection,
have no
the
idea.
committee is
I guess
discharged,
they're not objecting.
and the Senate now proceeds to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Van Hollen substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection, so ordered.
Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Saturday, February 13th.
Okay.
And that this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, we are adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
There we
Which
go.
I guess we're doing, going to do debate on then. So we're going to have everyone doing their grandstanding. And then we'll have a vote at the end of the day tomorrow.
I suppose. God, I was so hoping they were just going to vote. I just wanted them to vote. Damn it. Oh my gosh. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the final day of argument for the impeachment from the council for each side. Now I suppose we will have, as Mr. Uncivil Law here has said, argument amongst the senators tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
everyone gets to grandstand and do their speeches for their future congressional ad campaigns and all that crap, and then probably a vote at the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, so that'll be fun. I hope you guys will be happy to join me for that as well. It could be very interesting. It's too bad Vanderveen will not be giving all of the Republican arguments tomorrow, because that guy was a flipping axe today, just chopping wood all day long. He's like, you didn't put me in on the first day. Now I got to come in and make up time by being better than you guys at everything you did and being better than the other side too. At least that was my opinion. I thought he did by far the best. Schoen did well today as well. I don't want to downplay his contribution. It's easy to forget because he left early, but his contribution was great. His videos were great. Castor was the weakest link, and if today's Castor was your weakest link, that's not a bad thing. He did very well. Once he got started, his legal
he started a little weak, and then because I was like, when he started, I'm like, how can I not care about law when he's talking? But he got much better. He got into his groove, and when he picked up the pace in particular, it got a lot more tolerable. So, yay.
Yeah. So that was good. I'm going to start reading super chats here. There are a bunch left to do. Was there anything you wanted to say before we delve into that? Did you want to hang
particular?
If you want to hang around, you're welcome to. I also don't want to make you, so.
Oh, I'll stick through for a while.
Okay. We'll get through those then. So Shatterhand says the president, I have been keeping up through the stream, so there's not actually a million, so that's good. Shatterhand says the president does not have direct control over the National Guard of Virginia. I read that one. Pseudo Snark says, bless you for this. It's like Mystery Science Theater for Congress. Made my morning. You're welcome. Jordan Jones says, when are you getting your butt handed? When you are getting your butt handed to you, claim all the isms you can think of. Brooke Hennon says, why is no one asking if Roberts isn't there? Why are we? How is this constitutional? Technically, they had an argument over constitutionality beforehand, and they decided by vote that it was constitutional. That doesn't mean that they can't make the constitutional argument, but there's nowhere to do that. And I have a theory that you could not challenge the constitutionality of the impeachment in court until after you lose the case. That's my personal theory.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There's not a lot of law around this. That's why I say personal theory. There's no decision that we can refer to on this one. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, yes, the Proud Boys, the group that became infamous for fighting off a bunch of Antifa soy boys who attacked their private event. Gunnar Renee Oy says, find like hell. Gonna find like hell. Let's see. Rotor 13 says, if Gorilla Glue is considering hair products, I think Flex Seal would be their nearest competitor. IWD says, anyone else get the impression that Leahy has an oxygen tank hidden under there? Bad Vibe says, his words ring hollow because of the 2005-2017 congressional Dems argued the same thing. For decades, 100 years, we have debated election integrity. We have 1,000 convictions of election fraud by candidates and officials. F. Gusto says, surely the sacred house is filled with such great orators who could appeal reason to the mob. Not a single Cicero amongst them? Dylan98 says, if Trump does get impeached, what would happen to the Republicans? Nothing in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, they
might splinter, but
right.
That might happen anyway, so.
Also, would this not only further motivate his supporters in 2022 and 2024? I think maybe that this impeachment was miscalculated in its result. I don't think they thought it would go the way it did. And I think Trump supporters are actually rallying and fortifying behind him after this, is my guess, especially after today. I mean, today his counsel made the other side look like, showed it out for the witch hunt that it seems to be. Stephen Cooper says, Vanderveen needs to be arrested. Holy hell, this is a massacre. Sergeant F. says, do you think the Dems counsel would lie this much if they were under oath answering these questions?
They'd phrase it differently, but yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think they might just be a little more cautious in their language. Bad Vibe says, how does this base excrement keep up right? He is so slimy, he should be falling on his bony rump every time he takes a step. Because Race Car says, Chewbacca is a Wookiee. To say that President Trump incited violence is to say Chewbacca is not a Wookiee. It doesn't make sense, therefore you must acquit. Brian Doing says, this guy is pure fire. Mega Lone Wolf 20 says, if Trump doesn't get to run on 2024, I'm totally voting for Vanderveen, or he should get on that Supreme Court. It would be entertaining. Wolfgang Deo says, all of this defense is likely free, pro bono, all of this. All the work is likely provided for free. They may have even paid to get the work. No way. You have a billionaire client in an impeachment, and you're going to spend hundreds and hundreds of hours of man, office, and staff hours and suspend all other law firm operations for a couple weeks to do an impeachment trial. There's no way they're doing it for free. They're likely charging extra. And that would be worth it. I mean,
yeah, especially on this expedited basis with this kind of thing. Yeah, you'd have to charge a premium.
Brooke Louise says, not so easy when you cannot control what people hear or up against a strong, intelligent, honest attorney. Fight strong. Colasign says, Veen is a beast. Sorry, Rackets, but you and Beard have been replaced as favorites. That's fine. Yes. Funk Biscuit says, a buddy says he was on standby during the riot and they never got commanded to go into the Capitol to clean it out. Digital Void says, has the Kathy Griffin decapitation photo been forgotten? Yes. Everybody wants, look, everybody wants to forget every photo of Kathy Griffin ever.
That's a fair point. That's fair.
Batman's Pet Goldfish says this entire hearing is an ad for Vanderveen. Robert Romano says trial personified, Plaskett to defense. We don't need evidence. Prove to us Trump is not guilty. Yes. Track Media
Yes.
only says, wait, is this Jeopardy? Dems keep asking the answer. AGK says the House managers keep treating Trump like he's the riot's handler, forgetting the crucial point that they had their own autonomy over their own actions and now have to be individually responsible.
No, they had no autonomy there, but mere lemmings responding to the Fuhrer's will.
Yeah, he had the chip put in all of them anyway. Seiji Takahara says, I would end with the Constitution provides one choice for peace, one for war. Choose wisely. The people are watching and they remember 2020. I wouldn't go with that one. Even though it might be in some ways accurate, I wouldn't say that on the Senate floor. I think that would turn off some Republicans. Carnicle Blackburn says George Washington was a president who encouraged violence against the state. It's true.
That's true.
Romanex 666 says hashtag never forget. Hashtag Nadler was a chungus. Automata says he helped incite it over many months. Okay. Planet Tobor TV says sorry for the shill interruption during a slap fight for the U.S. Savage. Savage, the Shard of Gozen is 20% off on Steam. Solo developed old school sword and sorcery action platformer RPG genre slaughter. Buy and impeach me on Steam. So that's Savage, the Shard of Gozen, guys. Check it out. Wolfgang Deos says, if an impeachment trial is too serious to not purposefully handicap oneself on the first day, then you are not taking it seriously. All in, baby. Joshua Zeller says, Telegraph headline, Republican divide deepens as Donald Trump Jr. calls for fight to the death over U.S. election, conflating Jr. with Senior to assign guilt. Brooke Louise says that only took him 30 minutes to come up with. DCV Titan says it's the president's job to know, completely ignores the fact that his people were lying to him for years about troop levels in Syria. Base Democrat. Twitter Puppet says Trump already had the guard mobilized. They were on standby. They were ready to go at a moment's notice. They just needed authorization to go in. Right. And he had delegated that authority days prior. As fact-checked by the AP. Wolfgang Deo says, if I ever see a campaign ad reminding me of 2020, I will primary those bloody bastards so hard. Don't ever try to use that for political points. He also says, I hope they have shown that video where Trump supporters were beaten. The one shown at the Georgia rally regarding Ossoff and Warnock. I mean, they showed a video where Republican supporters were beaten. Nexi says, you, Ty, and I don't know, under rackets. Oh, Uncivil Law. Do a joint whiskey review. Each their own booze, follow the rackets method, lockdown till Easter, don't blame me. That'd be fun. Ty would just argue that Jack Daniels was good, and I'd have to throw him off the stream. Ninebreaker 2 says, they claim rioters took over the Capitol. What is the Capitol? I'd pick the White House. That aside, at what point could the rioters, in theory, not all be murdered if necessary? Technically, they took over the Capitol building, is what they're saying when they say Capitol. But the rioters, in theory, could have all been shot.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
like, they could have gotten a couple Capitol police officers with automatic rifles to just walk through, mowing them down in closed hallways. It's not a good look, though, to do that, but they had the justification for it. Josh Turin, especially if it's an insurrection. If it's armed insurrection against the government, believe me, the government has the authority. The government officers have the authority to just shoot everybody present. Ninebreaker 2 says, Josh Turin, thank you for joining the channel. Caleb Hughes says, those headphones getting tight, brother? Yes, always. Scotty Ramage says, the irony of the Dems talking about peaceful transition. General Flynn would like to know how that went. Looking up Luke. Thank you for the donation. Lord of the Nerds says, so can we now posthumously go after RBG? Please? Yes. Stephen Cooper says, good to see Mitch giving a caster a run for his money on the slowest speaker. It's not Mitch's fault. He has to pull the tongue out from his throat, and he has to move his jaw first. Lion of the Morning says, did they add pork to the impeachment? No, well, kind of, I guess. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, well, they whipped him so hard, someone actually a racist. Malachi says, cried racist. Oh, someone actually cried racist. Yes, that they did. Okay, there's just a couple left. Night of Hope says, you heard Stacey, Biden, and others encourage BLM and Antifa. F them, lock them up, put them all in the hole. National traitors conspiring with a bunch of Marxist revolutionaries. Use their standard on them. Effing do it. I think they want to use the same standard, and so they're arguing that it's not incitement. Sogi Johnson says, oh my God, the president had an opinion. He dared to tweet? Does he think this is America? Send him to the gallows. It's incredible that the AIDS-filled Dems' answers and defense are the same as the media narratives, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Chris Nemo says, long time no super. These crony boomers make me embarrassed to be a Democrat. As they should. They did not perform well today. Or in this impeachment, generally. Night of Hope says, effing question. If you demanded a witness testify against themselves after pleading the fifth in real court, would you get your living ass thrown the F out of court? Just wondering. If you were in criminal court and someone took the Fifth Amendment and then you stood up and grandstanded on the fact that they refused to answer questions, you lose. It's a mistrial.
Yeah, if you as the prosecutor, I mean, so much of this, we can just go through a list of how many places this could have been thrown out. It could have been thrown out on a motion to dismiss, which is super rare and criminal.
Right.
But you're there because you could have thrown it out at the end of the prosecution's case because they failed to offer any actual evidence. You know, no one testified as to the authenticity or reliability or best evidence, or there was hearsay upon hearsay was pointed out, double and triple levels hearsay. That was super fun. Then you could have thrown it out for them saying, they didn't testify. If you, as a prosecutor, so much breathe that, they didn't testify and
negative inference,
negative inference, you so much breathe that you're going to have a bad time. You could have thrown it out at so many points for just basically attacking the person's character as being a bad person.
Right.
You as a prosecutor aren't like to basically say, you can't say that the defendant is bad or evil.
Trump
you
would
have to actually point to the facts. You can't just say they're a bad person and you should convict.
Right. Trump would have
basically,
oh, go ahead.
It's the compilation of errors. It's like, where do I even start?
Yeah, Trump would have to actually come in under oath and testify that he's a good person before they could say he's a bad person. That's how that rule works. The other thing is the other place they could have thrown out is the moment they pointed out the doctored tweet. I mean, showing the Photoshop job on that tweet was really, really brutal. And that one alone is dismissible, but in theory, in a criminal trial, they may have been able to have the case thrown out when they attributed the statements to Mike Lee, who's a witness there that they didn't call, and attributed statements that the witness then stands up and says are false. Like at that point, you're falsifying evidence to be used. It wasn't super prejudicial evidence, so they might get around that one in criminal court, but in general, just lots of slip-ups. I hate all of this, says these people talking about Trump's job to be informed conveniently never heard of Jim Jeffrey admitting on the record that they lied to Trump in briefings to keep troops in Syria. Timothy Reaper says, I love you, Van der Veen. Please have my babies. Also says, if they vote to impeach, we could be headed down the V for Vendetta path. I hope not, because those masks are gay. I don't think there's any chance they're going to vote. I really don't think. The Republicans did not receive a good enough case from the House managers or a bad enough case from Republican counsel to impeach. They just didn't.
No. Music
and Fiction says, I am thinking it's time to take our cues from Pope Stephen the Sixth and put Woodrow Wilson on trial. We learned from Cadaver Synod Pope Ricada the Sixth. Yes, I will accept. I am eligible to be Pope as I'm a baptized and confirmed Catholic. So they can certainly nominate me, and I will take the charge. That's it, man. Anything else you want to talk about? Thanks for coming on today.
No, it was a lot of fun. And thanks for having me on again. And it's just a really interesting time. I think I'm going to have some dinner, decompress. I think I'm going to do a Q&A on my stream later just to try to figure out what the hell happened and try to talk about the impeachment, try to talk about some of the actual legal principles behind any of this stuff. But I really appreciate being here as always. And always, I'm on civil law. Please check out my channel.
Yes.
Like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Nick, put my link in the comments, please.
Yes, here. Let's see. Go subscribe to www.youtube.com/uncivil law. You have that, right? Like you have the custom URL?
/C/uncivil law, yeah.
Okay. You don't need the /C actually.
Don't you?
No.
Okay, well, never mind.
It's weird. I mean, you can use it. You just don't need it. Ty Beard says Jack Daniels is good whiskey. You need to stop. Ace of Spades says Jack Daniels is bot good whiskey. I think he means not. Also, yes, seriously, guys, check out Uncivil Laws channel. Great content, great commentary. I'm going to announce right now, I am not going to do a stream tonight. This is my 7th or 8th stream in 4 days. I'm done for the night. So I may do Twitch later. That's out, but I'm not doing a stream on YouTube tonight. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning for the final impeachment issue. We'll do that. So Lion of the Morning says Jack Daniels is whiskey. Fixed it for you. You're welcome. Thank you. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you soon. So you're streaming tonight then, Uncivil?
Yeah, probably in a couple hours. I'm going to take a little break.
Make sure you go check out Uncivil's recap and analysis. It'll be informative, witty, and insightful. And not the insightful where you end up violently overthrowing the Capitol. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.